Chapter 21 of Orley Farm by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Chapter 21. Christmas in Harley Street. It seems singular to me myself, considering the idea which I have in my own mind of the character of Lady Staveley, that I should be driven to declare that about this time she committed an unpardonable offence, not only against good nature, but also against the domestic proprieties. But I am driven so to say, although she herself was of all women the most good-natured and most domestic, for she asked Mr. Furnival to pass his Christmas day at Noningsby, and I find it impossible to forgive her that offence against the poor wife whom in that case he must leave alone by her desolate hearth. She knew that he was a married man as well as I do. Sophia, who had a proper regard for the domestic peace of her parents, and who could have been happy at Noningsby without a father's care, not unfrequently spoke of her, so that her existence in Harley Street might not be forgotten by the Staveleys, explaining, however, as she did so, that her dear mother never left her own fireside in winter, so that no suspicion might be entertained that an invitation was desired for her also. Nevertheless, in spite of all this, on two separate occasions did Lady Staveley say to Mr. Furnival that he might as well prolong his visit over Christmas. And yet Lady Staveley was not attached to Mr. Furnival with any peculiar warmth of friendship, but she was one of those women whose foolish hearts will not allow themselves to be controlled in the exercise of their hospitality. Her nature demanded of her that she should ask a guest to stay. She would not have allowed a dog to depart from her house at this season of the year without suggesting to him that he had better take his Christmas bone in her yard. It was for Mr. Furnival to adjust all matters between himself and his wife. He was not bound to accept the invitation because she gave it, but she, finding him there, already present in the house, did feel herself bound to give it, for which offence, as I have said before, I cannot bring myself to forgive her. At his sin in staying away from home, or rather, as far as the story has yet carried us, in thinking that he would do so, I am by no means so much surprised. An angry, ill-pleased wife is no pleasant companion for a gentleman on a long evening. For those who have managed that things shall run smoothly over the domestic rug, there is no happier time of life than these long candle-light hours of home and silence. No spoken content or uttered satisfaction is necessary. The fact that is felt is enough for peace. But when the fact is not felt, when the fact is by no means there, when the thoughts are running in a direction altogether different, when bitter grievances from one to the other fill the heart, rather than memories of mutual kindness, then I say those long candlelight hours of home and silence are not easy of endurance. Mr. Furnival was a man who chose to be the master of his own destiny. So at least to himself he boasted, and therefore when he found himself encountered by black looks and occasionally by sullen words, he declared to himself that he was ill-used, and that he would not bear it. Since the domestic rose would no longer yield him honey, he would seek his sweets from the stray honeysuckle on which there grew no thorns. Mr. Furnival was no coward. He was not one of those men who wrong their wives by their absence, and then prolong their absence because they are afraid to meet their wives. His resolve was to be free himself, and to be free without complaint from her. He would have it so, that he might remain out of his own house for a month at the time, and then return to it for a week, at any rate without outward bickerings. I have known other men who have dreamed of such a state of things, but at this moment I can remember none who have brought their dream to bear. Mr. Furnival had written to his wife, not from Noningsby, but from some provincial town, probably situated among the Essex marshes, saying various things, and among others that he should not, as he thought, be at home on Christmas Day. Mrs. Furnival had remarked about a fortnight since that Christmas Day was nothing to her now, and the base man, for it was base, had hung upon this poor sore-hearted word an excuse for remaining away from home. "There are lawyers of repute staying at Noningsby," he had said, "with whom it is very expedient that I should remain at this present crisis." When yet has there been no crisis present to a man who has wanted an excuse? "And therefore I may probably stay," and so on. Who does not know the false mixture of excuse and defiance which such a letter is sure to maintain, the crafty words which may be taken as adequate reason if the receiver be timid enough so to receive them, or as a noisy gauntlet thrown to the ground if there be spirit there for the picking of it up? Such letter from his little borough in the Essex marshes did Mr. Furnival write to the partner of his cares, and there was still sufficient spirit left for the picking up of the gauntlet. "I shall be home to morrow," the letter had gone on to say, "but I will not keep you waiting for dinner, as my hours are always so uncertain. I shall be at my chambers till late, and will be with you before tea. I will then return to Alston on the following morning." There was at any rate good courage in this on the part of Mr. Furnival, great courage, but with it coldness of heart, dishonesty of purpose, and black ingratitude. Had she not given everything to him? Mrs. Furnival, when she got the letter, was not alone. "There," said she, throwing it over to a lady who sat on the other side of the fireplace handling a loose sprawling mass of not very clean crochet work. "I knew he would stay away on Christmas Day. I told you so." "I didn't think it possible," said Miss Biggs, rolling up the big ball of soiled cotton that she might read Mr. Furnival's letter at her leisure. "I didn't really think it possible. On Christmas Day? Surely, Mrs. Furnival, he can't mean Christmas Day. Dear, dear, dear! And then to throw it in your face in that way, that you said you didn't care about it." "Of course I said so," answered Mrs. Furnival. "I was not going to ask him to come home as a favour." "Not to make a favour of it, of course not." This was Miss Biggs from I'm afraid if I tell the truth I must say that she came from Red Lion Square, and yet nothing could be more respectable than Miss Biggs. Her father had been a partner with an uncle of Mrs. Furnival's, and when Kitty Blacker had given herself and her young prettinesses to the hard-working lawyer, Martha Biggs had stood at the altar with her, then just 17 years of age, and had promised to her all manner of success for her coming life. Martha Biggs had never, not even then, been pretty, but she had been very faithful. She had not been a favourite with Mr. Furnival, having neither wit nor grace to recommend her, and therefore in the old happy days of Keppel Street she had been kept in the background. But now, in this present time of her adversity, Mrs. Furnival found the benefit of having a trusty friend. "If he likes better to be with these people down at Alston, I am sure it is the same to me," said the injured wife. "But there's nobody special at Alston, is there?" asked Miss Biggs, whose soul sighed for a tale more piquant than one of mere general neglect. She knew that her friend had dreadful suspicions, but Mrs. Furnival had never as yet committed herself by uttering the name of any woman as her rival. Miss Biggs thought that a time had now come in which the strength of their mutual confidence demanded that such name should be uttered. It could not be expected that she should sympathize with generalities for ever. She longed to hate, to reprobate, and to shudder at the actual name of the wretch who had robbed her friend of a husband's heart. And therefore she asked the question, "There's nobody special at Alston, is there?" Now Mrs. Furnival knew to a furlong the distance from Noningsby to Orley Farm, and knew also that the station at Hamworth was only 25 minutes from that at Alston. She gave no immediate answer, but threw up her head and shook her nostrils as though she were preparing for war. And then Miss Martha Biggs knew that there was somebody special at Alston. Between such old friends, why should not the name be mentioned? On the following day the two ladies dined at 6, and then waited tea patiently till 10. Had the thirst of a desert been raging within that drawing-room, and had tea been within immediate call, those ladies would have died ere they would have asked for it before his return. He had said he would be home to tea, and they would have waited for him had it been till 4 o'clock in the morning. Let the female married victim ever make the most of such positive wrongs as Providence may vouchsafe to her. Had Mrs. Furnival ordered tea on this evening before her husband's return, she would have been a woman blind to the advantages of her own position. At 10 the wheels of Mr. Furnival's cab were heard, and the faces of both the ladies prepared themselves for the encounter. "Well, Kitty, how are you?" said Mr. Furnival, entering the room with his arms prepared for a premeditated embrace. "What, Miss Biggs with you? I did not know. How do you do, Miss Biggs?" And Mr. Furnival extended his hand to the lady. They both looked at him, and they could tell from the brightness of his eye and from the colour of his nose that he had been dining at his club, and that the bin with the precious cork had been visited on his behalf. "Yes, my dear, it's rather lonely being here in this big room all by oneself so long, so I asked Martha Biggs to come over to me. I suppose there's no harm in that." "Oh, if I'm in the way," began Miss Biggs, "or if Mr. Furnival is going to stay at home for long." "You are not in the way, and I am not going to stay at home for long," said Mr. Furnival, speaking with a voice that was perhaps a little thick, only a very little thick. No wife on good terms with her husband would have deigned to notice, even in her own mind, an amount of thickness of voice which was so very inconsiderable. But Mrs. Furnival at the present moment did notice it. "Oh, I did not know," said Miss Biggs. "You know now," said Mr. Furnival, whose ear at once appreciated the hostility of tone which had been assumed. "You need not be rude to my friend after she has been waiting tea for you till near 11 o'clock," said Mrs. Furnival. "It is nothing to me, but you should remember that she is not used to it." "I wasn't rude to your friend, and who asked you to wait tea till near 11 o'clock? It is only just 10 now, if that signifies." "You expressly desired me to wait tea, Mr. Furnival. I have got your letter and will show it you if you wish it." "Nonsense. I just said I should be home." "Of course you just said you would be home, and so we waited. And it's not nonsense, and I declare—" "Never mind, Martha. Don't mind me. There's a good creature. I shall get over it soon." And then fat, solid, good-humoured Mrs. Furnival burst out into an hysterical fit of sobbing. There was a welcome for a man on his return to his home after a day's labour. Miss Biggs immediately got up and came round behind the drawing-room table to her friend's head. "Be calm, Mrs. Furnival," she said. "Do be calm, and then you will be better soon. Here is the hartshorn." "It doesn't matter, Martha. Never mind. Leave me alone," sobbed the poor woman. "May I be excused for asking what is really the matter?" said Mr. Furnival, "for I'll be whipped if I know." Miss Biggs looked at him as if she thought that he ought to be whipped. "I wonder you ever come near the place at all. I do," said Mrs. Furnival. "What place?" asked Mr. Furnival. "This house in which I am obliged to live by myself, without a soul to speak to, unless when Martha Biggs comes here." "Which would be much more frequent, only that I know I am not welcome by everybody." "I know that you hate it. How can I help knowing it? And you hate me too. I know you do. And I believe you would be glad if you need never come back here at all. I do. Don't, Martha. Leave me alone. I don't want all that fuss. There, I can bear it now, whatever it is." "Do you choose to have your tea, Mr. Furnival, or do you wish to keep the servants waiting out of their beds all night?" "Damn the servants!" said Mr. Furnival. "Oh, laws!" exclaimed Miss Biggs, jumping up out of her chair with her hands and fingers outstretched, as though never, never in her life before had her ears been wounded by such wicked words as those. "Mr. Furnival, I am ashamed of you," said his wife, with gathered calmness of stern reproach. Mr. Furnival was very wrong to swear, doubly wrong to swear before his wife, trebly wrong to swear before a lady visitor. But it must be confessed that there was provocation. That he was at this present period of his life behaving badly to his wife must be allowed; but on this special evening he had intended to behave well. The woman had sought a ground of quarrel against him, and had driven him on till he had forgotten himself in his present after dinner humour. When a man is maintaining a whole household on his own shoulders, and working hard to maintain it well, it is not right that he should be brought to book because he keeps the servants up half an hour later than usual to wash the tea things. It is very proper that the idle members of the establishment should conform to hours, but these hours must give way to his requirements. In those old days of which we have spoken so often, he might have had his tea at 12, 1, 2, or 3, without a murmur. Though their staff of servants then was scanty enough, there was never a difficulty then in supplying any such want for him. If no other pair of hands could boil the kettle, there was one pair of hands there which no amount of such work on his behalf could tire. But now, because he had come in for his tea at 10 o'clock, he was asked if he intended to keep the servants out of their beds all night. "Oh, Lord!" said Miss Biggs, jumping up from a chair as though she had been electrified. Mr. Furnival did not think it consistent with his dignity to keep up any dispute in the presence of Miss Biggs, and therefore sat himself down in his accustomed chair without further speech. "Would you wish to have tea now, Mr. Furnival?" asked his wife again, putting considerable stress upon the word now. "I don't care about it," said he. "And I am sure I don't at this late hour," said Miss Biggs. "But so tired as you are, dear." "Never mind me, Martha. As for myself, I shall take nothing now." And then they all sat without a word for the space of some 5 minutes. "If you like to go, Martha," said Mrs. Furnival, "don't mind waiting for me." "Oh, very well." And then Miss Biggs took her bed candle and left the room. Was it not hard upon her that she should be forced to absent herself at this moment, when the excitement of the battle was about to begin in earnest? Her footsteps lingered as she slowly retreated from the drawing-room door, and for one instant she absolutely paused, standing still with eager ears. It was but for an instant, and then she went on upstairs, out of hearing, and sitting herself down by her bedside, allowed the battle to rage in her imagination. Mr. Furnival would have sat there silent till his wife had gone also, and so the matter would have terminated for that evening, had she so willed it. But she had been thinking of her miseries, and having come to some sort of resolution to speak of them openly, what time could she find more appropriate for doing so than the present? "Tom," she said, and as she spoke there was still a twinkle of the old love in her eye, "we are not going on together as well as we should do, not lately. Would it not be well to make a change before it is too late?" "What change?" she asked, not exactly in an ill humour, but with a husky, thick voice. He would have preferred now that she should have followed her friend to bed. "I do not want to dictate to you, Tom, but oh, Tom, if you knew how wretched I am!" "What makes you wretched?" "Because you leave me all alone. Because you care more for other people than you do for me. Because you never like to be at home, never, if you can possibly help it. You know you don't. You are always away now upon some excuse or other. You know you are. I don't have you home to dinner not one day in the week through the year. That can't be right, and you know it is not. Oh, Tom, you are breaking my heart. and deceiving me. You are. Why did I go down and find that woman in your chamber with you, when you were ashamed to own to me that she was coming to see you? If it had been in the proper way of law business, you wouldn't have been ashamed. Oh, Tom!" The poor woman had begun her plaint in a manner that was not altogether devoid of a discreet eloquence. If only she could have maintained that tone, if she could have confined her words to the tale of her own grievances, and have been contented to declare that she was unhappy only because he was not with her, it might have been well. She might have touched his heart, or at any rate his conscience, and there might have been some enduring result for good. But her feelings had been too many for her, and as her wrongs came to her mind, and the words heaped themselves upon her tongue, she could not keep herself from the one subject which she should have left untouched. Mr. Furnival was not the man to bear any interference such as this, or to permit the privacy of Lincoln's Inn to be invaded even by his wife. His brow grew very black, and his eyes became almost bloodshot. The port wine, which might have worked him to softness, now worked him to anger, and he thus burst forth with words of marital vigour. "Let me tell you once for ever, Kitty, that I will admit of no interference with what I do, or the people whom I may choose to see in my chambers in Lincoln's Inn. If you are such an infatuated simpleton as to believe—" "Yes, of course I am a simpleton. Of course I am a fool. Women always are." "Listen to me, will you?" "Listen, yes. It's my business to listen. Would you like that I should give this house up for her, and go into lodging somewhere? I shall have very little objection as matters are going now. Oh dear, that things should ever have come to this!" "Come to what?" "Tom, I could put up with a great deal, more I think than most women. I could slave for you like a drudge, and think nothing about it. And now that you have got among grand people, I could see you go out by yourself without thinking much about that either. I am very lonely sometimes, very; but I could bear that. Nobody has longed to see you rise in the world half so anxious as I have done. But, Tom, when I know what your goings on are, with a nasty, sly, false woman like that, I won't bear it, and there's an end." In saying which final words Mrs. Furnival rose from her seat, and thrice struck her hand by no means lightly on the loo table in the middle of the room. "I did not think it possible that you should be so silly. I did not indeed." "Oh yes, silly. Very well. Women are always silly when they mind that kind of thing. Have you got anything else to say, sir?" "Yes, I have. I have this to say, that I will not endure this sort of usage." "Nor I won't," said Mrs. Furnival, "so you may as well understand it at once. As long as there was nothing absolutely wrong, I would put up with it for the sake of appearances, and because of Sophia. For myself, I don't mind what loneliness I may have to bear. If you had been called on to go out to the East Indies, or even to China, I could have put up with it. But this sort of thing I won't put up with, nor I won't be blind to what I can't help seeing. So now, Mr. Furnival, you may know that I have made up my mind." And then, without waiting further parley, having whisked herself in her energy near to the door, she stalked out, and went up with hurried steps to her own room. Occurrences of a nature such as this are in all respects unpleasant in a household. Let the master be ever so much master, what is he to do? Say that his wife is wrong from the beginning to the end of the quarrel. That in no way improves the matter. His anxiety is that the world abroad should not know he has aught amiss at home. But she, with her hot sense of injury, and her loud revolt against supposed wrongs, cares not who hears it. "Hold your tongue, madam," the husband says. But the wife, bound though she be by an oath of obedience, will not obey him, but only screams the louder. All which, as Mr. Furnival sat there thinking of it, disturbed his mind much. That Martha Biggs would spread the tale through all Bloomsbury and St. Pancras, of course, he was aware. "If she drives me to it, it must be so," he said to himself at last. and then he also betook himself to his rest. And so it was that preparations for Christmas were made in Harley Street. End of Chapter 21 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 22. Christmas at Noningsby. The house at Noningsby on Christmas Day was quite full, and yet it was by no means a small house. Mrs. Arbuthnot, the judge's married daughter, was there, with her 3 children, and Mr. Furnival was there, having got over those domestic difficulties in which we lately saw him as best he might, and Lucius Mason was there, having been especially asked by Lady Staveley when she heard that his mother was to be at The Cleeve. There could be no more comfortable country house than Noningsby, and it was in its own way pretty, though essentially different in all respects from The Cleeve. It was a new house from the cellar to the ceiling, and as a house was no doubt the better for being so. All the rooms were of the proper proportion, and all the newest appliances for comfort had been attached to it. But nevertheless it lacked that something in appearance rather than in fact which age alone can give to the residence of a gentleman in the country. The gardens also were new, and the grounds around them trim and square and orderly. Noningsby was a delightful house. No one with money and taste at command could have created for himself one more delightful. But then there are delights which cannot be created even by money and taste. It was a pleasant sight to see the long, broad, well-filled breakfast table with all that company round it. There were some 18 or 20 gathered now at the table, among whom the judge sat preeminent, looming large in an arm-chair, and having a double space allotted to him, some 18 or 20, children included. At the bottom of the table sat Lady Staveley, who still chose to preside among her own teacups, as a lady should do, and close to her, assisting in the toils of that presidency, sat her daughter Madeline. Nearest to them were gathered the children, and the rest had formed themselves into little parties, each of which already well knew its own place at the board. In how very short a time will come upon one that pleasant custom of sitting in an accustomed place! But here at these Noningsby breakfasts, among other customs already established, there was one by which Augustus Staveley was always privileged to sit by the side of Sophia Furnival. No doubt his original object was still unchanged. A match between that lady and his friend Graham was still desirable, and by perseverance he might pique Felix Graham to arouse himself. But hitherto Felix Graham had not aroused himself in that direction, and 1 or 2 people among the party were inclined to mistake young Staveley's intentions. "Gus," his sister had said to him the night before, "I declare I think you are going to make love to Sophia Furnival." "Do you?" he had replied. "As a rule I do not think there is any one in the world for whose discernment I have so much respect as I have for yours. But in this respect even you are wrong." "Ah, of course you say so." "If you won't believe me, ask her. What more can I say?" "I certainly shan't ask her, for I don't know her well enough." "She's a very clever girl, let me tell you that, whoever falls in love with her." "I'm sure she is, and she is handsome too, very. But for all that she is not good enough for our Gus." "Of course she is not, and therefore I am not thinking of her. And now go to bed and dream that you have got the Queen of the Fortunate Islands for your sister-in-law." But although Staveley was himself perfectly indifferent to all the charms of Miss Furnival, nevertheless he could hardly restrain his dislike to Lucius Mason, who, as he thought, was disposed to admire the lady in question. In talking of Lucius to his own family and to his special friend Graham, he had called him conceited, pedantic, uncouth, un-English, and detestable. His own family, that is his mother and sister, rarely contradicted him in anything, but Graham was by no means so cautious, and usually contradicted him in everything. Indeed, there was no sign of sterling worth so plainly marked in Staveley's character as the full conviction which he entertained of the superiority of his friend Felix. "You are quite wrong about him," Felix had said. "He has not been at an English school or English university, and therefore is not like other young men that you know. But he is, I think, well educated and clever. As for conceit, what man will do any good who is not conceited? Nobody holds a good opinion of a man who has a low opinion of himself. All the same, my dear fellow, I do not like Lucius Mason." "And some one else, if you remember, did not like Dr. Fell." "And now, good people, what are you all going to do about church?" said Staveley, while they were still engaged with their rolls and eggs. "I shall walk," said the judge. "And I shall go in the carriage," said the judge's wife. "That disposes of two, and now it will take half an hour to settle for the rest. Miss Furnival, you no doubt will accompany my mother. As I shall be among the walkers, you will see how much I sacrifice by the suggestion." It was a mile to the church, and Miss Furnival knew the advantage of appearing in her seat unfatigued and without subjection to wind, mud, or rain. "I must confess," she said, "that under all the circumstances I shall prefer your mother's company to yours." Whereupon Staveley, in the completion of his arrangements, assigned the other places in the carriage to the married ladies of the company. "But I have taken your sister Madeline's seat in the carriage," protested Sophia with great dismay. "My sister Madeline generally walks." "Then of course I shall walk with her." But when the time came, Miss Furnival did go in the carriage, whereas Miss Staveley went on foot. It so fell out, as they started, that Graham found himself walking at Miss Staveley's side, to the great disgust, no doubt, of half a dozen other aspirants for that honour. "I cannot help thinking," he said, as they stepped briskly over the crisp white frost, "that this Christmas day of ours is a great mistake." "Oh, Mr. Graham!" she exclaimed. "You need not regard me with horror, at least not with any special horror on this occasion." "But what you say is very horrid." "That, I flatter myself, seems so only because I have not yet said it. That part of our Christmas day which is made to be in any degree sacred is by no means a mistake." "I am glad you think that." "Or rather, it is not a mistake in as far as it is in any degree made sacred. But the peculiar conviviality of the day is so ponderous. Its roast beefiness oppresses one so thoroughly from the first moment of one's waking to the last ineffectual effort at a bit of fried pudding for supper." "But you need not eat fried pudding for supper. Indeed, here I am afraid you will not have any supper offered you at all." "No, not to me individually under that name. I might also manage to guard my own self under any such offers. But there is always the flavour of the sweetmeat in the air, of all the sweetmeats, edible and non-edible." "You begrudge the children their snapdragon? That's what it all means, Mr. Graham." "No, I deny it. Unpremeditated snapdragon is dear to my soul, and I could expend myself in blindman's buff." "You shall then after dinner, for of course you know that we all dine early." "But blindman's buff at 3, with snapdragon at 3:45, charades at 5, with wine and sweet cake at 6:30, is ponderous, and that's our mistake. The big turkey would be very good, capital fun to see a turkey twice as big as it ought to be. But the big turkey and the mountain of beef and the pudding weighing 100 weight oppress one's spirits by their combined gravity, and then they impart a memory of indigestion, a halo, as it were, of apoplexy, even to the church services." "I do not agree with you the least in the world." "I ask you to answer me fairly. Is not additional eating an ordinary Englishman's ordinary idea of Christmas Day?" "I am only an ordinary Englishwoman, and therefore cannot say. It is not my idea." "I believe that the ceremony, as kept by us, is perpetuated by the butchers and beer sellers, with a helping hand from the grocers. It is essentially a material festival, and I would not object to it even on that account if it were not so grievously overdone. How the sun is moistening the frost on the ground! As we come back the road will be quite wet." "We shall be going home then, and it will not signify. Remember, Mr. Graham, I shall expect you to come forward in great strength for blindman's buff." As he gave her the required promise, he thought that even the sports of Christmas Day would be bearable if she also were to make one of the sportsmen. And then they entered the church. I do not know of anything more pleasant to the eye than a pretty country church decorated for Christmas Day. The effect in a city is altogether different. I will not say that churches there should not be decorated, but comparatively it is a matter of indifference. No one knows who does it. The peculiar munificence of the squire who has sacrificed his holly bushes is not appreciated. The work of the fingers that have been employed is not recognized. The efforts made for hanging the pendant wreaths to each capital have been of no special interest to any large number of the worshippers. It has been done by contract probably, and even if well done, has none of the grace of association. But here at Noningsby Church the winter flowers had been cut by Madeline and the gardener, and the red berries had been grouped by her own hands. She and the vicar's wife had stood together with perilous audacity on the top of the clerk's desk, while they fixed the branches beneath the cushion of the old-fashioned turret from which the sermons were preached. And all this had of course been talked about at the house, and some of the party had gone over to see, including Sophia Furnival, who had declared that nothing could be so delightful, though she had omitted to endanger her fingers by any participation in the work. And the children had regarded the operation as a triumph of all that was wonderful in decoration, and thus many of them had been made happy. On their return from church Miss Furnival insisted on walking, in order, as she said, that Miss Staveley might not have all the fatigue. But Miss Staveley would walk also, and the carriage, after a certain amount of expostulation and delay, went off with its load incomplete. "And now for the plum pudding part of the arrangement," said Felix Graham. "Yes, Mr. Graham," said Madeline, "now for the plum pudding and the blindman's buff." "Did you ever see anything more perfect than the church, Mr. Mason?" said Sophia. "Anything more perfect? No, in that sort of way, perhaps never. I have seen the choir of Cologne." "Come, come, that's not fair," said Graham. "Don't import Cologne in order to crush us here down in our little English villages. You never saw the choir of Cologne bright with holly berries." "No, but I have, with cardinal stockings and bishop's robes." "I think I should prefer the holly," said Miss Furnival. "And why should not our churches always look like that, only changing the flowers and the foliage with the season? It would make the service so attractive." "It would hardly do at Lent," said Madeline in a serious tone. "No, perhaps not at Lent exactly." Peregrine and Augustus Staveley were walking on in front, not perhaps as well satisfied with the day as the rest of the party. Augustus, on leaving the church, had made a little effort to assume his place as usual by Miss Furnival's side, but by some accident of war Mason was there before him. He had not cared to make one of a party of three, and therefore had gone on in advance with young Orme. Nor was Peregrine himself much more happy. He did not know why, but he felt within his breast a growing aversion to Felix Graham. Graham was a puppy, he thought, and a fellow that talked too much. And then he was such a confoundedly ugly dog, and Peregrine Orme did not like him. He was not a man to analyze his own feelings at such matters. He did not ask himself why he should have been rejoiced to hear that instant business had taken Felix Graham off to Hong Kong. But he knew that he would have rejoiced. He knew also that Madeline Staveley was no, he did not know what she was. But when he was alone he carried on with her all manner of imaginary conversations, though when he was in her company he had hardly a word to say to her. Under these circumstances he fraternized with her brother, but even in that he could not receive much satisfaction, seeing that he could not abuse Graham to Graham's special friend, nor could he breathe a sigh as to Madeline's perfections into the ear of Madeline's brother. The children, and there were 3 or 4 assembled there besides those belonging to Mrs. Arbuthnot, were by no means inclined to agree with Mr. Graham's strictures as to the amusements of Christmas Day. To them it appeared that they could not hurry fast enough into the vortex of its dissipations. The dinner was a serious consideration, especially with reference to certain illuminated mince pies, which were the crowning glory of that banquet. But time for these was almost begrudged in order that the fast handkerchief might be tied over the eyes of the first blind man. "And now we'll go into the schoolroom," said Marian Arbuthnot, jumping up and leading the way. "Come along, Mr. Felix." And Felix Graham followed her. Madeline had declared that Felix Graham should be blinded first, and such was his doom. "Now mind you catch me, Mr. Felix, pray do," said Marian, when she had got him seated in a corner of the room. She was a beautiful, fair little thing, with long soft curls, and lips red as a rose, and large bright blue eyes, all soft and happy and laughing, loving the friends of her childhood with passionate love, and fully expecting an equal devotion from them. It is of such children that our wives and sweethearts should be made. "But how am I to find you when my eyes are blinded?" "Oh, you can feel, you know. You can put your hand on the top of my head. I mustn't speak, you know, but I'm sure I shall laugh, and then you must guess that it's Marian." That was her idea of playing blindman's buff, according to the strict rigour of the game. "And you'll give me a big kiss?" said Felix. "Yes, when we've done playing," she promised, with great seriousness. And then a huge white silk handkerchief, as big as a small sail, was brought down from Grandpapa's dressing-room, so that nobody should see the least bit in the world, as Marian had observed with great energy, and the work of blinding was commenced. "I ain't big enough to reach round," said Marian, who made an effort, but in vain. "You do it, Aunt Mad," and she tendered the handkerchief to Miss Staveley, who, however, did not appear very eager to undertake the task. "I'll be the executioner," said the grandmamma, "the more especially as I shall not take any other share in the ceremony. This shall be the chair of doom. Come here, Mr. Graham, and submit yourself to me." And so the first victim was blinded. "Mind you remember," said Marian, whispering into his ear as he was led away, "green spirits and white, blue spirits and grey." And then he was twirled round in the room, and left to commence his search as best he might. Marian Arbuthnot was not the only soft little laughing darling that wished to be caught and blinded, so that there was great pulling at the blind man's tails, and much grasping at his outstretched arms before the desired object was attained, and he wandered round the room skilfully, as though a thought were in his mind false to his treaty with Marian, as though he imagined for a moment that some other prize might be caught. But if so, the other prize evaded him carefully, and in due progress of play Marian's soft curls were within his grasp. "I'm sure I didn't speak or say a word," said she, as she ran up to her grandmother to have the handkerchief put over her eyes. "Did I, grandmamma?" "There are more ways of speaking than one," said Lady Staveley. "You and Mr. Graham understand each other, I think." "Oh, I was caught quite fairly," said Marian. "And now lead me round and round." To her, at any rate, the festivities of Christmas Day were not too ponderous for real enjoyment. And then at last somebody caught the judge. I rather think it was Madeline, but his time in truth was come, and he had no chance of escape. The whole room was set upon his capture, and though he barricaded himself with chairs and children, he was duly apprehended and named. "That's papa. I know by his watch chain, for I made it." "Nonsense, my dear," said the judge. "I will do no such thing. I should never catch anybody, and should remain blind for ever." "But grandpapa must," said Marian. "It's the game that he should be blinded when he's caught." "Suppose the game was that we should be whipped when we are caught, and I was to catch you," said Augustus. "But I would not play that game," said Marian. "Oh, papa, you must," said Madeline. "Do, and you shall catch Mr. Furnival." "Oh, that would be a temptation," said the judge. "I've never been able to do that yet, though I've been trying it for some years." "Justice is blind," said Graham. "Why should a judge be ashamed to follow the example of his own goddess?" And so at last the owner of the ermine submitted, and the stern magistrate of the bench was led round with the due incantation of the spirits, and dismissed into chaos to seek for a new victim. One of the rules of blindman's buff at Noningsby was this, that it should not be played by candlelight, a rule that is in every way judicious, as thereby an end is secured for that which might otherwise be unending. And therefore when it became so dark in the schoolroom that there was not much difference between the blind man and the others, the handkerchief was smuggled away, and the game was at an end. "And now for Snapdragon," said Marian. "Exactly as you predicted, Mr. Graham," said Madeline. "Blindman's buff at 3:15, and Snapdragon at 5." "I'd revoke every word that I uttered, for I was never more amused in my life." "And you will be prepared to endure the wine and sweet cake when they come." "Prepared to endure anything, and go through everything. We shall be allowed candles now, I suppose?" "Oh no, by no means. Snapdragon by candlelight! Who ever heard of such a thing? It would wash all the dragon out of it, and leave nothing but the snap. It is a necessity of the game that it should be played in the dark, or rather by its own lurid light." "Oh, there is a lurid light, is there?" "You shall see." And then she turned away to make her preparations. To the game of Snapdragon, as played at Noningsby, a ghost was always necessary, and Aunt Madeline had played the ghost ever since she had been an aunt, and there had been any necessity for such a part. But in previous years the spectators had been fewer in number, and more closely connected with the family. "I think we must drop the ghost on this occasion," she said, coming up to her brother. "You'll disgust them all dreadfully if you do," said he. "The young Sebrights have come especially to see the ghost." "Well, you can do ghost for them." No, I can't act a ghost. Miss Furnival, you'd make a lovely ghost." "I shall be most happy to be useful," said Sophia. "Oh, Aunt Mad, you must be ghost," said Marian, following her. "You foolish little thing, you. We're going to have a beautiful ghost, a divine ghost," said Uncle Gus. "But we want Madeline to be the ghost," said a big Miss Sebright, 10 or 11 years old. "She's always ghost," said Marian. "To be sure, it will be much better," said Miss Furnival. "I only offered my poor services, hoping to be useful. No Banquo that ever lived could leave a worse ghost behind him than I should prove." It ended in there being 2 ghosts. It had become quite impossible to rob Miss Furnival of her promised part, and Madeline could not refuse to solve the difficulty in this way without making more of the matter than it deserved. The idea of 2 ghosts was delightful to the children, more especially as it entailed 2 large dishes full of raisins, and 2 blue fires blazing up from burnt brandy. So the girls went out, not without proffered assistance from the gentlemen, and after a painfully long interval of some 15 or 20 minutes, for Miss Furnival's back hair would not come down and adjust itself into ghost-like lengths with as much readiness as that of her friend, they returned bearing the dishes before them on large trays. In each of them the spirit was lighted as they entered the schoolroom door, and thus as they walked in they were illuminated by the dark blue flames which they carried. "Oh, is it not grand?" said Marian, appealing to Felix Graham. "Uncommonly grand," he replied. "And which ghost do you think is the grandest? I'll tell you which ghost I like the best. In a secret, you know. I like Aunt Mad the best, and I think she's the grandest too." "And I'll tell you in secret that I think the same. To my mind she is the grandest ghost I ever saw in my life." "Is she indeed?" asked Marian, solemnly, thinking probably that her new friend's experience in ghosts must be extensive. However that might be, he thought that as far as his experience in women went, he had never seen anything more lovely than Madeline Staveley, dressed in a long white sheet, with a long bit of white cambric pinned round her face. And it may be presumed that the dress altogether is not unbecoming when accompanied by blue flames, for Augustus Staveley and Lucius Mason thought the same thing of Miss Furnival, whereas Peregrine Orme did not know whether he was standing on his head or his feet as he looked at Miss Staveley. Miss Furnival may possibly have had some inkling of this when she offered to undertake the task, but I protest that such was not the case with Madeline. There was no second thought in her mind when she first declined the ghosting and afterwards undertook the part. No wish to look beautiful in the eyes of Felix Graham had come to her, at any rate as yet, and as to Peregrine Orme, she had hardly thought of his existence. "By heavens," said Peregrine to himself, "she is the most beautiful creature that I ever saw." And then he began to speculate within his own mind how the idea might be received at The Cleeve. But there was no such realized idea with Felix Graham. He saw that Madeline Staveley was very beautiful, and he felt in an unconscious manner that her character was very sweet. He may have thought that he might have loved such a girl, had such love been a thing permitted to him. But this was far from being the case. Felix Graham's lot in this life, as regarded that share which his heart might have in it, was already marked out for him, marked out for himself and by himself. The future wife of his bosom had already been selected, and was now in course of preparation for the duties of her future life. He was one of those few wise men who have determined not to take a partner in life at hazard, but to mould a young mind and character to those pursuits and modes of thought which may best fit a woman for the duties she will have to perform. What little it may be necessary to know of the earlier years of Mary Snow shall be told hereafter. Here it will be only necessary to say that she was an orphan, that as yet she was little more than a child, and that she owed her maintenance and the advantage of her education to the charity and love of her destined husband. Therefore, as I have said, it was manifest that Felix Graham could not think of falling in love with Miss Staveley, even had not his very low position in reference to worldly affairs made any such passion on his part quite hopeless. But with Peregrine Orme the matter was different. There could be no possible reason why Peregrine Orme should not win and wear the beautiful girl whom he so much admired. But the ghosts are kept standing over their flames, the spirit is becoming exhausted, and the raisins will be burnt. At Snapdragon, too, the ghosts here had something to do. The law of the game is this, a law on which Marian would have insisted had not the flames been so very hot, that the raisins shall become the prey of those audacious marauders only who dare to face the presence of the ghost and to plunge their hands into the burning dish. As a rule the boys do this, clawing out the raisins while the girls pick them up and eat them. But here at Noningsby the boys were too little to act thus as pioneers in the face of the enemy, and the raisins might have remained till the flames were burnt out, had not the beneficent ghost scattered abroad the richness of her own treasures. "Now, Marian," said Felix Graham, bringing her up in his arms. "But it will burn, Mr. Felix. Look there, see, there are a great many at that end. You do it." "I must have another kiss, then." "Very well, yes, if you get 5." And then Felix dashed his hand in among the flames and brought forth a fistful of fruit, which imparted to his fingers and wristband a smell of brandy for the rest of the evening. "If you take so many at a time I shall rap your knuckles with the spoon," said the ghost, as she stirred up the flames to keep them alive. "But the ghost shouldn't speak," said Marian, who was evidently unacquainted with the best ghosts of tragedy. "But the ghost must speak when such large hands invade the cauldron." And then another raid was effected, and the threatened blow was given. Had any one told her in the morning that she would that day have rapped Mr. Graham's knuckles with a kitchen spoon, she would not have believed that person. But it is thus that hearts are lost and won. And Peregrine Orme looked on from a distance, thinking of it all. That he should have been stricken dumb by the beauty of any girl was surprising even to himself, for though young and almost boyish in his manners, he had never yet feared to speak out in any presence. The tutor at his college had thought him insolent beyond parallel, and his grandfather, though he loved him for his open face and plain outspoken words, found them sometimes almost too much for him. But now he stood there looking and longing, and could not summon courage to go up and address a few words to this young girl even in the midst of their sports. Twice or thrice during the last few days he had essayed to speak to her, but his words had been dull and vapid, and to himself they had appeared childish. he was quite conscious of his own weakness. More than once during that period of the snapdragon did he say to himself that he would descend into the lists and break a lance in that tourney. But still he did not descend, and his lance remained inglorious in its rest. At the other end of the long table the ghost also had 2 attendant knights, and neither of them refrained from the battle. Augustus Staveley, if he thought it worth his while to keep the lists at all, would not be allowed to ride through them unopposed from any backwardness on the part of his rival. Lucius Mason was not likely to become a timid, silent, longing lover. To him it was not possible that he should fear the girl whom he loved. He could not worship that which he wished to obtain for himself. It may be doubted whether he had much faculty of worshipping anything in the truest meaning of that word. One worships that which one feels, through the inner and unexpressed conviction of the mind, to be greater, better, higher than oneself. But it was not probable that Lucius Mason should so think of any woman that he might meet. Nor, to give him his due, was it probable that he should be in any way afraid of any man that he might encounter. He would fear neither the talent, nor the rank, nor the money influence, nor the dexterity of any such rival. In any attempt that he might make on a woman's heart, he would regard his own chance as good against that of any other possible he. Augustus Staveley was master here at Noningsby, and was a clever, dashing, handsome, fashionable young fellow. But Lucius Mason never dreamed of retreating before such forces as those. He had words with which to speak as fair as those of any man, and flattered himself that he as well knew how to use them. It was pretty to see with what admirable tact and judicious management of her smiles Sophia received the homage of the 2 young men, answering the compliments of both with ease, and so conducting herself that neither could fairly accuse her of undue favour to the other. But unfairly in his own mind Augustus did so accuse her. And why should he have been so venomous, seeing that he entertained no regard for the lady himself? His object was still plain enough, that namely of making a match between his needy friend and the heiress. His needy friend in the meantime played on through the long evening in thoughtless happiness, and Peregrine Orme, looking at the game from a distance, saw that rap given to the favoured knuckles with a bitterness of heart and an inner groaning of the spirit that will not be incomprehensible to many. "I do so love that Mr. Felix," said Marian, as her Aunt Madeline kissed her in her little bed on wishing her good night. "Don't you, Aunt Mad?" And so it was that Christmas Day was passed at Noningsby. End of Chapter 22 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 23. Christmas at Groby Park. Christmas Day was always a time of very great trial to Mrs. Mason of Groby Park. It behoved her, as the wife of an old English country gentleman, to spread her board plenteously at that season, and in some sort to make an open house of it. But she could not bring herself to spread any board with plenty, and the idea of an open house would almost break her heart. Unlimited eating! There was something in the very sounds of such words which was appalling to the inner woman. And on this Christmas Day she was doomed to go through an ordeal of very peculiar severity. It so happened that the cure of souls in the parish of Groby had been entrusted for the last 2 or 3 years to a young, energetic, but not very opulent curate. Why the rector of Groby should be altogether absent, leaving the work in the hands of a curate, whom he paid by the lease of a cottage and garden and £55 a year, thereby behaving, as he imagined, with extensive liberality, it is unnecessary here to inquire. Such was the case, and the Reverend Adolphus Green, with Mrs. A. Green and the 4 children, managed to live with some difficulty on the produce of the garden and the allotted stipend. but could not probably have lived at all in that position had not Mrs. Adolphus Green been blessed with some small fortune. It had so happened that Mrs. Adolphus Green had been instrumental in imparting some knowledge of singing to two of the Miss Masons, and had continued her instructions over the last 3 years. This had not been done in any preconcerted way, but the lessons had grown by chance. Mrs. Mason the while had looked on with a satisfied eye at an arrangement that was so much to her taste. "There are no regular lessons, you know," she had said to her husband, when he suggested that some reward for so much work would be expedient. "Mrs. Green finds it convenient to have the use of my drawing room, and would never see an instrument from year's end to year's end if she were not allowed to come up here. Depend upon it, she gets a great deal more than she gives." But after 2 years of tuition Mr. Mason had spoken a second time. "My dear," he said, "I cannot allow the girls to accept so great a favour from Mrs. Green without making her some compensation." "I don't see that it is at all necessary," Mrs. Mason had answered. "But if you think so, we could send her down a hamper of apples, that is, a basketful." Now it happened that apples were very plentiful that year, and that the curate and his wife were blessed with as many as they could judiciously consume. "Apples! Nonsense!" said Mr. Mason. "If you mean money, my dear, I couldn't do it. I wouldn't so offend a lady for all the world." "You could buy them something handsome in the way of furniture. That little room of theirs that they call the drawing room has nothing in it at all. Get Jones from Leeds to send them some things that will do for them." And hence, after many inner misgivings, had arisen that purchase of a drawing room set from Mr. Kantwise, that set of metallic Louis XIV furniture, containing 3 tables, 8 chairs, etc., etc., as to which it may be remembered that Mrs. Mason made such an undoubted bargain, getting them for less than cost price. That they had been strained, as Mr. Kantwise himself admitted in discoursing on the subject to Mr. Dockwrath, was not matter of much moment. They would do extremely well for a curate's wife. And now on this Christmas day the present was to be made over to the happy lady. Mr. and Mrs. Green were to dine at Groby Park, leaving their more fortunate children to the fuller festivities of the cottage, and the intention was that before dinner the whole drawing-room set should be made over. It was with grievous pangs of heart that Mrs. Mason looked forward to such an operation. Her own house was plenteously furnished from the kitchens to the attics, but still she would have loved to keep that metallic set of painted trumpery. She knew that the table would not screw on. She knew that the pivot on the music stool was bent. She knew that there was no place in the house in which they could stand. She must have known that in no possible way could they be of use to her or hers, and yet she could not part with them without an agony. Her husband was infatuated in this matter of compensation for the use of Mrs. Green's idle hours. No compensation could be necessary. And then she paid another visit to the metallic furniture. She knew in her heart of hearts that they could never be of use to anybody, and yet she made up her mind to keep back 2 out of the 8 chairs. 6 chairs would be quite enough for Mrs. Green's small room. As there was to be feasting at 5, real roast beef, plum pudding, and mince pies. "Mince pies and plum pudding together are vulgar, my dear," Mrs. Mason had said to her husband; but in spite of the vulgarity he had insisted. The breakfast was of course scanty. Mr. Mason liked a slice of cold meat in the morning, or the leg of a fowl, or a couple of fresh eggs as well as any man; but the matter was not worth a continual fight. "As we are to dine an hour earlier to day, I did not think you would eat meat," his wife said to him. "Then there would be less expense in putting it on the table," he had answered; and after that there was nothing more said about it. He always put off till some future day that great contest which he intended to wage and to win, and by which he hoped to bring it about that plenty should henceforward be the law of the land at Groby Park. And then they all went to church. Mrs. Mason would not on any account have missed church on Christmas day or a Sunday. It was a cheap duty, and therefore rigidly performed. As she walked from her carriage up to the church door she encountered Mrs. Green, and smiled sweetly as she wished that lady all the compliments of the season. "We shall see you immediately after church," said Mrs. Mason. "Oh yes, certainly," said Mrs. Green. "And Mr. Green with you?" "He intends to do himself the pleasure," said the curate's wife. "Mind he comes, because we have a little ceremony to go through before we sit down to dinner." And Mrs. Mason smiled again ever so graciously. Did she think, or did she not think, that she was going to do a kindness to her neighbour? Most women would have sunk into their shoes as the hour grew nigh at which they were to show themselves guilty of so much meanness. She stayed for the sacrament, and it may here be remarked that on that afternoon she rated both the footman and the housemaid because they omitted to do so. She thought, we must presume, that she was doing her duty, and must imagine her to have been ignorant that she was cheating her husband and cheating her friend. She took the sacrament with admirable propriety of demeanour, and then on her return home withdrew another chair from the set. There would still be 6, including the rocking chair, and 6 would be quite enough for that little hole of a room. There was a large chamber up stairs at Groby Park, which had been used for the children's lessons, but which now was generally deserted. There was in it an old worn-out pianoforte, and though Mrs. Mason had talked somewhat grandly of the use of her drawing-room, it was here that the singing had been taught. Into this room the metallic furniture had been brought, and up to that Christmas morning it had remained here packed in its original boxes. Hither, immediately after breakfast, Mrs. Mason had taken herself, and had spent an hour in her efforts to set the things forth to view. 2 of the chairs she then put aside into a cupboard, and a 3rd she added to her private store on her return to her work after church. But alas, alas, let her do what she would, she could not get the top on to the table. "It's all smashed, ma'am," said the girl whom she at last summoned to her aid. "Nonsense, you simpleton! How can it be smashed when it's new?" said the mistress. And then she tried again and again, declaring as she did so that she would have the law of the rogue who had sold her a damaged article. Nevertheless, she had known that it was damaged, and had bought it cheap on that account, insisting in very urgent language that the table was, in fact, worth nothing because of its injuries. At about 4 Mr. and Mrs. Green walked up to the house, and were shown into the drawing-room. Here was Mrs. Mason, supported by Penelope and Creusa. As Diana was not musical, and therefore under no compliment to Mrs. Green, she kept out of the way. Mr. Mason also was absent. He knew that something very mean was about to be done, and would not show his face till it was over. He ought to have taken the matter in hand himself, and would have done so had not his mind been full of other things. He himself was a man terribly wronged and wickedly injured, and could not therefore in these present months interfere much in the active doing of kindnesses. His hours were spent in thinking how he might best obtain justice, how he might secure his pound of flesh. He only wanted his own, but that he would have, his own, with due punishment on those who had for so many years robbed him of it. He therefore did not attend at the presentation of the furniture. "And now we'll go up stairs, if you please," said Mrs. Mason, with that gracious smile for which she was so famous. "Mr. Green, you must come too. Dear Mrs. Green has been so very kind to my 2 girls, and now I have got a few articles. They are of the very newest fashion, and I do hope that Mrs. Green will like them." And so they all went up into the schoolroom. "There's a new fashion come up lately," said Mrs. Mason as she walked along the corridor, "quite new, of metallic furniture. I don't know whether you have seen any." Mrs. Green said she had not seen any as yet. "The Patent Steel Furniture Company makes it, and it has got very greatly into vogue for small rooms. I thought that perhaps you would allow me to present you with a set for your drawing room." "I'm sure it is very kind of you to think of it," said Mrs. Green. "Uncommonly so," said Mr. Green. But both Mr. Green and Mrs. Green knew the lady, and their hopes did not run high. And then the door was opened, and there stood the furniture to view. There stood the furniture, except the 3 subtracted chairs and the loo table. The claw and leg of the table indeed were standing there, but the top was folded up and lying on the floor beside it. "I hope you like the pattern," began Mrs. Mason. "I'm told that it is the prettiest that has yet been brought out. There has been some little accident about the screw of the table, but the smith in the village will put that to rights in 5 minutes. He lives so close to you that I didn't think it worth while to have him up here." "It's very nice," said Mrs. Green, looking round her almost in dismay. "Very nice indeed," said Mr. Green, wondering in his mind for what purpose such utter trash could have been manufactured, and endeavouring to make up his mind as to what they might possibly do with it. Mr. Green knew what chairs and tables should be, and was well aware that the things before him were absolutely useless for any of the ordinary purposes of furniture. "And they are the most convenient things in the world," said Mrs. Mason, "for when you are going to change house you pack them all up again in those boxes. Wooden furniture takes up so much room, and is so lumbersome." "Yes, it is," said Mrs. Green. "I'll have them all put up again and sent down in the cart to morrow." "Thank you, that will be very kind," said Mr. Green, and then the ceremony of the presentation was over. On the following day the boxes were sent down, and Mrs. Mason might have abstracted even another chair without detection, for the cases lay unheeded from month to month in the curate's still unfurnished room. "The fact is, they cannot afford a carpet," Mrs. Mason afterwards said to one of her daughters, "and with such things as those they are quite right to keep them up till they can be used with advantage." I always gave Mrs. Green credit for a good deal of prudence. And then, when the show was over, they descended again into the drawing room. Mr. Green and Mrs. Mason went first, and Creusa followed. Penelope was thus so far behind as to be able to speak to her friend without being heard by the others. "You know mamma," she said, with a shrug of her shoulders and a look of scorn in her eye. "The things are very nice." "No, they are not, and you know they are not. They are worthless, perfectly worthless." "But we don't want anything." "No, and if there had been no pretence of a gift it would all have been very well. What will Mr. Green think?" "I rather think he likes iron chairs." And then they were in the drawing room. Mr. Mason did not appear till dinner time, and came in only just in time to give his arm to Mrs. Green. He had had letters to write, a letter to Messrs. Round and Crook, very determined in its tone, and a letter also to Mr. Dockwrath, for the little attorney had so crept on in the affair that he was now corresponding with the principal. "I'll teach those fellows in Bedford Row to know who I am," he had said to himself more than once, sitting on his high stool at Hamworth. And then came the Groby Park Christmas dinner. To speak the truth, Mr. Mason had himself gone to the neighbouring butcher and ordered the sirloin of beef, knowing that it would be useless to trust to orders conveyed through his wife. He had seen the piece of meat put on one side for him, and had afterwards traced it on to the kitchen dresser. But nevertheless, when it appeared at table, it had been sadly mutilated. A steak had been cut off the full breadth of it, a monstrous cantle from out its fair proportions. The lady had seen the jovial, thick, ample size of the goodly joint, and her heart had been unable to spare it. She had made an effort and turned away, saying to herself that the responsibility was all with him. But it was of no use. There was that within her which could not do it. "Your master will never be able to carve such a mountain of meat as that," she had said, turning back to the cook. "'Deed, and it's he that will, ma'am," said the Irish mistress of the spit, for Irish cooks are cheaper than those bred and born in England. But nevertheless the thing was done, and it was by her own fair hands that the envious knife was used. "I couldn't do it, ma'am," the cook had said. "I couldn't really." Mr. Mason's face became very black when he saw the raid that had been effected, and when he looked up across the table His wife's eye was on him. She knew what she had to expect, and she knew also that it would not come now. Her eye steadily looked at his, quivering with fear, for Mr. Mason could be savage enough in his anger. And what had she gained? One may as well ask, what does the miser gain who hides away his gold in an old pot? Or what does that other madman gain who is locked up for long, long years because he fancies himself the grandmother of the Queen of England? But there was still enough beef on the table for all of them to eat, and as Mrs. Mason was not entrusted with the carving of it, their plates were filled. As far as a sufficiency of beef can make a good dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Green did have a good dinner on Christmas Day. Beyond that their comfort was limited, for no one was in the humour for happy conversation. And over and beyond the beef there was a plum pudding and 3 mince pies. 4 mince pies had originally graced the dish, but before dinner one had been conveyed away to some upstairs receptacle for such spoils. The pudding also was small, nor was it black and rich and laden with good things as a Christmas pudding should be laden. Let us hope that what the guests so lost was made up to them on the following day by an absence of those ill effects which sometimes attend upon the consumption of rich viands. "And now, my dear, we'll have a bit of bread and cheese and a glass of beer," Mr. Green said when he arrived at his own cottage. And so it was that Christmas Day was passed at Groby Park. End of Chapter 23 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 24. Christmas in Great St. Helens. We will now look in for a moment at the Christmas doings of our fat friend Mr. Moulder. Mr. Moulder was a married man living in lodgings over a wine merchant's vaults in Great St. Helens. He was blessed, or troubled, with no children, and prided himself greatly on the material comfort with which his humble home was surrounded. His wife, he often boasted, never wanted for plenty of the best of eating, and for linen and silks and such like she could show her drawers and her wardrobes with many a great lady from Russell Square, and not be ashamed neither. And then as for drink, tipple, as Mr. Moulder sportively was accustomed to name it among his friends, he opined that he was not altogether behind the mark in that respect. He had got some brandy. He didn't care what anybody might say about cognac and eau de vie, but the brandy which he had got from Bet's private establishment 17 years ago, for richness of flavour and fullness of strength, would beat any French article that anybody in the city could show. That at least was his idea. If anybody didn't like it, they needn't take it. There was whisky that would make your hair stand on end. So said Mr. Moulder, and I can believe him, for it has made my hair stand on end merely to see other people drinking it. And if comforts of apparel, comforts of eating and drinking, and comforts of the feather bed and easy chair kind can make a woman happy, Mrs. Moulder was no doubt a happy woman. She had quite fallen into the mode of life laid out for her. She had a little bit of hot kidney for breakfast at about 10. She dined at 3, having seen herself to the accurate cooking of her roast fowl or her bit of sweetbread, and always had her pint of Scotch ale. She turned over all her clothes almost every day. In the evening she read Reynolds' Miscellany, had her tea and buttered muffins, took a thimbleful of brandy and water at 9, and then went to bed. The work of her life consisted in sewing buttons on to Moulder's shirts, and seeing that his things were properly got up when he was at home. No doubt she would have done better as to the duties of the world, had the world's duties come to her. As it was, very few such had come in her direction. Her husband was away from home 3/4 of the year, and she had no children that required attention. As for society, some 4 or 5 times a year she would drink tea with Mrs. Hubbles at Clapham. Mrs. Hubbles was the wife of the senior partner in the firm, and on such occasions Mrs. Moulder dressed herself in her best, and having travelled to Clapham in an omnibus, spent the evening in dull propriety on one corner of Mrs. Hubble's sofa. When I have added to this that Moulder every year took her to Broadstairs for a fortnight, I think that I have described with sufficient accuracy the course of Mrs. Moulder's life. On the occasion of this present Christmas day, Mr. Moulder entertained a small party, and he delighted in such occasional entertainments, taking extraordinary pains that the eatables should be of the very best, and he would maintain an hospitable good humour to the last, unless anything went wrong in the cookery, in which case he could make himself extremely unpleasant to Mrs. M. Indeed, proper cooking for Mr. M. and the proper starching of the bands of his shirts were almost the only trials that Mrs. Moulder was doomed to suffer. "What the devil are you for?" he would say, almost throwing the displeasing viands at her head across the table, or tearing the rough linen from his throat. "It ain't much I ask of you in return for your keep." And then he would scowl at her with bloodshot eyes till she shook in her shoes. But this did not happen often, as experiences had made her careful. But on this present Christmas festival all went swimmingly to the end. "Now bear a hand, old girl," was the harshest word he said to her, and he enjoyed himself like Duncan, shut up in measureless content. He had 3 guests with him on this auspicious day. There was his old friend Snengkeld, who had dined with him on every Christmas since his marriage. There was his wife's brother, of whom we will say a word or two just now, and there was our old friend Mr. Kantwise. Mr. Kantwise was not exactly the man whom Moulder would have chosen as his guest, for they were opposed to each other in all their modes of thought and action. But he had come across the travelling agent of the Patent Metallic Steel Furniture Company on the previous day, and finding that he was to be alone in London on this general holiday, he had asked him out of sheer good nature. Moulder could be very good natured, and full of pity when the sorrow to be pitied arose from such source as the want of a Christmas dinner. So Mr. Kantwise had been asked, and precisely at 4 o'clock he made his appearance at Great St. Helens. But now as to this brother-in-law. He was no other than that John Kenneby, whom Miriam Usbech did not marry, whom Miriam Usbech might perhaps have done well to marry. John Kenneby, after 1 or 2 attempts in other spheres of life, had at last got into the house of Hubbles and Grease, and had risen to be their bookkeeper. He had once been tried by them as a traveller, but in that line he had failed. He did not possess that rough, ready, self-confident tone of mind which is almost necessary for a man who is destined to move about quickly from one circle of persons to another. After a 6 months' trial he had given that up, but during that time Mr. Moulder, the senior traveller of the house, had married his sister. John Kenneby was a good, honest, painstaking fellow, and was believed by his friends to have put a few pounds together, in spite of the timidity of his character. When Snengkeld and Kenneby were shown up into the room, they found nobody there but Kantwise. That Mrs. Moulder should be downstairs looking after the roast turkey was no more than natural, but why should not Moulder himself be there to receive his guests? He soon appeared, however, coming up without his coat. "Well, Snengkeld, how are you, old fellow? Many happy returns and all that. The same to you, John. I'll tell you what, my lads, it's a prime 'un. I never saw such a bird in all my days." "What, the turkey?" said Snengkeld. "You didn't think it'd be an ostrich, did you?" laughed Snengkeld. "No, I didn't expect nothing but a turkey here on Christmas Day." "And nothing but a turkey you'll have, my boys. Can you eat turkey, Kantwise?" Mr. Kantwise declared that his only passion in the way of eating was for a turkey. "As for John, I'm sure of him. I've seen him at the work before." Whereupon John grinned, but said nothing. "I never see such a bird in my life, certainly." "From Norfolk, I suppose," said Snengkeld, with a great appearance of interest. "Oh, you may swear to that. It weighed 24 pounds, for I put it into the scales myself, and old Gibbets let me have it for a guinea. The price marked on it was 25, for I saw it. He's had it hanging for a fortnight, and I've been to see it wiped down with vinegar regular every morning. And now, my boys, it's done to a turn. I've been in the kitchen most of the time myself, and either I or Mrs. M. has never left it for a single moment." "How did you manage about the divine service?" said Kantwise, and then when he had spoken closed his eyes and sucked his lips. Mr. Moulder looked at him for a minute, and then said, "Gammon." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Snengkeld. And then Mrs. Moulder appeared, bringing the turkey with her, for she would trust it to no hands less careful than her own. "By George, it is a bird," said Snengkeld, standing over it and eyeing it minutely. "Uncommon nice it looks," said Kantwise. "All the same, I wouldn't eat none if I were you," said Moulder, "seeing what sinners have been a-basting it." And then they all sat down to dinner, Moulder having first resumed his coat. For the next 3 or 4 minutes Moulder did not speak a word. The turkey was on his mind, with the stuffing, the gravy, the liver, the breast, the wings, and the legs. He stood up to carve it, and while he was at the work he looked at it as though his 2 eyes were hardly sufficient. He did not help first one person and then another, so ending by himself, but he cut up artistically as much as might probably be consumed, and located the fragments in small heaps or shares in the hot gravy, and then, having made a partition of the spoils, he served it out with unerring impartiality. To have robbed any one of his or her fair slice of the breast would in his mind have been gross dishonesty. In his heart he did not love Kantwise, but he dealt by him with the utmost justice in the great affair of the turkey's breast. When he had done all this, and his own plate was laden, he gave a long sigh. "I shall never cut up such another bird as that the longest day that I have to live," he said, and then he took out his large red silk handkerchief and wiped the perspiration from his brow. "Deary me, Em, don't think of that now," said the wife. "What's the use?" said Snengkeld. "Care killed a cat." "And perhaps you may," said John Kenneby, trying to comfort him. "Who knows?" "It's all in the hands of Providence," said Kantwise, "and we should look to him." "And how does it taste?" asked Moulder, shaking the gloomy thoughts from his mind. "Uncommon," said Snengkeld, with his mouth quite full. "I never eat such a turkey in all my life." "Like melted diamonds," said Mrs. Moulder, who was not without a touch of poetry. "Ah, there's nothing like hanging of 'em long enough, and watching of 'em well. It's that vinegar has done it." And then they went seriously to work, and there was nothing more said of any importance until the eating was nearly over. And now Mrs. M. had taken away the cloth, and they were sitting cosily over their port wine. The very apple of the eye of the evening had not arrived even yet. That would not come until the pipes were brought out, and the brandy was put on the table, and the whisky was there that made the people's hair stand on end. It was then that the floodgates of convivial eloquence would be unloosed. In the mean time it was necessary to sacrifice something to gentility, and therefore they sat over their port wine. "Did you bring that letter with you, John?" said his sister. John replied that he had done so, and that he had also received another letter that morning from another party on the same subject. "Do show it to Moulder, and ask him," said Mrs. M. "I've got them both on purpose," said John, and then he brought forth 2 letters and handed one of them to his brother-in-law. It contained a request, very civilly worded, from Messrs. Round and Crook, begging him to call at their office in Bedford Row on the earliest possible day, in order that they might have some conversation with him regarding the will of the late Sir Joseph Mason, who died in 18 "Why, this is law business," said Moulder, who liked no business of that description. "Don't you go near them, John, if you ain't obliged." And then Kenneby gave his explanation on the matter, telling how in former years, many years ago, he had been a witness in a lawsuit. And then as he told it he sighed, remembering Miriam Usbech, for whose sake he had remained unmarried even to this day. And he went on to narrate how he had been bullied in the court, though he had valiantly striven to tell the truth with exactness. And as he spoke, an opinion of his became manifest, that old Usbech had not signed the document in his presence. "The girl signed it certainly," said he, "for I handed her the pen. I recollect it as though it were yesterday." "They are the very people we were talking of at Leeds," said Moulder, turning to Kantwise. "Mason and Martock. Don't you remember how you went out to Groby Park to sell some of them iron gimcracks? That was old Mason's son. They are the same people." "Ah, I shouldn't wonder," said Kantwise, who was listening all the while. He never allowed intelligence of this kind to pass by him idly. "And who's the other letter from?" asked Moulder. "But dash my wigs, it's past 6 o'clock. Come, old girl, why don't you give us the tobacco and stuff?" "It ain't far to fetch," said Mrs. Moulder, and then she put the tobacco and stuff upon the table. "The other letter is from an enemy of mine," said John Kenneby, speaking very solemnly, "an enemy of mine named Dockwrath, who lives at Hamworth. He's an attorney too." "Dockwrath!" said Moulder. Mr. Kantwise said nothing, but he looked round over his shoulder at Kenneby, and then shut his eyes. "That was the name of the man whom we left in the commercial room at the Bull," said Snengkeld. "He went out to Mason's at Groby Park that same day," said Moulder. "Then it's the same man," said Kenneby, and there was as much solemnity in the tone of his voice as though the unravelment of all the mysteries of the Iron Mask was now about to take place. Mr. Kantwise still said nothing, but he also perceived that it was the same man. "Let me tell you, John Kenneby," said Moulder, with the air of one who understood well the subject that he was discussing, "if they two be the same man, then the man who wrote that letter to you is as big a blackguard as there is, from this to hisself." And Mr. Moulder, in the excitement of the moment, puffed hard at his pipe, took a long pull at his drink, and dragged open his waistcoat. "I don't know whether Kantwise has anything to say upon that subject," added Moulder. "Not a word at present," said Kantwise. Mr. Kantwise was a very careful man, and usually calculated with accuracy the value which he might extract from any circumstances with reference to his own main chance. Mr. Dockwrath had not as yet paid him for the set of metallic furniture, and therefore he also might well have joined in that sweeping accusation, but it might be that by a judicious use of what he now heard he might obtain the payment of that little bill, and perhaps other collateral advantages. And then the letter from Dockwrath to Kenneby was brought forth and read. "My dear John," it began, for the two had known each other when they were lads together, and it went on to request Kenneby's attendance at Hamworth for the short space of a few hours. "I want to have a little conversation with you about a matter of considerable interest to both of us, and as I cannot expect you to undertake expense, I enclose a money order for 30 shillings. "He's in earnest at any rate," said Mr. Moulder. "No mistake about that," said Snengkeld. But Mr. Kantwise spoke never a word. It was at last decided that John Kenneby should go both to Hamworth and to Bedford Row, but that he should go to Hamworth first. Moulder would have counselled him to have gone to neither, but Snengkeld remarked that there were too many at work to let the matter sleep, and John himself observed that, anyways, he hadn't done anything to be ashamed of. "Then go," said Moulder at last, "only don't say more than you are obliged to." "I does not like these business talkings on Christmas night," said Mrs. Moulder, when the matter was arranged. "What can one do?" asked Moulder. "It's a tempting of Providence in my mind," said Kantwise, as he replenished his glass and turned his eyes up to the ceiling. "Now that's gammon," said Moulder; and then there arose among them a long and animated discussion on matters theological. "I'll tell you what my idea of death is," said Moulder, after a while. "I ain't a bit afeard of it. My father was an honest man as did his duty by his employers, and he died with a bottom of brandy before him and a pipe in his mouth. I shan't live long myself." "Gracious, Moulder, don't," said Mrs. M. "No more I shan't, 'cause I'm fat, as he was; and I hope I may die as he did. I've been honest to Hubbles and Grease. They've made thousands of pounds along of me, and have never lost none. Who can say more than that? When I took to the old girl there, I insured my life, so that she shouldn't want her wittles and drink." "Oh, M, don't." "And I ain't afeard to die. Snengkeld, my old pal, hand us the brandy." Such is the modern philosophy of the Moulders, pigs out of the sty of Epicurus. And so it was they passed Christmas Day in Great St. Helens. End of Chapter 24 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 25. Mr. Furnival again at his chambers. The Christmas doings at The Cleeve were not very gay. There was no visitor there except Lady Mason, and it was known that she was in trouble. It must not, however, be supposed that she constantly bewailed herself while there, or made her friends miserable by a succession of hysterical tears. By no means. She made an effort to be serene, and the effort was successful, as such efforts usually are. On the morning of Christmas Day they duly attended church, and Lady Mason was seen by all Hamworth sitting in the Cleeve pew. In no way could the baronet's friendship have been shown more plainly than in this, nor could a more significant mark of intimacy have been given, all which Sir Peregrine well understood. The people of Hamworth had chosen to talk scandal about Lady Mason, but he at any rate would show how little attention he paid to the falsehoods that there were circulated. So he stood by her at the pew door as she entered, with as much deference as though she had been a duchess; and the people of Hamworth, looking on, wondered which would be right, Mr. Dockwrath or Sir Peregrine. After dinner Sir Peregrine gave a toast. "Lady Mason, we will drink the health of the absent boys. God bless them. I hope they are enjoying themselves." "God bless them," said Mrs. Orme, putting her handkerchief to her eyes. "God bless them both," said Lady Mason, also putting her handkerchief to her eyes. Then the ladies left the room, and that was the extent of their special festivity. "Robert," said Sir Peregrine immediately afterwards to his butler, "let them have what port wine they want in the servants' hall, within measure." "Yes, Sir Peregrine. And, Robert, I shall not want you again." "Thank you, Sir Peregrine." From all which it may be imagined that the Christmas doings at The Cleeve were chiefly maintained below stairs. "I do hope they are happy," said Mrs. Orme, when the two ladies were together in the drawing room. "They have a very nice party at Noningsby." "Your boy will be happy, I'm sure," said Lady Mason. "And why not Lucius also?" It was sweet in Lady Mason's ear to hear her son called by his Christian name. All these increasing signs of interest and intimacy were sweet, but especially any which signified some favour shown to her son. "This trouble weighs heavy on him," she replied. "It is only natural that he should feel it." "Papa does not seem to think much of it," said Mrs. Orme. "If I were you I would strive to forget it." "I do strive," said the other, and then she took the hand which Mrs. Orme had stretched out to her, and that lady got up and kissed her. "Dearest friend," said Mrs. Orme, "if we can comfort you we will." And then they sobbed in each other's arms. In the meantime Sir Peregrine was sitting alone, thinking. He sat thinking, with his glass of claret untouched by his side, and with the biscuit which he had taken lying untouched upon the table. As he sat he had raised one leg upon the other, placing his foot on his knee, and he held it there with his hand upon his instep. And so he sat without moving for some quarter of an hour, trying to use all his mind on the subject which occupied it. At last he roused himself almost with a start, and leaving his chair walked 3 or 4 times the length of the room. "Why should I not?" at last he said to himself, stopping suddenly and placing his hand upon the table. "Why should I not, if it pleases me? It shall not injure him nor her." And then he walked again. "But I will ask Edith," he said, still speaking to himself. "If she says that she disapproves of it, I will not do it." And then he left the room while the wine still remained untasted on the table. On the day following Christmas Mr. Furnival went up to town, and Mr. Round junior, Mat Round, as he was called in the profession, came to him at his chambers. A promise had been made to the barrister by Round and Crook that no active steps should be taken against Lady Mason on the part of Joseph Mason of Groby, without notice being given to Mr. Furnival; and this visit by appointment was made in consequence of that promise. "You see," said Matthew Round, when that visit was nearly brought to a close, "that we are pressed very hard to go on with this, and if we do not, somebody else will." "Nevertheless, if I were you, I should decline," said Mr. Furnival. "You're looking to your client, not to ours, sir," said the attorney. "The fact is that the whole case is very queer. It was proved on the last trial that Bolster and Kenneby were witnesses to a deed on the 14th of July. And that was all that was proved. Now we can prove that they were on that day witnesses to another deed. Were they witnesses to 2? Why should they not be? That is for us to see. We have written to them both to come up to us, and in order that we might be quite on the square, I thought it right to tell you." "Thank you. Yes, I cannot complain of you. And what form do you think that your proceedings will take?" "Joseph Mason talks of indicting her for forgery," said the attorney, pausing a moment before he dared to pronounce the dread word. "Indict her for forgery!" said Furnival with a start. And yet the idea was one which had been for some days present to his mind's eye. "I do not say so," said Round. "I have as yet seen none of the witnesses myself. If they are prepared to prove that they did sign 2 separate documents on that day, the thing must pass off." It was clear to Mr. Furnival that even Mr. Round junior would be glad that it should pass off. And then he also sat thinking, might it not be probable that with a little judicious exercise of their memory those 2 witnesses would remember that they had signed 2 documents, or at any rate, looking to the lapse of the time, that they might be induced to forget altogether whether they had signed 1, 2, or 3; or even if they could be mystified so that nothing could be proved, it would still be well with his client. Indeed, no magistrate would commit such a person as Lady Mason, especially after so long an interval, and no grand jury would find a bill against her, except upon evidence that was clear, well defined, and almost indubitable. If any point of doubt could be shown, she might be brought off without a trial, if only she would be true to herself. At the former trial there was the existing codicil, and the fact also that the 2 surviving reputed witnesses would not deny their signatures. These signatures, if they were genuine signatures, had been attached with all proper formality, and the form used went to state that the testator had signed the instrument in the presence of them all, they all being present together at the same time. The survivors had both asserted that when they did affix their names, the 3 were then present, as was also Sir Joseph; but there had been a terrible doubt even then as to the identity of the document, and a doubt also as to there having been any signature made by one of the reputed witnesses, by that one namely, who at the time of that trial was dead. Now another document was forthcoming, purporting to have been witnessed on the same day by these two surviving witnesses. If that document were genuine, and if these two survivors should be clear that they had written their names but once on that 14th of July, in such case could it be possible to quash further public inquiry? The criminal prosecution might not be possible as a first proceeding, but if the estate were recovered at common law, would not the criminal prosecution follow as a matter of course? And then Mr. Furnival thought it all over again and again. If this document were genuine, this new document which the man Dockwrath stated that he had found, the deed of separation of partnership which purported to have been executed on that 14th of July, that was now the one important question, if it were genuine. And why should there not be as strong a question of the honesty of that document as of the other? Mr. Furnival well knew that no fraudulent deed would be forged and produced without a motive, and that if he impugned this deed he must show the motive. Motive enough there was, no doubt. Mason might have had it forged in order to get the property, or Dockwrath to gratify his revenge. But in such case it would be a forgery of the present day. There could have been no motive for such a forgery 20 years ago. The paper, the writing, the attested signature of Martock, the other party to it, would prove that it had not been got up and manufactured now. Dockwrath would not dare to bring forward such a forgery as that. There was no hope of any such result. But might not he, Furnival, if the matter were pushed before a jury, make them think that the two documents stood balanced against each other, and that Lady Mason's respectability, her long possession, together with the vile malignity of her antagonists, gave the greater probability of honesty to the disputed codicil? Mr. Furnival did think that he might induce a jury to acquit her, but he terribly feared that he might not be able to induce the world to acquit her also. As he thought of all the case, he seemed to put himself apart from the world at large. He did not question himself as to his own belief, but seemed to feel that it would suffice for him if he could so bring it about that her other friends should think her innocent. It would by no means suffice for him to secure for her son the property, and for her a simple acquittal. It was not that he dreaded the idea of thinking her guilty himself. Perhaps he did so think her now. He half thought her so, at any rate. But he greatly dreaded the idea of others thinking so. It might be well to buy up Dockwrath, if it were possible. If it were possible. But then it was not possible that he himself could have a hand in such a matter. Could Crabwitz do it? No, he thought not. And then at this moment he was not certain that he could depend on Crabwitz. And why should he trouble himself in this way? Mr. Furnival was a man loyal to his friends at heart. Had Lady Mason been a man, and had he pulled that man through great difficulties in early life, he would have been loyally desirous of carrying him through the same or similar difficulties at any after period. In that cause which he had once battled, he was always ready to do battle, without reference to any professional consideration of triumph or profit. It was to this feeling of loyalty that he had owed much of his success in life, and in such a case as this it might be supposed that that feeling would be strong. But then such a feeling presumed a case in which he could sympathize, in which he could believe. Would it be well that he should allow himself to feel the same interest in this case, to maintain respecting it the same personal anxiety, if he ceased to believe in it? He did ask himself the question, and he finally answered it in the affirmative. He had beaten Joseph Mason once in a good stand-up fight, and having done so, having thus made the matter his own, it was necessary to his comfort that he should beat him again if another fight were to be fought. Lady Mason was his client, and all the associations of his life taught him to be true to her as such. And as we are thus searching into his innermost heart, we must say more than this. Mrs. Furnival perhaps had no sufficient grounds for those terrible fears of hers, but nevertheless the mistress of Orley Farm was very comely in the eyes of the lawyer. Her eyes, when full of tears, were very bright, and her hand, as it lay in his, was very soft. He laid out for himself no scheme of wickedness with reference to her. He purposely entertained no thoughts which he knew to be wrong. But nevertheless he did feel that he liked to have her by him, that he liked to be her adviser and friend, that he liked to wipe the tears from those eyes, not by material handkerchief from his pocket, but by immaterial manly sympathy from his bosom, and that he liked also to feel the pressure of that hand. Mrs. Furnival had become solid and heavy and red, and though he himself was solid and heavy and red also, more so indeed in proportion than his poor wife, for his redness, as I have said before, had almost reached a purple hue, nevertheless his eye loved to look upon the beauty of a lovely woman, his ear loved to hear the tone of her voice, and his hand loved to meet the soft ripeness of her touch. It was very wrong that it should have been so, but the case is not without a parallel. And therefore he made up his mind that he would not desert Lady Mason. He would not desert her, but how would he set about the fighting that would be necessary in her behalf? He was well aware of this, that if he fought at all he must fight now. It would not do to let the matter go on till she should be summoned to defend herself. Steps which might now be available would be altogether unavailable in 2 or 3 months' time, would be so perhaps if he allowed 2 or 3 weeks to pass idly by him. Mr. Round, luckily, was not disposed to hurry his proceedings, nor, as far as he was concerned, was there any bitterness of antagonism. But with both Mason and Dockwrath there would be hot haste and hotter malice. From those who were really her enemies she could expect no quarter. He was to return on that evening to Noningsby, and on the following day he would go over to The Cleeve. He knew that Lady Mason was staying there, but his object in making that visit would not be merely that he might see her, but also that he might speak to Sir Peregrine, and learn how far the baronet was inclined to support his neighbour in her coming tribulation. He would soon be able to ascertain what Sir Peregrine really thought, whether he suspected the possibility of any guilt, and he would ascertain also what was the general feeling in the neighbourhood of Hamworth. It would be a great thing if he could spread abroad a conviction that she was an injured woman. It would be a great thing even if he could make it known that the great people of the neighbourhood so thought. The jurymen of Alston would be mortal men, and it might be possible that they should be imbued with a favourable bias on the subject before they assembled in their box for its consideration. He wished that he knew the truth in the matter, or rather he wished he could know whether or no she were innocent, without knowing whether or no she were guilty. The fight in his hands would be conducted on terms so much more glorious if he could feel sure of her innocence. But then if he attempted that, and she were not innocent, all might be sacrificed by the audacity of his proceedings. He could not venture that unless he were sure of his ground. For a moment or two he thought he would ask her the question. He said to himself that he could forgive the fault, that it had been repented ere this he did not doubt, and it would be sweet to say to her that it was very grievous, but that yet it might be forgiven. It would be sweet to feel that she was in his hands, and that he would treat her with mercy and kindness. But then 100 other thoughts forbade him to think more of this. If she had been guilty, if she declared her guilt to him, would not restitution be necessary? In that case her son must know it, and all the world must know it. Such a confession would be incompatible with that innocence before the world which it was necessary that she should maintain. Moreover, he must be able to proclaim aloud his belief in her innocence. And how could he do that, knowing her to be guilty, knowing that she also knew that he had such knowledge? It was impossible that he should ask any such question, or admit of any such confidence. It would be necessary, if the case did come to a trial, that she should employ some attorney. The matter must come into the barrister's hands in the usual way, through a solicitor's house, and it would be well that the person employed should have a firm faith in his client. What could he say, he as a barrister, if the attorney suggested to him that the lady might possibly be guilty? As he thought of all these things he almost dreaded the difficulties before him. He rang the bell for Crabwitz, the peculiar bell which Crabwitz was bound to answer, having first of all gone through a little ceremony with his cheque-book. Crabwitz entered, still sulky in his demeanour, for as yet the old anger had not been appeased, and it was still a doubtful matter in the clerk's mind, whether or no it might not be better for him to seek a master who would better appreciate his services. A more lucrative position it might be difficult for him to find, but money is not everything, as Crabwitz said to himself more than once. "Crabwitz," said Mr. Furnival, looking with a pleasant face at his clerk, "I am leaving town this evening, and I shall be absent for the next 10 days. If you like, you can go away for a holiday." "It's rather late in the season now, sir," said Crabwitz, gloomily, as though he were determined not to be pleased. "It is a little late, as you say, but I really could not manage it earlier. Come, Crabwitz, you and I should not quarrel. Your work has been a little hard, but then so has mine also." "I fancy you like it, sir." "I like it indeed, but so do you like it, in its way. Come, Crabwitz, you have been an excellent servant to me, and I don't think that, on the whole, I have been a bad master to you." "I am making no complaint, sir." "But you're cross because I kept you in town a little too long. Come, Crabwitz, you must forget all that. You have worked very hard this year past. Here is a cheque for £50. Get out of town for a fortnight or so, and amuse yourself." "I'm sure I'm very much obliged, sir," said Crabwitz, putting out his hand and taking the cheque. He felt that his master had got the better of him, and he was still a little melancholy on that account. He would have valued his grievance at that moment almost more than the £50, especially as by the acceptance of it he surrendered all right to complain for some considerable time to come. "By the by, Crabwitz," said Mr. Furnival, as the clerk was about to leave the room. "Yes, sir," said Crabwitz. "You have never chanced to hear of an attorney named Dockwrath, I suppose?" "What, in London, Mr. Furnival?" "No, I fancy he has no place of business in town. He lives, I know, at Hamworth." "It's he, you mean, sir, that is meddling in this affair of Lady Mason's." "What, you have heard of that, have you?" "Oh yes, sir. It's being a good deal talked about in the profession. Messrs. Round and Crook's leading young man was up here with me the other day, and he did say a good deal about it. He's a very decent young man, considering his position is smart." "And he knows Dockwrath, does he?" "Well, sir, I can't say that he knows much of the man, but Dockwrath has been at their place of business pretty constant of late, and he and Mr. Matthew seem thick enough together." "Oh, they do they?" "So Smart tells me. I don't know how it is myself, sir. I don't suppose that Dockwrath is a very—" No, exactly. I dare say not. You've never seen him yourself, Crabwitz?" "Who, sir? I, sir? No, sir, I've never set eyes on the man, sir. From all I hear it's not very likely he should come here, and I'm sure it is not at all likely that I should go to him." Mr. Furnival sat thinking a while, and the clerk stood waiting opposite to him, leaning with both his hands upon the table. "You don't know any one in the neighbourhood of Hamworth, I suppose?" Mr. Furnival said at last. "Who, sir? I, sir? Not a soul, sir. I never was there in my life." "I'll tell you why I ask. I strongly suspect that that man Dockwrath is at some very foul play." And then he told to his clerk so much of the whole story of Lady Mason and her affairs as he chose that he should know. "It is plain enough that he may give Lady Mason a great deal of annoyance," he ended by saying. "There's no doubting that, sir," said Crabwitz; "and to tell the truth, I believe his mind is made up to do it." "You don't think that anything could be done by seeing him? Of course Lady Mason has got nothing to compromise. Her son's estate is as safe as my hat, but " "The people at Round's think it isn't quite so safe, sir." "Then the people at Round's know nothing about it. But Lady Mason is so averse to legal proceedings that it would be worth her while to have matters settled. You understand?" "Yes, sir, I understand. Would not an attorney be the best person, sir?" "Not just at present, Crabwitz. Lady Mason is a very dear friend of mine." "Yes, sir, we know that," said Crabwitz. "If you could make any pretence for running down to Hamworth, change of air, you know, for a week or so. It's a beautiful country, just the place you like. And you might find out whether anything could be done, eh?" Mr. Crabwitz was well aware from the first that he did not get £50 for nothing. End of Chapter 25 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 26. Why should I not? A day or two after his conversation with Crabwitz, as described in the last chapter, Mr. Furnival was driven up to the door of Sir Peregrine Orme's house in a Hamworth fly. He had come over by train from Alston on purpose to see the baronet, whom he found seated in his library. At that very moment he was again asking himself those questions which he had before asked as he was walking up and down his own dining room. "Why should I not?" he said to himself, "unless, indeed, it will make her unhappy." And then the barrister was shown into his room, muffled up to his eyes in his winter clothing. Sir Peregrine and Mr. Furnival were well known to each other, and had always met as friends. They had been interested on the same side in the first Orley Farm case, and possessed a topic of sympathy in their mutual dislike to Joseph Mason of Groby Park. Sir Peregrine therefore was courteous, and when he learned the subject on which he was to be consulted, he became almost more than courteous. "Oh yes, she's staying here, Mr. Furnival. Would you like to see her?" "Before I leave I shall be glad to see her, Sir Peregrine. But if I am justified in regarding you as specially her friend, it may perhaps be well that I should first have some conversation with you." Sir Peregrine in answer to this declared that Mr. Furnival certainly would be so justified, that he did regard himself as Lady Mason's special friend, and that he was ready to hear anything that the barrister might have to say to him. Many of the points of this case have already been named so often, and will, I fear, be necessarily named so often again, that I will spare the repetition when it is possible. Mr. Furnival on this occasion told Sir Peregrine not all that he had heard, but all that he thought it necessary to tell, and soon became fully aware that in the baronet's mind there was not the slightest shadow of suspicion that Lady Mason could have been in any way to blame. He, the baronet, was thoroughly convinced that Mr. Mason was the great sinner in this matter, and that he was prepared to harass an innocent and excellent lady from motives of disappointed cupidity and long-sustained malice, which made him seem in Sir Peregrine's eyes a being almost too vile for humanity. And of Dockwrath he thought almost as badly, only that Dockwrath was below the level of his thinking. Of Lady Mason he spoke as an excellent and beautiful woman driven to misery by unworthy persecution, and so spoke with an enthusiasm that was surprising to Mr. Furnival. It was very manifest that she would not want for friendly countenance, if friendly countenance could carry her through her difficulties. There was no suspicion against Lady Mason in the mind of Sir Peregrine, and Mr. Furnival was careful not to arouse any such feeling. When he found that the baronet spoke of her as being altogether pure and good, he also spoke of her in the same tone. But in doing so his game was very difficult. "Let him do his worst, Mr. Furnival," said Sir Peregrine, "and let her remain tranquil. That is my advice to Lady Mason. It is not possible that he can really injure her." "It is possible that he can do nothing, very probable that he can do nothing. But nevertheless, Sir Peregrine " "I would have no dealing with him or his. I would utterly disregard them. If he or they or any of them choose to take steps to annoy her, let her attorney manage that in the usual way. I am no lawyer myself, Mr. Furnival, but that I think is the manner in which things of this kind should be arranged. I do not know whether they have still the power of disputing the will, but if so, let them do it." Gradually, by very slow degrees, Mr. Furnival made Sir Peregrine understand that the legal doings now threatened were not of that nature, that Mr. Mason did not now talk of proceeding at law for the recovery of the property, but for the punishment of his father's widow as a criminal. And at last the dreadful word forgery dropped from his lips. "Who dares to make such a charge as that?" demanded the baronet, while fire literally flashed from his eyes in his anger. And when he was told that Mr. Mason did make such a charge, he called him a mean, unmanly dastard. "I do not believe that you would dare to make it against a man," said Sir Peregrine. But there was the fact of the charge, the fact that it had been placed in the hands of respectable attorneys, with instructions to them to press it on, and the fact also that the evidence by which that charge was to be supported possessed at any rate a prima facie appearance of strength. All that it was necessary to explain to Sir Peregrine, as it would also be necessary to explain it to Lady Mason. "Am I to understand then that you also think " began Sir Peregrine. "You are not to understand that I think anything injurious to the lady, but I do fear that she is in a position of much jeopardy, and that great care will be necessary." "Good heavens! Do you mean to say that an innocent person can under such circumstances be in danger in this country?" "An innocent person, Sir Peregrine, may be in danger of very great annoyance, and also of very great delay in proving that innocence. Innocent people have died under the weight of such charges. We must remember that she is a woman, and therefore weaker than you or I." "Yes, yes; but still you do not say that you think she can be in any real danger?" It seemed from the tone of the old man's voice as though he were almost angry with Mr. Furnival for supposing that such could be the case. "And you intend to tell her all this?" he asked. "I fear that, as her friend, neither you nor I will be warranted in keeping her altogether in the dark. Think what her feelings would be if she were summoned before a magistrate without any preparation." "No magistrate would listen to such a charge," said Sir Peregrine. "In that he must be guided by the evidence." "I would sooner throw up my commission than lend myself in any way to a proceeding so iniquitous." This was all very well, and the existence of such a feeling showed great generosity, and perhaps also poetic chivalry on the part of Sir Peregrine Orme. But it was not the way of the world, and so Mr. Furnival was obliged to explain. Magistrates would listen to the charge, would be forced to listen to the charge, if the evidence were apparently sound. A refusal on the part of a magistrate to do so would not be an act of friendship to Lady Mason, as Mr. Furnival endeavoured to explain. "And you wish to see her?" Sir Peregrine asked at last. "I think she should be told. But as she is in your house I will of course do nothing in which you do not concur." Upon which Sir Peregrine rang the bell and desired the servant to take his compliments to Lady Mason and beg her attendance in the library if it were quite convenient. "Tell her," said Sir Peregrine, "that Mr. Furnival is here." When the message was given to her she was seated with Mrs. Orme, and at the moment she summoned strength to say that she would obey the invitation without displaying any special emotion while the servant was in the room. But when the door was shut, her friend looked at her and saw that she was as pale as death. She was pale, and her limbs quivered, and that look of agony which now so often marked her face was settled on her brow. Mrs. Orme had never yet seen her with such manifest signs of suffering as she wore at this instant. "I suppose I must go to them," she said, slowly rising from her seat; and it seemed to Mrs. Orme that she was forced to hold by the table to support herself. "Mr. Furnival is a friend, is he not?" "Oh yes, a kind friend, but—" "They shall come in here if you like it better, dear." "Oh no, I will go to them. It would not do that I should seem so weak. What must you think of me to see me so?" "I do not wonder at it, dear," said Mrs. Orme, coming round to her. "Such cruelty would kill me. I wonder at your strength rather than your weakness." And then she kissed her. What was there about the woman that had made all those fond of her that came near her? Mrs. Orme walked with her across the hall, and left her only at the library door. There she pressed her hand and again kissed her, and then Lady Mason turned the handle of the door and entered the room. Mr. Furnival, when he looked at her, was startled by the pallor of her face, but nevertheless he thought that she had never looked so beautiful. "Dear Lady Mason," said he, "I hope you are well." Sir Peregrine advanced to her and handed her over to his own arm chair. Had she been a queen in distress she could not have been treated with more gentle deference; but she never seemed to count upon this, or in any way to assume it as her right. I should accuse her of what I regard as a sin against all good taste were I to say that she was humble in her demeanour. But there was a soft meekness about her, an air of feminine dependence, a proneness to lean and almost to cling as she leaned, which might have been felt as irresistible by any man. She was a woman to know in her deep sorrow rather than in her joy and happiness, one with whom one would love to weep rather than to rejoice. And indeed the present was a time with her for weeping, not for rejoicing. Sir Peregrine looked as though he were her father as he took her hand, and the barrister immediately comforted himself with the remembrance of the baronet's great age. It was natural, too, that Lady Mason should hang on him in his own house. So Mr. Furnival contented himself at the first moment with touching her hand and hoping that she was well. She answered hardly a word to either of them, but she attempted to smile as she sat down, and murmured something about the trouble she was giving them. "Mr. Furnival thinks it best that you should be made aware of the steps which are being taken by Mr. Mason of Groby Park," began Sir Peregrine. "I am no lawyer myself, and therefore of course I cannot put my advice against his." "I am sure that both of you will tell me for the best," she said. "In such a matter as this it is right that you should be guided by him. That he is as firmly your friend as I am, there can be no doubt." "I believe Lady Mason trusts me in that," said the lawyer. "Indeed I do. I would trust you both in anything," she said. "And there can be no doubt that he must be able to direct you for the best. I say so much at the first because I myself so thoroughly despise that man in Yorkshire. I am so convinced that anything which his malice may prompt him to do must be futile, that I could not myself have thought it needful to pain you by what must now be said." This was a dreadful commencement, but she bore it, and even was relieved by it. Indeed, no tale that Mr. Furnival could have to tell after such an exordium would be so bad as that which she had feared as the possible result of his visit. He might have come there to let her know that she was at once to be carried away, immediately to be taken to her trial, perhaps to be locked up in gaol. In her ignorance of the law she could only imagine what might or might not happen to her at any moment, and therefore the words which Sir Peregrine had spoken relieved her rather than added to her fears. And then Mr. Furnival began his tale, and gradually put before her the facts of the matter. This he did with a choice of language and a delicacy of phraseology which were admirable, for he made her clearly understand the nature of the accusation which was brought against her, without using any word which was in itself harsh in its bearing. He said nothing about fraud, or forgery, or false evidence, but he made it manifest to her that Joseph Mason had now instructed his lawyer to institute a criminal proceeding against her for having forged a codicil to her husband's will. "I must bear it as best I may," she said. "May the Lord give me strength to bear it." "It is terrible to think of," said Sir Peregrine, "but nobody can doubt how it will end. You are not to suppose that Mr. Furnival intends to express any doubt as to your ultimate triumph. What we fear for you is the pain you must endure before this triumph comes." Ah, if that were all! As the baronet finished speaking she looked furtively into the lawyer's face to see how far the meaning of these smooth words would be supported by what she might read there. Would he also think that a final triumph did certainly await her? Sir Peregrine's real opinion was easy to be learned, either from his countenance or from his words. But it was not so with Mr. Furnival. In Mr. Furnival's face, and from Mr. Furnival's words, could be learned only that which Mr. Furnival wished to declare. He saw that glance and fully understood it, and he knew instinctively, on the spur of the moment, that he must now either assure her by a lie, or break down all her hopes by the truth. That final triumph was not certain to her was very far from certain. Should he now be honest to his friend, or dishonest? One great object with him was to secure the support which Sir Peregrine could give by his weight in the county, and therefore, as Sir Peregrine was present, it was needful that he should be dishonest. Arguing thus, he looked the lie, and Lady Mason derived more comfort from that look than from all Sir Peregrine's words. And then those various details were explained to her which Mr. Furnival understood that Mr. Dockwrath had picked up. They went into that matter of the partnership deed, and questions were asked as to the man Kenneby and the woman Bolster. They might both, Lady Mason said, have been witnesses to half a dozen deeds on that same day, for aught she knew to the contrary. She had been present with Sir Joseph, as far as she could now remember, during the whole of that morning, in and out, Sir Peregrine, as you can understand. Sir Peregrine said that he did understand perfectly. She did know that Mr. Usbech had been there for many hours that day, probably from 10 to 2 or 3, and no doubt therefore much business was transacted. She herself remembered nothing but the affair of the will, but then that was natural, seeing that there was no other affair in which she had specially interested herself. "No doubt these people did witness both the deeds," said Sir Peregrine. "For myself, I cannot conceive how that wretched man can be so silly as to spend his money on such a case as this." "He would do anything for revenge," said Mr. Furnival. And then Lady Mason was allowed to go back to the drawing room, and what remained to be said was said between the two gentlemen alone. Sir Peregrine was very anxious that his own attorney should be employed, and he named Messrs. Slow and Bideawhile, than whom there were no more respectable men in the whole profession. But then Mr. Furnival feared that they were too respectable. They might look at the matter in so straightforward a light as to fancy their client really guilty. And what might happen then? Old Slow would not conceal the truth for all the baronets in England, no, nor for all the pretty women. The touch of Lady Mason's hand and the tear in her eye would be nothing to old Slow. Mr. Furnival therefore was obliged to explain that Slow and Bideawhile did not undertake that sort of business. "But I should wish it to be taken up through them. There must be some expenditure, Mr. Furnival, and I should prefer that they should arrange about that." Mr. Furnival made no further immediate objection, and consented at last to having an interview with one of the firm on the subject, provided of course that that member of the firm came to him at his chambers. and then he took his leave. Nothing positive had been done, or even settled to be done, on this morning; but the persons most interested in the matter had been made to understand that the affair was taking an absolute palpable substance, and that steps must be taken, indeed would be taken almost immediately. Mr. Furnival, as he left the house, resolved to employ the attorneys whom he might think best adapted for the purpose. He would settle that matter with Slow and Bideawhile afterwards. And then, as he returned to Noningsby, he wondered at his persistence in the matter. He believed that his client had been guilty. He believed that this codicil was no real instrument made by Sir Joseph Mason; and so believing, would it not be better for him to wash his hands of the whole affair? Others did not think so, and would it not be better that such others should be her advisers? Was he not taking up for himself endless trouble and annoyance that could have no useful purpose? So he argued with himself; and yet by the time that he had reached Noningsby he had determined that he would stand by Lady Mason to the last. He hated that man Mason, as he declared to himself when providing himself with reasons for his resolve, and regarded his bitter malicious justice as more criminal than any crime of which Lady Mason might have been guilty. And then as he leaned back in the railway carriage he still saw her pale face before him, still heard the soft tone of her voice, and was still melted by the tear in her eye. Young man, young friend of mine, who art now filled to the overflowing of thy brain with poetry, with chivalry and love, thou seest seated opposite to thee there that grim old man with long snuffy nose, with sharp piercing eyes, with scanty frizzled hairs. He is rich and cross, has been 3 times married, and has often quarrelled with his children. He is fond of his wine, and snores dreadfully after dinner. To thy seeming he is a dry withered stick, from which all the sap of sentiment has been squeezed by the rubbing and friction of years. Poetry, the feeling if not the words of poetry, is he not dead to it, even as the pavement is dead over which his wheels trundle? Oh, my young friend, thou art ignorant in this, as in most other things. He may not twitter of sentiment as thou doest, nor may I trundle my hoop along the high road as do the little boys. The fitness of things forbids it. But that old man's heart is as soft as thine, if thou couldst but read it. The body dries up and withers away, and the bones grow old. The brain, too, becomes decrepit, as do the sight, the hearing, and the soul. But the heart that is tender once remains tender to the last. Lady Mason, when she left the library, walked across the hall towards the drawing-room, and then she paused. She would fain remain alone for a while if it were possible, and therefore she turned aside into a small breakfast parlour, which was used every morning, but which was rarely visited afterwards during the day. Here she sat, leaving the door slightly open, so that she might know when Mr. Furnival left the baronet. Here she sat for a full hour, waiting, waiting, waiting. There was no sofa or lounge chair in the room, reclining in which she could remain there half sleeping, sitting comfortably at her ease. But she placed herself near the table, and leaning there with her face upon her hand, she waited patiently till Mr. Furnival had gone. That her mind was full of thoughts I need hardly say, but yet the hour seemed very long to her. At last she heard the library door open. She heard Sir Peregrine's voice as he stood in the hall and shook hands with his departing visitor. She heard the sound of the wheels as the fly moved upon the gravel, and then she heard Sir Peregrine again shut the library door behind him. She did not immediately get up from her chair. She still waited a while, perhaps for another period of 10 minutes, and then she noiselessly left the room, and moving quickly and silently across the hall, she knocked at Sir Peregrine's door. This she did so gently that at first no answer was made to her. Then she knocked again, hardly louder, but with a repeated rap, and Sir Peregrine summoned her to come in. "May I trouble you once more for one moment?" she said. "Certainly, certainly. It is no trouble. I am glad that you are here in the house at this time, that you may see me at any moment that you may wish." "I do not know why you should be so good to me." "Because you are in great grief, in undeserved grief. Because Lady Mason, my services are at your command. I will act for you as I would for a daughter." "You hear now of what it is that they accuse me?" "Yes," he said, "I do hear." And as he spoke he came round so that he was standing near to her, but with his back to the fireplace. "I do hear, and I blush to think that there is a man in England, holding the position of a county magistrate, who can so forget all that is due to honesty, to humanity, and to self-respect." "You do not then think that I have been guilty of this thing?" "Guilty! I think you guilty? No, nor does he think so. It is impossible that he should think so. I am no more sure of my own innocence than of yours." And as he spoke he took both her hands and looked into her face, and his eyes also were full of tears. "You may be sure of this, that neither I nor Edith will ever think you guilty." "Dearest Edith," she said. She had never before called Sir Peregrine's daughter-in-law by her Christian name, and as she now did so she almost felt that she had sinned. But Sir Peregrine took it in good part. "She is, dearest," he said, "and be sure of this, that she will be true to you through it all." And so they stood for a while without further speech. He still held both her hands, and the tears still stood in his eyes. Her eyes were turned to the ground, and from them the tears were running fast. At first they ran silently, without audible sobbing, and Sir Peregrine, with his own old eyes full of salt water, hardly knew that she was weeping. But gradually the drops fell upon his hand, one by one at first, and then faster and faster, and soon there came a low sob, a sob all but suppressed, but which at last forced itself forth, and then her head fell upon his shoulder. "My dear," he said, himself hardly able to speak, "my poor dear, my ill-used dear." And as she withdrew one hand from his, that she might press a handkerchief to her face, his vacant arm passed itself round her waist. "My poor ill-used dear," he said again, as he pressed her to his old heart, and leaning over her he kissed her lips. So she stood for some few seconds, feeling that she was pressed close by the feeble pressure of his arm, and then she gradually sank through from his embrace, and fell upon her knees at his feet. She knelt at his feet, supporting herself with one arm upon the table, and with the other hand she still held his hand, over which her head was bowed. "My friend," she said, still sobbing, and sobbing loudly now, "my friend that God has sent me in my trouble." And then with words that were wholly inaudible she murmured some prayer on his behalf. "I am better now," she said, raising herself quickly to her feet when a few seconds had passed. "I am better now." And she stood erect before him. "By God's mercy I will endure it. I think I can endure it now." "If I can lighten the load." "You have lightened it, of half its weight. But, Sir Peregrine, I will leave this." "Leave this? Go away from The Cleeve?" "Yes. I will not destroy the comfort of your home by the wretchedness of my position. I will not." "Lady Mason, my house is altogether at your service. If you will be led by me in this matter, you will not leave it till this cloud shall have passed by you. You will be better to be alone now." And then, before she could answer him further, he led her to the door. She felt that it was better for her to be alone, and she hastened up the stairs to her own chamber. "And why should I not?" said Sir Peregrine to himself, as he again walked the length of the library. End of Chapter 26 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 27. Commerce. Lucius Mason was still staying at Noningsby when Mr. Furnival made his visit to Sir Peregrine, and on that afternoon he received a note from his mother. Indeed, there were 3 notes passed between them on that afternoon, for he wrote an answer to his mother, and then received a reply to that answer. Lady Mason told him that she did not intend to return home to the farm quite immediately, and explained that her reason for not doing so was the necessity that she should have assistance and advice at this period of her trouble. She did not say that she misdoubted the wisdom of her son's counsels, but it appeared to him that she intended to signify to him that she did so, and he answered her in words that were sore and almost bitter. "I am sorry," he said, "that you and I cannot agree about a matter that is of such vital concern to both of us. But as it is so, we can only act as each thinks best, you for yourself and I for myself. I am sure, however, that you will believe that my only object is your happiness and your fair name, which is dearer to me than anything else in the world." In answer to this she had written again immediately, filling her letter with sweet words of motherly love, telling him that she was sure, quite sure, of his affection and kind spirit, and excusing herself for not putting the matter altogether in his hands by saying that she was forced to lean on those who had supported her from the beginning, through that former trial which had taken place when he, Lucius, was yet a baby. "And, dearest Lucius, you must not be angry with me," she went on to say. "I am suffering much under this cruel persecution, but my sufferings would be more than doubled if my own boy quarrelled with me." Lucius, when he received this, flung up his head. "Quarrel with her!" he said to himself. "Nothing on earth would make me quarrel with her. But I cannot say that that is right which I think to be wrong." His feelings were good and honest, and kindly too in their way, but tenderness of heart was not his weakness. I should wrong him if I were to say that he was hard-hearted, but he flattered himself that he was just-hearted, which sometimes is nearly the same, as had been the case with his father before him, and was now the case with his half-brother Joseph. The day after this was his last at Noningsby. He had told Lady Staveley that he intended to go, and though she had pressed his further stay, remarking that none of the young people intended to move till after Twelfth night, nevertheless he persisted. With the young people of the house themselves he had not much advanced himself, and altogether he did not find himself thoroughly happy in the judge's house. They were more thoughtless than he, as he thought. They did not understand him, and therefore he would leave them. Besides, there was a great day of hunting coming on, at which everybody was to take part, and as he did not hunt, that gave him another reason for going. "They have nothing to do but amuse themselves," he said to himself, "but I have a man's work before me, and a man's misfortunes. I will go home and face both." In all this there was much of conceit, much of pride, much of deficient education, deficiency in that special branch of education which England has imparted to the best of her sons, but which is now becoming out of fashion. He had never learned to measure himself against others. I do not mean his knowledge or his book acquirements, but the everyday conduct of his life, and to perceive that that which is insignificant in others must be insignificant in himself also. To those around him at Noningsby his extensive reading respecting the Iapetidæ recommended him not at all, nor did his agricultural ambitions. not even to Felix Graham as a companion, though Felix Graham could see further into his character than did the others. He was not such as they were. He had not the unpretentious, self-controlling humour, perfectly free from all conceit, which was common to them. Life did not come easy to him, and the effort which he was ever making was always visible. All men should ever be making efforts, no doubt, but those efforts should not be conspicuous. But yet Lucius Mason was not a bad fellow, and young Staveley showed much want of discernment when he called him empty-headed and selfish. Those epithets were by no means applicable to him. That he was not empty-headed is certain, and he was moreover capable of a great self-sacrifice. That his talents and good qualities were appreciated by one person in the house seemed evident to Lady Staveley and the other married ladies of the party. Miss Furnival, as they all thought, had not found him empty-headed, and indeed it may be doubted whether Lady Staveley would have pressed his stay at Noningsby had Miss Furnival been less gracious. Dear Lady Staveley was always living in a fever lest her only son, the light of her eyes, should fall irrevocably in love with some lady that was by no means good enough for him. Revocably in love he was daily falling, but some day he would go too deep, and the waters would close over his well-loved head. Now in her dear old favouring eyes Sophia Furnival was by no means good enough, and it had been quite clear that Augustus had become thoroughly lost in his attempts to bring about a match between Felix Graham and the barrister's daughter. In preparing the bath for his friend, he had himself fallen bodily into the water. He was always at Miss Furnival's side as long as Miss Furnival would permit it. But it seemed to Lady Staveley that Miss Furnival, luckily, was quite as fond of having Lucius Mason at her side, that of the two she perhaps preferred Lucius Mason. That her taste and judgment should be so bad was wonderful to Lady Staveley, but this depravity, though wonderful, was useful, and therefore Lucius Mason might have been welcome to remain at Noningsby. It may, however, be possible that Miss Furnival knew what she was doing quite as well as Lady Staveley could know for her. In the first place, she may possibly have thought it indiscreet to admit Mr. Staveley's attentions with too much freedom. She may have doubted their sincerity, or feared to give offence to the family, or Mr. Mason may in her sight have been a preferable suitor. That his gifts of intellect were at any rate equal to those of the other, there can be no doubt. Then his gifts of fortune were already his own, and for aught that Miss Furnival knew, might be equal to any that would ever appertain to the other gentleman. That Lady Staveley should think her swan better looking than Lady Mason's goose was very natural. But then Lady Mason would no doubt have regarded the two birds in an exactly opposite light. It is only fair to conceive that Miss Furnival was a better judge than either of them. On the evening before his departure the whole party had been playing commerce. For the rule of the house during these holidays was this, that all the amusements brought into vogue were to be adapted to the children. If the grown-up people could adapt themselves to them, so much the better for them. If not, so much the worse. They must in such case provide for themselves. On the whole, the grown-up people seemed to live nearly as jovial a life as did the children. Whether the judge himself was specially fond of commerce I cannot say, but he persisted in putting in the whole pool, and played through the entire game, rigidly fighting for the same pool on behalf of a very small grandchild, who sat during the whole time on his knee. There are those who call cards the devil's books, but we will presume that the judge was of a different way of thinking. On this special evening Sophia had been sitting next to Augustus. A young man can always arrange these matters in his own house, but had nevertheless lost all her lives early in the game. "I will not have any cheating to night," she had said to her neighbour. "I will take my chance, and if I die, I die. One can die but once." And so she had died, 3 times indeed, instead of once only, and had left the table. Lucius Mason also had died. He generally did die the first, having no aptitude for a collection of kings or aces, and so they two came together over the fire in the second drawing room, far away from the card players. There was nothing at all remarkable in this, as Mr. Furnival and 1 or 2 others who did not play commerce were also there; but nevertheless they were separated from those of the party who were most inclined to criticise their conduct. "So you are leaving to morrow, Mr. Mason," said Sophia. "Yes, I go home to morrow after breakfast, to my own house, where for some weeks to come I shall be absolutely alone." "Your mother is staying at The Cleeve, I think." "Yes, and intends remaining there, as she tells me. I wish with all my heart she were at Orley Farm." "Papa saw her yesterday. He went over to The Cleeve on purpose to see her, and this morning he has been talking to me about her. I cannot tell you how I grieve for her." "It is very sad, very sad. But I wish she were in her own house. Under the circumstances as they now are, I think it would be better for her to be there than elsewhere. Her name has been disgraced." "No, Mr. Mason, not disgraced." "Yes, disgraced. Mark you, I do not say that she has been disgraced, and pray do not suppose it possible that I should think so. But a great opprobrium has been thrown on her name, and it would be better, I think, that she should remain at home till she has cast it off from her. Even for myself I feel it almost wrong to be here. Nor would I have come had I known when I did come as much as I do know now." "But no one can for a moment think that your mother has done anything that she should not have done." "Then why do so many people talk of her as though she had committed a great crime? Miss Furnival, I know that she is innocent. I know it as surely as I know the fact of my own existence." "And we all feel the same thing. But if you were in my place, if it were your father whose name was so bandied about in people's mouths, you would think that it behoved him to do nothing, to go nowhere, till he had forced the world to confess his innocence. And this is 10 times stronger with regard to a woman. I have given my mother my counsel, and I regret to say that she differs from me." "Why do you not speak to papa?" "I did once. I went to him at his chambers, and he rebuked me." "Rebuked you, Mr. Mason! He did not do that intentionally, I am sure. I have heard him say that you are an excellent son." "But nevertheless he did rebuke me. He considered that I was travelling beyond my own concerns in wishing to interfere for the protection of my mother's name. He said that I should leave it to such people as the Staveleys and the Ormes to guard her from ignominy and disgrace." "Oh, he did not mean that." "But to me it seems that it should be a son's first duty. They are talking of trouble and of cost. I would give every hour I have in the day, and every shilling I own in the world, to save her from 1 week of such suffering as she now endures. But it cuts me to the heart when she tells me that because she is suffering, therefore she must separate herself from me. I think it would be better for her, Miss Furnival, to be staying at home with me than to be at The Cleeve." "The kindness of Mrs. Orme must be a great support to her." "And why should not my kindness be a support to her, or rather my affection? We know from whom all these scandals come. My desire is to meet that man in a court of law and thrust these falsehoods down his throat." "Ah, but you are a man." "And therefore I would take the burden from her shoulders. But no, she will not trust to me. The truth, Miss Furnival, is this, that she has not yet learned to think of me as a man. To her I am still the boy for whom she is bound to provide, not the son who should bear for her all her cares." As it is, I feel that I do not dare again to trouble her with my advice." "Grandmamma is dead!" shouted out a shrill small voice from the card table. "Oh, grandmamma, do have one of my lives. Look, I've got 3," said another. "Thank you, my dears, but the natural term of my existence has come, and I will not rebel against fate." "Oh, grandmamma, we'll let you have another grace." "By no means, Charley. Indeed, I am not clear that I am entitled to Christian burial as it is." "A case of felo de se, I rather think," said her son. "About this time of the night suicide does become common among the elders. Unfortunately for me, the pistol that I have been snapping at my own head for the last half hour always hangs fire." There was not much of love making in the conversation which had taken place between young Mason and Sophia, not much at least up to this point; but a confidence had been established, and before he left her he did say a word or two that was more tender in its nature. "You must not be in dudgeon with me," he said, "for speaking to you of all this. Hitherto I have kept it all to myself, and perhaps I should still have done so." "Oh no, do not say that." "I am in great grief. It is dreadful to me to hear these things said, and as yet I have found no sympathy." "I can assure you, Mr. Mason, that I do sympathize with you most sincerely. I only wish my sympathy could be of more value." "It will be invaluable," he said, not looking at her, but fixing his eyes upon the fire, "if it be given with constancy from the first to the last of this sad affair." "It shall be so given," said Miss Furnival, also looking at the fire. "It will be tolerably long, and men will say cruel things of us. I can foresee this, that it will be very hard to prove to the world with certainty that there is no foundation whatever for these charges. If those who are now most friendly to us turn away from us—" "I will never turn away from you, Mr. Mason." "Then give me your hand on that, and remember that such a promise in my ears means much." He in his excitement had forgotten that there were others in the room who might be looking at them, and that there was a vista open upon them direct from all the eyes at the card table. But she did not forget it. Miss Furnival could be very enthusiastic, but she was one of those who in her enthusiasm rarely forgot anything. Nevertheless, after a moment's pause, she gave him her hand. "There it is," she said, "and you may be sure of this, that with me also such a promise does mean something. And now I will say good night." And so, having received the pressure of her hand, she left him. "I will get you your candle," he said, and so he did. "Good night, papa," she said, kissing her father; and then with a slight muttered word to Lady Staveley she withdrew, having sacrificed the remainder of that evening for the sake of acceding to Mr. Mason's request respecting her pledge. It could not be accounted strange that she should give her hand to the gentleman with whom she was immediately talking as she bade him good night. "And now grandpapa is dead too," said Marian, "and there's nobody left but us 3. "And we'll divide," said Fanny Sebright. And so the game of commerce was brought to an end. End of Chapter 27 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 28. Monkton Grange. During these days Peregrine Orme, though he was in love up to his very chin, seriously in love, acknowledging this matter to himself openly, pulling his hair in the retirement of his bedroom, and resolving that he would do that which he had hitherto in life always been successful in doing, ask, namely, boldly for that he wanted sorely. Peregrine Orme, I say, though he was in this condition, did not in these days neglect his hunting. A proper attendance upon the proceedings of the H.H. was the only duty which he had hitherto undertaken in return for all that his grandfather had done for him, and I have no doubt that he conceived that he was doing a duty in going hither and thither about the county to their most distant meets. At this period of the present season it happened that Noningsby was more central to the proceedings of the hunt than The Cleeve, and therefore he was enabled to think that he was remaining away from home chiefly on business. On one point, however, he had stoutly come to a resolution. That question should be asked of Madeline Staveley before he returned to his grandfather's house. And now had arrived a special hunting morning, special because the meet was in some degree a show meet, appropriate for ladies, at a comfortable distance from Noningsby, and affording a chance of amusement to those who sat in carriages as well as to those on horseback. Monkton Grange was the well-known name of the place, a name perhaps dearer to the ladies than to the gentlemen of the country, seeing that show meets do not always give the best sport. Monkton Grange is an old farmhouse, now hardly used as such, having been left as regards the habitation in the hands of a head labourer, but it still possesses the marks of ancient respectability and even of grandeur. It is approached from the high road by a long double avenue of elms, which still stand in all their glory. The road itself has become narrow, and the space between the side row of trees is covered by soft turf, up which those coming to the meet love to gallop, trying the fresh mettle of their horses. And the old house itself is surrounded by a moat, dry indeed now for the most part, but nevertheless an evident moat, deep and well preserved, with a bridge over it which fancy tells us must once have been a drawbridge. It is here in front of the bridge that the old hounds sit upon their haunches, resting quietly round the horses of the huntsmen, while the young dogs move about and would wander if the whips allowed them. One of the fairest sights, to my eyes, that this fair country of ours can show. And here the sportsmen and ladies congregate by degrees, men from a distance in dog carts generally arriving first, as being less able to calculate the time with accuracy. There is room here too in the open space for carriages, and there is one spot on which always stands old Lord Alston's chariot, with the 4 posters, an ancient sportsman he, who still comes to some few favourite meets, and though Alston Court is but 8 miles from the Grange, the post horses always look as though they had been made to do their best, for his lordship likes to move fast even in his old age. He is a tall, thin man, bent much with age, and apparently too weak for much walking. He is dressed from head to foot in a sportsman's garb, with a broad, stiffly starched coloured handkerchief tied rigidly round his neck. One would say that, old as he is, he has sacrificed in no way to comfort. It is with difficulty that he gets into his saddle, his servant holding his rein and stirrup, and giving him perhaps some other slight assistance. But when he is there he will remain all day, and when his old blood warms he will gallop along the road with as much hot fervour as his grandson. An old friend he of Sir Peregrine's. "And why is not your grandfather here to-day?" he said on this occasion to young Orme. "Tell him from me that if he fails us in this way I shall think he is getting old." Lord Alston was in truth 5 years older than Sir Peregrine, but Sir Peregrine at this time was thinking of other things. And then a very tidy little modern carriage bustled up the road, a brougham made for a pair of horses which was well known to all hunting men in these parts. It was very unpretending in its colour and harness, but no vehicle more appropriate to its purpose ever carried 2 thoroughgoing sportsmen day after day about the country. In this, as it pulled up under the head tree of the avenue, were seated the 2 Miss Tristrams. The 2 Miss Tristrams were well known to the Hamworth hunt. I will not merely say as fearless riders. Of most girls who hunt as much can be said as that. But they were judicious horsewomen. They knew when to ride hard, and when hard riding, as regarded any necessary for the hunt, would be absolutely thrown away. They might be seen for half the day moving about the roads as leisurely or standing as quietly at the covert side as might the seniors of the fields. But when the time for riding did come, when the hounds were really running, when other young ladies had begun to go home, then the Miss Tristrams were always there or thereabouts, as their admirers would warmly boast. Nor did they commence their day's work as did other girls who came out on hunting mornings. With most such it is clear to see that the object is pretty much the same here as in the ball-room. Spectatum veniunt, veniunt spectantur ut ipsae, as it is proper, natural, and desirable that they should do. By that word spectatum I would wish to signify something more than the mere use of the eyes. Perhaps an occasional word dropped here and there into the ears of a cavalier may be included in it, and the spectantur also may include a word so received. But the Miss Tristrams came for hunting. Perhaps there might be a slight shade of affectation in the manner by which they would appear to come for that and that only. They would talk of nothing else, at any rate during the earlier portion of the day, when many listeners were by. They were also well instructed as to the country to be drawn, and usually had a word of import to say to the huntsmen. They were good-looking, fair-haired girls, short in size, with bright grey eyes, and a short, decisive mode of speaking. It must not be imagined that they were altogether indifferent to such matters as are dear to the hearts of other girls. They were not careless as to admiration, and if report spoke truth of them, were willing enough to establish themselves in the world. But all their doings of that kind had a reference to their favourite amusement, and they would as soon have thought of flirting with men who did not hunt as some other girls would with men who did not dance. I do not know that this kind of life had been altogether successful with them, or that their father had been right to permit it. He himself had formerly been a hunting man, but he had become fat and lazy, and the thing had dropped away from him. Occasionally he did come out with them, but when he did not do so, some other senior of the field would have them nominally under charge. But practically they were as independent when going across the country as the young men who accompanied them. I have expressed a doubt whether this life was successful with them, and indeed such doubt was expressed by many of their neighbours. It had been said of each of them for the last 3 years that she was engaged now to this man and then to that other, but neither this man nor that other had yet made good the assertion, and now people were beginning to say that no man was engaged to either of them. Hunting young ladies are very popular in the hunting field. I know no place in which girls receive more worship and attention, but I am not sure but they may carry their enthusiasm too far for their own interests, let their horsemanship be as perfect as it may be. The 2 girls on this occasion sat in their carriage till the groom brought up their horses, and then it was wonderful to see with what ease they placed themselves in their saddles. On such occasions they admitted no aid from the gentlemen around them, but each stepping for an instant on a servant's hand, settled herself in a moment on horseback. Nothing could be more perfect than the whole thing, but the wonder was that Mr. Tristram should have allowed it. The party from Noningsby consisted of 6 or 7 on horseback, besides those in the carriage. Among the former there were the 2 young ladies, Miss Furnival and Miss Staveley, and our friends Felix Graham, Augustus Staveley, and Peregrine Orme. Felix Graham was not by custom a hunting man, as he possessed neither time nor money for such a pursuit, but to-day he was mounted on his friend Staveley's second horse, having expressed his determination to ride him as long as they 2, the man and the horse, could remain together. "I give you fair warning," Felix had said. "If I do not spare my own neck, you cannot expect me to spare your horse's legs." "You may do your worst," Staveley had answered. "If you give him his head and let him have his own way, he won't come to grief, whatever you may do." On their road to Monkton Grange, which was but 3 miles from Noningsby, Peregrine Orme had ridden by the side of Miss Staveley, thinking more of her than of the affairs of the hunt, prominent as they were generally in his thoughts. How should he do it, and when, and in what way should he commence the deed? He had an idea that it might be better for him if he could engender some closer intimacy between himself and Madeline before he absolutely asked the fatal question. But the closer intimacy did not seem to produce itself readily. He had in truth known Madeline Staveley for many years, almost since they were children together. But lately, during these Christmas holidays especially, there had not been between them that close conversational alliance which so often facilitates such an overture as that which Peregrine was now desirous of making. And worse again, he had seen that there was such close conversational alliance between Madeline and Felix Graham. He did not on that account dislike the young barrister, or call him, even within his own breast, a snob or an ass. He knew well that he was neither the one nor the other, but he knew as well that he could be no fit match for Miss Staveley. And to tell the truth, he did not suspect that either Graham or Miss Staveley would think of such a thing. It was not jealousy that tormented him so much as a diffidence in his own resources. He made small attempts which did not succeed, and therefore he determined that he would at once make a grand attempt. He would create himself an opportunity before he left Noningsby, and would do it even to-day on horseback, if he could find sufficient opportunity. In taking a determined step like that, he knew that he would not lack the courage. "Do you mean to ride to-day?" he said to Madeline, as they were approaching the bottom of the Grange avenue. For the last half-mile he had been thinking what he would say to her, and thinking in vain, and now at the last moment he could summon no words to his assistance more potent for his purpose than these. "If you mean by riding, Mr. Orme, going across the fields with you and the Miss Tristrams, certainly not. I should come to grief, as you call it, at the first ditch." "And that is what I shall do," said Felix Graham, who was at her other side. "Then if you take my advice you'll remain with us in the wood, and act as squire of dames. What on earth would Marian do if aught but good was to befall you?" "Dear Marian! She gave me a special commission to bring her the fox's tail. Foxes' tails are just like ladies." "Thank you, Mr. Graham. I've heard you make some pretty compliments, and that is about the prettiest." "A faint heart will never win either the one or the other, Miss Staveley." Yes, that will do very well. Under these circumstances I will accept the comparison." All of which very innocent conversation was overheard by Peregrine Orme, riding on the other side of Miss Staveley's horse. And why not? Neither Graham nor Miss Staveley had any objection. But how was it that he could not join in and take his share in it? He had made one little attempt at conversation, and that having failed, he remained perfectly silent till they reached the large circle at the head of the avenue. "It's no use, this sort of thing," he said to himself. "I must do it at a blow if I do it at all." And then he rode away to the master of the hounds. As our party arrived at the open space, the Miss Tristrams were stepping out of their carriage, and they came up to shake hands with Miss Staveley. "I am so glad to see you," said the eldest. "It is so nice to have some ladies out besides ourselves." "Do keep with us," said the second. "It's a very open country about here, and anybody can ride it." And then Miss Furnival was introduced to them. "Does your horse jump, Miss Furnival?" "I really do not know," said Sophia, "but I sincerely trust that if he does he will refrain to-day." "Don't say so," said the eldest sportswoman. "If you'll only begin it will come as easy to you as going along the road." And then, not being able to spare more of these idle moments, they both went off to their horses, walking as though their habits were no impediments to them, and in half a minute they were seated. "What is Harriet on to-day?" asked Staveley of a constant member of the hunt. Now Harriet was the eldest Miss Tristram. "A little brown mare she got last week. That was a terrible brush we had on Friday. You weren't out, I think. We killed in the open, just at the edge of Rotherham Common. Harriet was one of the few that was up, and I don't think the chestnut horse will be the better for it this season." "That was the horse she got from Griggs?" "Yes, she gave 150 for him, and I'm told he was nearly as done on Friday as any animal you ever put your eyes on. They say Harriet cried when she got home." Now the gentleman who was talking about Harriet on this occasion was one with whom she would no more have sat down to table than with her own groom. But though Harriet may have cried when she got home on that fatal Friday evening, she was full of the triumph of the hunt on this morning. It is not often that the hounds run into a fox and absolutely surround and kill him on the open ground, but when this is done after a severe run, there are seldom many there to see it. If a man can fairly take a fox's brush on such an occasion as that, let him do it; otherwise let him leave it to the huntsman. On the occasion in question it seems that Harriet Tristram might have done so, and some one coming second to her had been gallant enough to do it for her. "Oh, my lord, you should have been out on Friday," she said to Lord Alston. "We had the prettiest thing I ever saw." "A great deal too pretty for me, my dear." "Oh, you who know the road so well would certainly have been up. I suppose it was 13 miles from Cobblestone's Bushes to Rotherham Common." "Not much less, indeed," said his lordship, unwilling to diminish the lady's triumph. Had a gentleman made the boast, his lordship would have demonstrated that it was hardly more than 11. "I timed it accurately from the moment he went away," said the lady, "and it was exactly 57 minutes. The first part of it was awfully fast. Then we had a little check at Moseley Bottom. But for that nobody could have lived through it. I never shall forget how deep it was coming up from there to Cringleton. I saw 2 men get off to ease their horses up the deep bit of plough, and I would have done so too, only my horse would not have stood for me to get up." "I hope he was none the worse for it," said the sporting character who had been telling Staveley just now how she had cried when she got home that night. "To tell the truth, I fear it has done him no good. He would not feed, you know, that night at all." "And broke out into cold sweats," said the gentleman. "Exactly," said the lady, not quite liking it, but still enduring with patience. "Rather groggy on his pins the next morning," suggested her friend. "Very groggy," said Harriet, regarding the word as one belonging to fair sporting phraseology. "And inclined to go very much on the points of his toes. I know all about it, Miss Tristram, as well as though I'd seen him." "There's nothing but rest for it, I suppose." "Rest and regular exercise, that's the chief thing. And I should give him a mash as often as 3 times a week. He'll be all right again in 3 or 4 weeks. That is, if he's sound, you know." "Oh, as sound as a bell," said Miss Tristram. "He'll never be the same horse on a road, though," said the sporting gentleman, shaking his head and whispering to Staveley. And now the time had come at which they were to move. They always met at 11, and at 10 minutes past to the moment Jacob the huntsman would summon the old hounds from off their haunches. "I believe we may be moving, Jacob," said Mr. Williams, the master. "The time be up," said Jacob, looking at his ponderous timekeeper that might with truth be called a hunting watch. And then they all moved slowly away, back from the Grange, down a farm road which led to Monkton Wood, distant from the old house perhaps 1/4 of a mile. "May we go as far as the wood?" said Miss Furnival to Augustus. "Without being made to ride over hedges, I mean." "Oh dear, yes; and ride about the wood half the day. It will be an hour and a half before a fox will break, even if he ever breaks. Dear me, how tired you will be of us. Now do say something pretty, Mr. Staveley." "It's not my métier, and we shall be tired not of you but of the thing. Galloping up and down the same cuts in the wood for an hour and a half is not exciting, nor does it improve the matter much if we stand still, as one should do by rights." "That would be very slow." "You need not be afraid. They never do here. Everybody will be rushing about as though the very world depended on their galloping." "I'm so glad. That's just what I like." "Everybody except Lord Alston, Miss Tristram, and the other old stagers. They will husband their horses and come out as fresh at 2 o'clock as though they were only just out. There is nothing so valuable as experience in hunting." "Do you think it nice seeing a young lady with so much hunting knowledge?" "Now you want me to talk slander, but I won't do it. I admire the Miss Tristrams exceedingly, and especially Julia." "And which is Julia?" "The youngest. That one riding by herself." "And why don't you go and express your admiration?" "Ah me! Why don't we all express the admiration that we feel, and pour sweet praises into the ears of the lady that excites it?" "Because we are cowards, Miss Furnival, and are afraid even of such a weak thing as a woman." "Dear me! I should hardly have thought that you would suffer from such terror as that." "Because you don't quite know me, Miss Furnival." "And Miss Julia Tristram is the lady that has excited it?" "If it be not she, it is some other fair votary of Diana at present riding into Monkton Wood." "Ah, now you are giving me a riddle to guess, and I never guess riddles. I won't even try at it. But they all seem to be stopping. Yes, they're putting the hounds into covert. Now if you want to show yourself a good sportsman, look at your watch. You see that Julia Tristram has got hers in her hand." "What's that for?" "To time the hounds, to see how long they'll be before they find. It's very pretty work in a small gorse, but in a great wood like this I don't care much for being so accurate. But for heaven's sake don't tell Julia Tristram. I should not have a chance if she thought I was so slack." And now the hounds were scattering themselves in the wood, and the party rode up the centre roadway towards a great circular opening in the middle of it. Here it was the recognized practice of the horsemen to stand, and those who properly did their duty would stand there. But very many lingered at the gate, knowing that there was but one other exit from the wood, without overcoming the difficulty of a very intricate and dangerous fence. "There be a gap, bain't there?" said one farmer to another as they were entering. "Yes, there be a gap, and young Rumbles broke his horse's back of getting over it last year," said the second farmer. "Did he though?" said the first, and so they both remained at the gate. And others, a numerous body, including most of the ladies, galloped up and down the crossways, because the master of the hounds and the huntsmen did so. "Damn those fellows riding up and down after me wherever I go," said the master. "I believe they think I'm to be hunted." This seemed to be said more especially to Miss Tristram, who was always in the master's confidence, and I fear that the fellows alluded to included Miss Furnival and Miss Staveley. And then there came the sharp eager sound of a hound's voice, a single sharp happy opening bark, and Harriet Tristram was the first to declare that the game was found. "Just 5 minutes and 20 seconds, my lord," said Julia Tristram to Lord Alston. "That's not bad in a large wood like this." "Uncommonly good," said his lordship. "And when are we to get out of it?" "They'll be here for the next hour, I'm afraid," said the lady, not moving her horse from the place where she stood, though many of the more impetuous of the men were already rushing away to the gates. "I have seen a fox go away from here without resting a minute, but that was later in the season, at the end of February. Foxes are away from home then." All which observations showed a wonderfully acute sporting observation on the part of Miss Tristram. And then the music of the dogs became fast and frequent, as they drove the brute across and along from one part of the large wood to another. Sure there is no sound like it for filling a man's heart with an eager desire to be at work. What may be the trumpet in battle I do not know, but I can imagine that it has the same effect. And now a few of them were standing on that wide circular piece of grass, when a sound the most exciting of them all reached their ears. "He's away!" shouted a whip from a corner of the wood. The good-natured beast, though as yet it was hardly past Christmas time, had consented to bless at once so many anxious sportsmen, and had left the back of the covert with a full pack at his heels. "There's no gate that way, Miss Tristram," said a gentleman. "There's a double ditch and bank that will do as well," said she, and away she went directly after the hounds, regardless altogether of the gates. Peregrine Orme and Felix Graham, who were with her, followed close upon her track. End of Chapter 28 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 29. Breaking Covert. "There's a double ditch and bank that will do as well," Miss Tristram had said, when she was informed that there was no gate out of the wood at the side on which the fox had broken. The gentleman who had tendered the information might as well have held his tongue, for Miss Tristram knew the wood intimately, was acquainted with the locality of all its gates, and was acquainted also with the points at which it might be left without the assistance of any gate at all, by those who were well mounted and could ride their horses. Therefore she had thus replied, "There's a double ditch and bank that will do as well." And for the double ditch and bank at the end of one of the grassy roadways Miss Tristram at once prepared herself. "That's the gap where Grubbles broke his horse's back," said a man in a red coat to Peregrine Orme, and so saying he made up his wavering mind, and galloped away as fast as his nag could carry him. But Peregrine Orme would not avoid a fence at which a lady was not afraid to ride, and Felix Graham, knowing little but fearing nothing, followed Peregrine Orme. At the end of the roadway, in the middle of the track, there was the gap. For a footman it was doubtless the easiest way over the fence, for the ditch on that side was half filled up, and there was space enough left of the half-broken bank for a man's scrambling feet. But Miss Tristram at once knew that it was a bad place for a horse. The second or further ditch was the really difficult obstacle, and there was no footing in the gap from which a horse could take his leap. To the right of this the fence was large, and required a good horse, but Miss Tristram knew her animal, and was accustomed to large fences. The trained beast went well across on to the bank, poised himself there for a moment, and taking a second spring, carried his mistress across into the further field, apparently with ease. In that field the dogs were now running all together, so that a sheet might have covered them, and Miss Tristram, exulting within her heart, and holding in her horse, knew that she had got away uncommonly well. Peregrine Orme followed, a little to the right of the lady's passage, so that he might have room for himself, and do no mischief in the event of Miss Tristram or her horse making any mistake at the leap. He also got well over; but alas, in spite of such early success, he was destined to see nothing of the hunt that day. Felix Graham, thinking that he would obey instructions by letting his horse do as he pleased, permitted the beast to come close upon Orme's track, and to make his jump before Orme's horse had taken his second spring. "Have a care," said Peregrine, feeling that the two were together on the bank, "or you'll shove me into the ditch." He, however, got well over. Felix, attempting to have a care, just when his doing so could be of no avail, gave his horse a pull with the curb as he was preparing for his second spring. The outside ditch was broad and deep, and well banked up, and required that an animal should have all his power. It was at such a moment as this that he should have been left to do his work without injudicious impediment from his rider. But poor Graham was thinking only of Orme's caution, and attempted to stop the beast when any positive and absolute stop was out of the question. The horse made his jump, and, crippled as he was, jumped short. He came with his knees against the further bank, threw his rider, and then, in his struggle to right himself, rolled over him. Felix felt at once that he was much hurt, that he had indeed come to grief; but still he was not stunned, nor did he lose his presence of mind. The horse succeeded in gaining his feet, and then Felix also jumped up and even walked a step or two towards the head of the animal, with the object of taking the reins. But he found that he could not raise his arm, and he found also that he could hardly breathe. Both Peregrine and Miss Tristram looked back. "There's nothing wrong, I hope," said the lady, and then she rode on. And let it be understood that in hunting those who are in advance generally do ride on. The lame and the halt and the wounded, if they cannot pick themselves up, have to be picked up by those who come after them. But Peregrine saw that there was no one else coming that way. The memory of young Grubble's fate had placed an interdict on that pass out of the wood, which nothing short of the pluck and science of Miss Tristram was able to disregard. 2 cavaliers she had carried with her. One she had led on to instant slaughter, and the other remained to look after his fallen brother in arms. Miss Tristram in the meantime was in the next field, and had settled well down to her work. "Are you hurt, old fellow?" said Peregrine, turning back his horse, but still not dismounting. "Not much, I think," said Graham, smiling. "There's something wrong about my arm. But don't you wait." And then he found that he spoke with difficulty. "Can you mount again?" "I don't think I'll mind that. Perhaps I'd better sit down." Then Peregrine Orme knew that Graham was hurt, and jumping off his own horse he gave up all hope of the hunt. "Here, you fellow, come and hold these horses." So invoked, a boy who in following the sport had got as far as the ditch, did as he was bid and scrambled over. "Sit down, Graham. There. I'm afraid you are hurt. Did he roll on you?" But Felix merely looked up into his face, still smiling. He was now very pale, and for the moment could not speak. Peregrine came close to him, and gently attempted to raise the wounded limb, whereupon Graham shuddered and shook his head. "I fear it is broken," said Peregrine. Graham nodded his head, and raised his left hand to his breast, and Peregrine then knew that something else was amiss also. I don't know any feeling more disagreeable than that produced by being left alone in a field when out hunting with a man who has been very much hurt, and who is incapable of riding or walking. The hurt man himself has the privilege of his infirmities, and may remain quiescent; but you, as his only attendant, must do something. You must for the moment do all, and if you do wrong, the whole responsibility lies on your shoulders. If you leave a wounded man on the damp ground in the middle of winter, while you run away 5 miles perhaps to the next doctor, he may not improbably, as you then think, be dead before you come back. You don't know the way, you are heavy yourself, and your boots are very heavy. You must stay, therefore. But as you are no doctor, you don't in the least know what is the amount of the injury. In your great trouble you begin to roar for assistance, but the woods re-echo your words, and the distant sound of the huntsman's horn, as he summons his hounds at a check, only mocks your agony. But Peregrine had a boy with him. "Get upon that horse," he said at last. "Ride round to Farmer Griggs, and tell them to send somebody here with a spring cart. He has got a spring cart, I know, and a mattress in it." "But I hain't no good at riding like," said the boy, looking with dismay at Orme's big horse. "Then run, that will be better, for you can go through the wood. You know where Farmer Griggs lives, the first farm the other side of the grange." "Ay, I knows where Farmer Griggs lives well enough." "Run then, and if the cart is here in half an hour I'll give you a sovereign." Inspirited by the hopes of such wealth, golden wealth, wealth for a lifetime, the boy was quickly back over the fence, and Peregrine was left alone with Felix Graham. He was now sitting down, with his feet hanging into the ditch, and Peregrine was kneeling behind him. "I am sorry I can do nothing more," said he, "but I fear we must remain here till the cart comes." "I am so vexed about your hunt," said Felix, gasping as he spoke. He had in fact broken his right arm, which had been twisted under him as the horse rolled, and 2 of his ribs had been staved in by the pommel of his saddle. Many men have been worse hurt, and have hunted again before the end of the season, but the fracture of 3 bones does make a man uncomfortable for the time. "Now the cart is sent for, couldn't you go on?" But it was not likely that Peregrine Orme would do that. "Never mind me," he said. "When a fellow is hurt he has always to do as he's told. You'd better have a drop of sherry. Look here, I've got a flask at my saddle. There, you can support yourself with that arm a moment. Did you ever see horses stand so quiet? I've got hold of yours, and now I'll fasten them together. I say, Whitefoot, you don't kick, do you?" And then he contrived to picket the horses to 2 branches, and having got out his case of sherry, poured a small modicum into the silver mug which was attached to the apparatus, and again supported Graham while he drank. "You'll be as right as a trivet by and by, only you'll have to make Noningsby your headquarters for the next 6 weeks." And then the same idea passed through the mind of each of them. How little a man need be pitied for such a misfortune, if Madeline Staveley would consent to be his nurse. No man could have less surgical knowledge than Peregrine Orme, but nevertheless he was such a man as one would like to have with him if one came to grief in such a way. He was cheery and up-hearted, but at the same time gentle and even thoughtful. His voice was pleasant, and his touch could be soft. For many years afterwards Felix remembered how that sherry had been held to his lips, and how the young heir of The Cleeve had knelt behind him in his red coat, supporting him as he became weary with waiting, and saying pleasant words to him through the whole. Felix Graham was a man who would remember such things. In running through the wood the boy first encountered 3 horsemen. They were the judge, with his daughter Madeline, and Miss Furnival. "There be a man there who be almost dead," said the boy, hardly able to speak from want of breath. "I be a going for Farmer Griggs's cart." And then they stopped him a moment to ask for some description, but the boy could tell them nothing to indicate that the wounded man was one of their friends. It might, however, be Augustus, and so the 3 rode on quickly towards the fence, knowing nothing of the circumstances of the ditches which would make it out of their power to get to the fallen sportsman. But Peregrine heard the sound of the horses and the voices of the horsemen. "By Jove, there's a lot of them coming down here," said he. "It's the judge and 2 of the girls. Oh, Miss Staveley, I'm so glad you've come. Graham has had a bad fall and hurt himself. You haven't a shawl, have you? The ground is so wet under him." "It doesn't signify at all," said Felix, looking round and seeing the faces of his friends on the other side of the bank. Madam Staveley gave a slight shriek which her father did not notice, but which Miss Furnival heard very plainly. "Oh, papa," she said, "cannot you get over to him?" And then she began to bethink herself whether it were possible that she should give up something of her dress to protect the man who was hurt from the damp muddy ground on which he lay. "Can you hold my horse, dear?" said the judge, slowly dismounting; for the judge, though he rode every day on sanitary considerations, had not a sportsman's celerity in leaving and recovering his saddle. But he did get down, and burdened as he was with a great coat, he did succeed in crossing that accursed fence. Accursed it was from henceforward in the annals of the H.H., and none would ride it but daredevils who professed themselves willing to go at anything. Miss Tristram, however, always declared that there was nothing in it, though she avoided it herself, whispering to her friends that she had led others to grief there, and might possibly do so again if she persevered. "Could you hold the horse," said Madeline to Miss Furnival, "and I will go for a shawl to the carriage." Miss Furnival declared that to the best of her belief she could not. But nevertheless the animal was left with her, and Madeline turned round and galloped back towards the carriage. She made her horse do his best, though her eyes were nearly blinded with tears, and went straight on for the carriage, though she would have given much for a moment to hide those tears before she reached it. "Oh, mamma, give me a thick shawl. Mr. Graham has hurt himself in the field and is lying on the grass." And then in some incoherent and quick manner she had to explain what she knew of the accident before she could get a carriage cloak out of the carriage. This, however, she did succeed in doing, and in some manner very unintelligible to herself afterwards she did gallop back with her burden. She passed the cloak over to Peregrine, who clambered up the bank to get it, while the judge remained on the ground, supporting the young barrister. Felix Graham, though he was weak, was not stunned or senseless, and he knew well who it was that had procured for him that comfort. And then the carriage followed Madeline, and there was quite a concourse of servants and horses and ladies on the inside of the fence. But the wounded man was still, unfortunately, on the other side. No cart from Farmer Griggs made its appearance, though it was now more than half an hour since the boy had gone. Carts, when they are wanted in such sudden haste, do not make their appearance. It was 2 miles through the wood to Mr. Griggs' farmyard, and more than 3 miles back by any route which the cart could take. And then it might be more than probable that in Farmer Griggs's establishment there was not always a horse ready in harness, or a groom at hand prepared to yoke him. Peregrine had become very impatient, and had more than once invoked a silent anathema on the farmer's head; but nevertheless there was no appearance of the cart. "We must get him across the ditches into the carriage," said the judge. "If Lady Staveley will let us do that," said Peregrine. "The difficulty is not with Lady Staveley, but with these nasty ditches," said the judge, for he had been up to his knees in one of them, and the water had penetrated his boots. But the task was at last done. Mrs. Arbuthnot stood up on the back seat of the carriage, so that she might hold the horses, and the coachman and footman got across into the field. "It would be better to let me lie here all day," said Felix, as 3 of them struggled back with their burden, the judge bringing up the rear with 2 hunting whips and Peregrine's cap. "How on earth any one would think of riding over such a place as that," said the judge. But then, when he had been a young man, it had not been the custom for barristers to go out hunting. Madeline, as she saw the wounded man carefully laid on the back seat of the carriage, almost wished that she could have her mother's place that she might support him. Would they be careful enough with him? Would they remember how terrible must be the pain of that motion to one so hurt as he was? And then she looked into his face as he was made to lean back, and she saw that he still smiled. Felix Graham was by no means a handsome man. I should hardly sin against the truth if I were to say that he was ugly. But Madeline, as she looked at him, now lying there utterly without colour, but always with that smile on his countenance, thought that no face to her liking had ever been more gracious. She still rode close to him as they went down the grassy road, saying never a word; and Miss Furnival rode there also, somewhat in the rear, condoling with the judge as to his wet feet. "Miss Furnival," he said, "when a judge forgets himself and goes out hunting, he has no right to expect anything better. What would your father have said had he seen me clambering up the bank with young Orme's hunting cap between my teeth? I positively did." "He would have rushed to assist you," said Miss Furnival, with a little burst of enthusiasm which was hardly needed on the occasion. And then Peregrine came after them, leading Graham's horse. He had been compelled to return to the field and ride both the horses back into the wood, one after the other, while the footmen held them. That riding back over fences in cold blood is the work that really tries a man's nerve. And a man has to do it, too, when no one is looking on. How he does crane and falter and look about for an easy place at such a moment as that! But when the blood is cold, no places are easy. The procession got back to Noningsby without adventure, and Graham, as a matter of course, was taken up to his bed. One of the servants had been dispatched to Alston for a surgeon, and in an hour or two the extent of the misfortune was known. The right arm was broken, very favourably, as the doctor observed, but 2 ribs were broken, rather unfavourably. There was some talk of hemorrhage and inward wounds, and Sir Jacob from Saville Row was suggested by Lady Staveley. But the judge, knowing the extent of Graham's means, made some further preliminary inquiries, and it was considered that Sir Jacob would not be needed, at any rate not as yet. "Why don't they send for him?" said Madeline to her mother, with rather more than her wonted energy. "Your papa does not think it necessary, my dear. It would be very expensive, you know." "But, mamma, would you let a man die because it would cost a few pounds to cure him?" "My dear, we all hope that Mr. Graham won't die, at any rate not at present. If there be any danger, you may be sure that your papa will send for the best advice." But Madeline was by no means satisfied. She could not understand economy in a matter of life and death. If Sir Jacob's coming would have cost £50 or 100, what would that have signified, weighed in such a balance? Such a sum would be nothing to her father. Had Augustus fallen and broken his arm, all the Sir Jacobs in London would not have been considered too costly could their joint coming have mitigated any danger. She did not, however, dare to speak to her mother again, so she said a word or two to Peregrine Orme, who was constant in his attendance on Felix. Peregrine had been very kind, and she had seen it, and her heart therefore warmed towards him. "Don't you think he ought to have more advice, Mr. Orme?" "Well, no, I don't know. He's very jolly, you know, only he can't talk. One of the bones ran into him, but I believe he's all right." "Oh, but that is so frightful!" and the tears were again in her eyes. "If I were him I should think one doctor enough. But it's easy enough having a fellow down from London, you know, if you like it." "If he should get worse, Mr. Orme." And then Peregrine made her a sort of promise, but in doing so an idea shot through his poor heart of what the truth might really be. He went back and looked at Felix, who was sleeping. "If it is so, I must bear it," he said to himself. "But I'll fight it on." And a quick thought ran through his brain of his own deficiencies. He knew that he was not clever and bright in talk like Felix Graham. He could not say the right thing at the right moment without forethought. How he wished that he could! But still he would fight it on, as he would have done any losing match, to the last. And then he sat down by Felix's head and resolved that he would be loyal to his new friend all the same, loyal in all things needful. But still he would fight it on. End of Chapter 29 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 30. Another Fall. Felix Graham had plenty of nurses, but Madeline was not one of them. Augustus Staveley came home while the Alston doctor was still busy at the broken bones, and of course he would not leave his friend. He was one of those who had succeeded in the hunt, and consequently had heard nothing of the accident till the end of it. Miss Tristram had been the first to tell him that Mr. Graham had fallen in leaving the covert, but having seen him rise to his legs, she had not thought he was seriously hurt. "I do not know much about your friend," she had said, "but I think I may comfort you by an assurance that your horse is none the worse. I could see as much as that." "Poor Felix," said Staveley. "He has lost a magnificent run. I suppose we are 9 or 10 miles from Monkton Grange now." 11, if we are a yard," said the lady. "It was an ugly country, but the pace was nothing wonderful." And then others dropped in, and at last came tidings about Graham. At first there was a whisper that he was dead. He had ridden over Orme, it was said, had nearly killed him, and had quite killed himself. Then the report became less fatal. Both horses were dead, but Graham was still living, though with most of his bones broken. "Don't believe it," said Miss Tristram. "In what condition Mr. Graham may be I won't say, but that your horse was safe and sound after he got over the fence, of that you may take my word." And thus, in a state of uncertainty, obtaining fresh rumours from every person he passed, Staveley hurried home. "Right arm and 2 ribs," Peregrine said to him as he met him in the hall. "Is that all?" said Augustus. It was clear, therefore, that he did not think so much about it as his sister. "If you'd let her have her head, she'd never have come down like that," Augustus said, as he sat that evening by his friend's bedside. "But he pulled off, I fancy, to avoid riding over me," said Peregrine. "Then he must have come too quick at his leap," said Augustus. "You should have steadied him as he came to it." From all which Graham perceived that a man cannot learn how to ride any particular horse by 2 or 3 words of precept. "If you talk any more about the horse, or the hunt, or the accident, neither of you shall stay in the room," said Lady Staveley, who came in at that moment. But they both did stay in the room, and said a great deal more about the hunt, and the horse, and the accident, before they left it; and even became so far reconciled to the circumstance that they had a hot glass of brandy and water each, sitting by Graham's fire. "But, Augustus, do tell me how he is," Madeline said to her brother, as she caught him going to his room. She had become ashamed of asking any more questions of her mother. "He's all right, only he'll be as fretful as a porcupine shut up there. At least I should be. Are there lots of novels in the house? Mind you send for a batch to morrow. Novels are the only chance a man has when he's laid up like that." Before breakfast on the following morning Madeline had sent off to the Alston Circulating Library a list of all the best new novels of which she could remember the names. No definite day had hitherto been fixed for Peregrine's return to The Cleeve, and under the present circumstances he still remained at Noningsby, assisting to amuse Felix Graham. For 2 days after the accident such seemed to be his sole occupation. But in truth he was looking for an opportunity to say a word or two to Miss Staveley, and paving his way as best he might for that great speech which he was fully resolved that he would make before he left the house. Once or twice he bethought himself whether he would not endeavour to secure for himself some confidant in the family, and obtain the sanction and special friendship either of Madeline's mother, or her sister, or her brother. But what if after that she should reject him? Would it not be worse for him then that any one should have known of his defeat? He could, as he thought, endure to suffer alone; but on such a matter as that pity would be unendurable. So as he sat there by Graham's fireside, pretending to read one of poor Madeline's novels for the sake of companionship, he determined that he would tell no one of his intention, no one till he could make the opportunity for telling her. And when he did meet her, and find now and again some moment for saying a word alone to her, she was very gracious to him. He had been so kind and gentle with Felix. There was so much in him that was sweet and good and honest, so much that such an event as this brought forth and made manifest, that Madeline, and indeed the whole family, could not but be gracious to him. Augustus would declare that he was the greatest brick he had ever known, repeating all Graham's words as to the patience with which the embryo baronet had knelt behind him on the cold muddy ground, supporting him for an hour till the carriage had come up. Under such circumstances how could Madeline refrain from being gracious to him? "But it is all from favour to Graham," Peregrine would say to himself with bitterness; and yet, though he said so, he did not quite believe it. Poor fellow! It was all from favour to Graham, and could he have thoroughly believed the truth of those words which he repeated to himself so often, he might have spared himself much pain. He might have spared himself much pain and possibly some injury. For if aught could now tend to mature in Madeline's heart an affection which was but as yet nascent, it would be the offer of some other lover. But such reasoning on the matter was much too deep for Peregrine Orme. "It may be," he said to himself, "that she only pities him because he is hurt. If so, is not this time better for me than any other? If it be that she loves him, let me know it, and be out of my pain." It did not then occur to him that circumstances such as those in question could not readily be made explicit; that Madeline might refuse his love, and yet leave him no wiser than he now was as to her reasons for so refusing; perhaps, indeed, leave him less wise, with increased cause for doubt and hopeless hope, and the green melancholy of a rejected lover. Madeline during these 2 days said no more about the London doctor; but it was plain to all who watched her that her anxiety as to the patient was much more keen than that of the other ladies of the house. "She always thinks everybody is going to die," Lady Staveley said to Miss Furnival, intending not with any consummate prudence to account to that acute young lady for her daughter's solicitude. "We had a cook here 3 months since who was very ill, and Madeline would never be easy till the doctor assured her that the poor woman's danger was altogether past." "She is so very warm hearted," says Miss Furnival in reply. It is quite delightful to see her, and she will have such pleasure when she sees him come down from his room." Lady Staveley on this immediate occasion said nothing to her daughter, but Mrs. Arbuthnot considered that a sisterly word might perhaps be spoken in due season. "The doctor says he is doing quite well now," Mrs. Arbuthnot said to her as they were sitting alone. "But does he indeed? Did you hear him?" said Madeline, who was suspicious. "He did so indeed. I heard him myself. But he says also that he ought to remain here, at any rate for the next fortnight, if mamma can permit it without inconvenience." "Of course she can permit it. No one would turn any person out of their house in such a condition as that." "Papa and mamma both will be very happy that he should stay here. Of course they would not do what you call turning him out. But Mad, my darling," and then she came up close and put her arm round her sister's waist, "I think mamma would be more comfortable in his remaining here if your charity towards him were, what shall I say, less demonstrative." "What do you mean, Isabella?" "Dearest, dearest, you must not be angry with me. Nobody has hinted to me a word on the subject, nor do I mean to hint anything that can possibly be hurtful to you." "But what do you mean?" "Don't you know, darling? He is a young man, and people see with such unkind eyes, and hear with such scandal-loving ears. There is that Miss Furnival. If Miss Furnival can think such things, I for one do not care what she thinks." "No, nor do I; not as regards any important result. But may it not be well to be careful? You know what I mean, dearest?" "Yes, I know. At least I suppose so. And it makes me know also how very cold and shallow and heartless people are. I won't ask any more questions, Isabella. But I can't know that a fellow creature is suffering in the house, and a person like him too, so clever, whom we all regard as a friend, the most intimate friend in the world that Augustus has, and the best too, as I heard papa himself say, without caring whether he is going to live or die." "There is no danger now, you know." "Very well. I am glad to hear it, though I know very well that there must be danger after such a terrible accident as that." "The doctor says there is none." "At any rate I will not." And then, instead of finishing her sentence, she turned away her head and put up her handkerchief to wipe away a tear. "You are not angry with me, dear?" said Mrs. Arbuthnot. "Oh no," said Madeline, and then they parted. For some days after that Madeline asked no question whatever about Felix Graham; but it may be doubted whether this did not make the matter worse. Even Sophia Furnival would ask how he was at any rate twice a day, and Lady Staveley continued to pay him regular visits at stated intervals. As he got better she would sit with him and brought back reports as to his sayings; but Madeline never discussed any of these, and refrained alike from the conversation whether his broken bones or his unbroken wit were to be the subject of it. And then Mrs. Arbuthnot, knowing that she would still be anxious, gave her private bulletins as to the state of the sick man's progress; all which gave an air of secrecy to the matter, and caused even Madeline to ask herself why this should be so. On the whole I think that Mrs. Arbuthnot was wrong. Mrs. Arbuthnot and the whole Staveley family would have regarded a mutual attachment between Mr. Graham and Madeline as a great family misfortune. The judge was a considerate father to his children, holding that a father's control should never be brought to bear unnecessarily. In looking forward to the future prospects of his sons and daughters, it was his theory that they should be free to choose their life's companions for themselves; but nevertheless it could not be agreeable to him that his daughter should fall in love with a man who had nothing, and whose future success at his own profession seemed to be so very doubtful. On the whole I think that Mrs. Arbuthnot was wrong, and that the feeling that did exist in Madeline's bosom might more possibly have died away had no word been said about it, even by a sister. And then another event happened which forced her to look into her own heart. Peregrine Orme did make his proposal. He waited patiently during those 2 or 3 days in which the doctor's visits were frequent, feeling that he could not talk about himself while any sense of danger pervaded the house. But then at last a morning came on which the surgeon declared that he need not call again till the morrow, and Felix himself, when the medical back was turned, suggested that it might as well be to morrow week. He began also to scold his friends, and look bright about the eyes, and drink his glass of sherry in a pleasant dinner-table fashion, not as if he were swallowing his physic. And Peregrine, when he saw all this, resolved that the moment had come for the doing of his deed of danger. The time would soon come at which he must leave Noningsby, and he would not leave Noningsby till he had learned his fate. Lady Staveley, who with a mother's eye had seen her daughter's solicitude for Felix Graham's recovery, had seen it and animadverted on it to herself, had seen also, or at any rate had suspected, that Peregrine Orme looked on her daughter with favouring eyes. Now Peregrine Orme would have satisfied Lady Staveley as a son-in-law. She liked his ways and manners of thought, in spite of those rumours as to the rat-catching which had reached her ears. She regarded him as quite clever enough to be a good husband, and no doubt appreciated the fact that he was to inherit his title and The Cleeve from an old grandfather instead of a middle-aged father. She therefore had no objection to leave Peregrine alone with her one ewe lamb, and therefore the opportunity which he sought was at last found. "I shall be leaving Noningsby to morrow, Miss Staveley," he said one day, having secured an interview in the back drawing-room, in that happy half-hour which occurs in winter before the world betakes itself to dress. "Now I here profess my belief that out of every 10 set offers made by 10 young lovers, 9 of such offers are commenced with an intimation that the lover is going away. There is a dash of melancholy in such tidings well suited to the occasion. If there be any spark of love on the other side, it will be elicited by the idea of a separation. And then also it is so frequently the actual fact. This making of an offer is in itself a hard piece of business, a job to be postponed from day to day. It is so postponed, and thus that dash of melancholy and that idea of separation are brought in at the important moment with so much appropriate truth. "I shall be leaving Noningsby to morrow, Miss Staveley," Peregrine said. "Oh dear, we shall be so sorry. But why are you going? What will Mr. Graham and Augustus do without you? You ought to stay at least till Mr. Graham can leave his room." "Poor Graham! Not that I think he is much to be pitied either, but he won't be about for some weeks to come yet." "You do not think he is worse, do you?" "Oh dear no, not at all." And Peregrine was unconsciously irritated against his friend by the regard which her tone evinced. "He is quite well, only they will not let him be moved. But, Miss Staveley, it was not of Mr. Graham that I was going to speak." "No, only I thought he would miss you so much." And then she blushed, though the blush in the dark of the evening was lost upon him. She remembered that she was not to speak about Felix Graham's health, and it almost seemed as though Mr. Orme had rebuked her for doing so, in saying that he had not come there to speak of him. "Lady Staveley's house has been turned upside down since this affair, and it is time now that some part of the trouble should cease." "Oh, mamma does not mind it at all." "I know how good she is, but nevertheless, Miss Staveley, I must go to morrow." And then he paused a moment before he spoke again. "It will depend entirely upon you," he said, "whether I may have the happiness of returning soon to Noningsby." "On me, Mr. Orme?" "Yes, on you." "I do not know how to speak properly that which I have to say, but I believe I may as well say it out at once. I have come here now to tell you that I love you, and to ask you to be my wife." And then he stopped, as though there were nothing more for him to say upon the matter. It would be hardly extravagant to declare that Madeline's breath was taken away by the very sudden manner in which young Orme had made his proposition. It had never entered her head that she had an admirer in him. Previously to Graham's accident she had thought nothing about him. Since that event she had thought about him a good deal, but altogether as of a friend of Graham's. He had been good and kind to Graham, and therefore she had liked him and had talked to him. He had never said a word to her that had taught her to regard him as a possible lover, and now that he was an actual lover, a declared lover, standing before her, waiting for an answer, she was so astonished that she did not know how to speak. All her ideas, too, as to love, such ideas as she had ever formed, were confounded by his abruptness. She would have thought, had she brought herself absolutely to think upon it, that all speech of love should be very delicate, that love should grow slowly, and then be whispered softly, doubtingly, and with infinite care. Even had she loved him, or had she been in the way towards loving him, such violence as this would have frightened her and scared her love away. Poor Peregrine! His intentions had been so good and honest. He was so true and hearty, and free from all conceit in the matter. It was a pity that he should have marred his cause by such ill judgment. But there he stood waiting an answer, and expecting it to be as open, definite, and plain as though he had asked her to take a walk with him. "Madeline," he said, stretching out his hand, when he perceived that she did not speak to him at once, "there is my hand. If it be possible, give me yours." "Oh, Mr. Orme!" "I know that I have not said what I had to say very gracefully, but you will not regard that, I think. You are too good and too true." She had now seated herself, and he was standing before her. She had retreated to a sofa in order to avoid the hand which he had offered her. But he followed her, and even yet did not know that he had no chance of success. "Mr. Orme," she said at last, speaking hardly above her breath, "what has made you do this?" "What has made me do it? What has made me tell you that I love you?" "You cannot be in earnest." "Not in earnest! By heavens, Miss Staveley, no man who has said the same words was ever more in earnest. Do you doubt me when I tell you that I love you?" "Oh, I am so sorry!" And then she hid her face upon the arm of the sofa and burst into tears. Peregrine stood there like a prisoner on his trial, waiting for a verdict. He did not know how to plead his cause with any further language, and indeed no further language could have been of any avail. The judge and jury were clear against him, and he should have known the sentence without waiting to have it pronounced in set terms. But in plain words he had made his offer, and in plain words he required that an answer should be given to him. "Well," he said, "will you not speak to me? Will you not tell me whether it shall be so?" "No, no, no," she said. "You mean that you cannot love me?" And as he said this the agony of his tone struck her ear, and made her feel that he was suffering. Hitherto she had thought only of herself, and had hardly recognized it as a fact that he could be thoroughly in earnest. "Mr. Orme, I am very sorry. Do not speak as though you were angry with me, but—" "But you cannot love me?" And then he stood again silent, for there was no reply. "Is it that, Miss Staveley, that you mean to answer? If you say that with positive assurance, I will trouble you no longer." Poor Peregrine! He was but an unskilled lover. "No," she sobbed forth through her tears, but he had so framed his question that he hardly knew what "no" meant. "Do you mean that you cannot love me? Or may I hope that a day will come? May I speak to you again?" "Oh, no, no. I can answer you now. It grieves me to the heart. I know you are so good. But, Mr. Orme!" "Well?" "It can never, never be." "And I must take that as answer?" "I can make no other." He still stood before her with gloomy and almost angry brow, could she have seen him; and then he thought he would ask her whether there was any other love which had brought about her scorn for him. It did not occur to him at the first moment that in doing so he would insult and injure her. "At any rate I am not flattered by a reply which is at once so decided," he began by saying. "Oh, Mr. Orme, do not make me more unhappy." "But perhaps I am too late. Perhaps " Then he remembered himself and paused. "Never mind," he said, speaking to himself rather than to her. "Good bye, Miss Staveley. You will at any rate say good bye to me. I shall go at once now." "Go at once? Go away, Mr. Orme?" "Yes. Why should I stay here? Do you think that I could sit down to table with you all after that? I will ask your brother to explain my going. I shall find him in his room. Good bye." She took his hand mechanically, and then he left her. When she came down to dinner she looked furtively round to his place, and saw that it was vacant. End of Chapter 30 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 31. Footsteps in the Corridor. "Upon my word I am very sorry," said the judge. "But what made him go off so suddenly? I hope there's nobody ill at The Cleeve." And then the judge took his first spoonful of soup. "No, no, there's nothing of that sort," said Augustus. "His grandfather wants him, and Orme thought he might as well start at once. He was always a sudden harum-scarum fellow like that." "He's a very pleasant, nice young man," said Lady Staveley, "and never gives himself any airs. I like him exceedingly." Poor Madeline did not dare to look either at her mother or her brother, but she would have given much to know whether either of them were aware of the cause which had sent Peregrine Orme so suddenly away from the house. At first she thought that Augustus surely did know, and she was wretched as she thought that he might probably speak to her on the subject. But he went on talking about Orme and his abrupt departure, till she became convinced that he knew nothing and suspected nothing of what had occurred. But her mother said never a word after that eulogium which she had uttered, and Madeline read that eulogium altogether aright. It said to her ears that if ever young Orme should again come forward with his suit, her mother would be prepared to receive him as a suitor. And it said moreover that if that suitor had been already sent away by any harsh answer, she would not sympathize with that harshness. The dinner went on much as usual, but Madeline could not bring herself to say a word. She sat between her brother-in-law, Mr. Arbuthnot, on one side, and an old friend of her father's of 30 years' standing on the other. The old friend talked exclusively to Lady Staveley, and Mr. Arbuthnot, though he now and then uttered a word or two, was chiefly occupied with his dinner. During the last 3 or 4 days she had sat at dinner next to Peregrine Orme, and it seemed to her now that she always had been able to talk to him. She had liked him so much, too. Was it not a pity that he should have been so mistaken? And then as she sat after dinner eating 5 or 6 grapes, she felt that she was unable to recall her spirits and look and speak as she was wont to do. A thing had happened which had knocked the ground from under her, had thrown her from her equipoise, and now she lacked the strength to recover herself and hide her dismay. After dinner, while the gentlemen were still in the dining room, she got a book, and nobody disturbed her as she sat alone pretending to read it. There never had been any intimate friendship between her and Miss Furnival, and that young lady was now employed in taking the chief part in a general conversation about wools. Lady Staveley got through a good deal of wool in the course of the year, as also did the wife of the old 30 years' friend. But Miss Furnival, short as her experience had been, was able to give a few hints to them both, and did not throw away the occasion. There was another lady there, rather deaf, to whom Mrs. Arbuthnot devoted herself, and therefore Madeline was allowed to be alone. Then the men came in, and she was obliged to come forward and officiate at the tea table. The judge insisted on having the teapot and urn brought into the drawing room, and liked to have his cup brought to him by one of his own daughters. So she went to work and made the tea, but still she felt that she scarcely knew how to go through her task. What had happened to her that she should be thus beside herself, and hardly capable of refraining from open tears? She knew that her mother was looking at her, and that now and again little things were done to give her ease, if any ease were possible. "Is anything the matter with my Madeline?" said her father, looking up into her face and holding the hand from which he had taken his cup. "No, papa, only I have got a headache." "A headache, dear? That's not usual with you." "I have seen that she has not been well all the evening," said Lady Staveley, "but I thought that perhaps she might shake it off. You had better go, my dear, if you are suffering. Isabella, I'm sure, will pour out the tea for us." And so she got away and skulked slowly upstairs to her own room. She felt that it was skulking. Why should she have been so weak as to have fled in that way? She had no headache, nor was it heartache that had now upset her. But a man had spoken to her openly of love, and no man had ever so spoken to her before. She did not go direct to her own chamber, but passed along the corridor towards her mother's dressing room. It was always her custom to remain there some half hour before she went to bed, doing little things for her mother, and chatting with any other girl who might be intimate enough to be admitted there. Now she might remain there for an hour alone without danger of being disturbed, and she thought to herself that she would remain there till her mother came, and then unburthen herself of the whole story. As she went along the corridor she would have to pass the room which had been given up to Felix Graham. She saw that the door was ajar, and as she came close up to it she found the nurse in the act of coming out from the room. Mrs. Baker had been a very old servant in the judge's family, and had known Madeline from the day of her birth. Her chief occupation for some years had been nursing when there was anybody to nurse, and taking a general care and surveillance of the family's health when there was no special invalid to whom she could devote herself. Since Graham's accident she had been fully employed, and had greatly enjoyed the opportunities it had given her. Mrs. Baker was in the doorway as Madeline attempted to pass by on tiptoe. "Oh, he's a deal better now, Miss Madeline, so that you needn't be afeard of disturbing. Ain't you, Mr. Graham?" So she was thus brought into absolute contact with her friend for the first time since he had hurt himself. "Indeed I am," said Felix. "I only wish they'd let me get up and go down stairs. Is that Miss Staveley, Mrs. Baker?" "Yes, sure. Come, my dear, he's got his dressing gown on, and you may just come to the door and ask him how he does." "I am very glad to hear that you are so much better, Mr. Graham," said Madeline, standing in the doorway with averted eyes, and speaking with the voice so low that it only just reached his ears. "Thank you, Miss Staveley. I shall never know how to express what I feel for you all." "And there's none of 'em have been more anxious about you than she, I can tell you. And none of 'em ain't kinder hearteder," said Mrs. Baker. "I hope you will be up soon and be able to come down to the drawing room," said Madeline. And then she did glance round, and for a moment saw the light of his eye as he sat upright in the bed. He was still pale and thin, or at least she fancied so, and her heart trembled within her as she thought of the danger he had passed. "I do so long to be able to talk to you again. All the others come and visit me, but I've only heard the sounds of your footsteps as you pass by." "And yet she always walks like a mouse," said Mrs. Baker. "But I have always heard them," he said. "I hope Marian thanked you for the books. She told me how you had gotten them for me." "She should not have said anything about them. It was Augustus who thought of them," said Madeline. "Marian comes to me 4 or 5 times a day," he continued. "I do not know what I should do without her." "I hope she is not noisy," said Madeline. "Laws, miss, he don't care for noise now, only he ain't good at moving yet, and won't be for some while." "Pray take care of yourself, Mr. Graham," she said. "I need not tell you how anxious we all are for your recovery. Good night, Mr. Graham." And then she passed on to her mother's dressing room, and sitting herself down in an arm chair opposite to the fire, began to think. To think, or else to try to think. And what was to be the subject of her thoughts? Regarding Peregrine Orme there was very little room for thinking. He had made her an offer, and she had rejected it as a matter of course, seeing that she did not love him. She had no doubt on that head, and was well aware that she could never accept such an offer. On what subject then was it necessary that she should think? How odd it was that Mr. Graham's room door should have been open on this especial evening, and that nurse should have been standing there ready to give occasion for that conversation. That was the idea that first took possession of her brain; and then she recounted all those few words which had been spoken as though they had had some special value, as though each word had been laden with interest. She felt half ashamed of what she had done in standing there and speaking at his bedroom door; and yet she would not have lost the chance for worlds. There had been nothing in what had passed between her and the invalid. The very words spoken elsewhere, or in the presence of her mother and sister, would have been insipid and valueless; and yet she sat there feeding on them as though they were of flavour so rich that she could not let the sweetness of them pass from her. She had been stunned at the idea of poor Peregrine's love, and yet she never asked herself what was this new feeling. She did not inquire, not yet at least, whether there might be danger in such feelings. She remained there with eyes fixed on the burning coals till her mother came up. "What, Madeline," said Lady Staveley, "are you here still? I was in hopes you would have been in bed before this." "My headache is gone now, mamma, and I waited because—" "Well, dear, because what?" And her mother came and stood over her and smoothed her hair. "I know very well that something has been the matter. There has been something, Madeline?" "Yes, mamma." "And you have remained up that we may talk about it. Is that it, dearest?" "I did not quite mean that, but perhaps it will be best. I can't be doing wrong, mamma, in telling you." "Well, you shall judge of that yourself." And Lady Staveley sat down on the sofa, so that she was close to the chair which Madeline still occupied. "As a general rule I suppose you could not be doing wrong, but you must decide. If you have any doubt, wait till to morrow." "No, mamma, I will tell you now. Mr. Orme—" "Well, dearest, did Mr. Orme say anything especially to you before he went away?" He Come to me, Madeline, and sit here. We shall talk better then." And the mother made room beside her on the sofa for her daughter, and Madeline, running over, leaned with her head upon her mother's shoulder. "Well, darling, what did he say? Did he tell you that he loved you?" "Yes, mamma." "And you answered him—" "I could only tell him—" "Yes, I know. Poor fellow! But, Madeline, is he not an excellent young man? One at any rate that is lovable? Of course in such a matter the heart must answer for itself. But I, looking at the offer as a mother, I could have been well pleased. But, mamma, I could not." "Well, love, there shall be an end of it, at least for the present. When I heard that he had gone suddenly away I thought that something had happened." "I am so sorry that he should be unhappy, for I know that he is good." "Yes, he is good; and your father likes him, and Augustus. In such a matter as this, Madeline, I would never say a word to persuade you. I should think it wrong to do so. But it may be, dearest, that he has flurried you by the suddenness of his offer, and that you have not yet thought much about it." "But, mamma, I know that I do not love him." "Of course; that is natural. It would have been a great misfortune if you had loved him before you had reason to know that he loved you, a great misfortune. But now that you cannot but think of him, now that you know what his wishes are, perhaps you may learn " "But I have refused him, and he has gone away." "Young gentlemen under such circumstances sometimes come back again." "He won't come back, mamma, because I told him so plainly. I am sure he understands that it is all to be at an end." "But if he should, and if you should then think differently towards him " "Oh no!" "But if you should, it may be well that you should know how all your friends esteem him. In a worldly view the marriage would be in all respects prudent. And as to disposition and temper, which I admit are much more important, I confess I think that he has all the qualities best adapted to make a wife happy. But, as I said before, the heart must speak for itself." "Yes, of course; and I know that I shall never love him, not in that way." "You may be sure, dearest, that there will be no constraint put upon you. It might be possible that I or your papa should forbid our daughter's marriage if she had proposed to herself an imprudent match; but neither he nor I would ever use our influence with the child to bring about a marriage because we think it prudent in a worldly point of view." And then Lady Staveley kissed her daughter. "Dear mamma, I know how good you are to me." And she answered her mother's embrace by the pressure of her arm. But nevertheless she did not feel herself to be quite comfortable. There was something in the words which her mother had spoken which grated against her most cherished feelings, something, though she by no means knew what. Why had her mother cautioned her in that way, that there might be a case in which she would refuse her sanction to a proposed marriage? Isabella's marriage had been concluded with the full agreement of the whole family, and she, Madeline, had certainly never as yet given cause, either to father or mother, to suppose that she would be headstrong and imprudent. Might not the caution have been omitted? Or was it intended to apply in any way to circumstances as they now existed? "You had better go now, dearest," said Lady Staveley, "and for the present we will not think any more about this gallant young knight." And then Madeline, having said good night, went off rather crestfallen to her own room. In doing so she again had to pass Graham's door, and as she went by it, walking not quite on tiptoe, she could not help asking herself whether or no he would really recognize the sound of her footsteps. It is hardly necessary to say that Lady Staveley had conceived to herself a recognized purpose in uttering that little caution to her daughter, and she would have been quite as well pleased had circumstances taken Felix Graham out of her house instead of Peregrine Orme. But Felix Graham must necessarily remain for the next fortnight, and there could be no possible benefit in Orme's return, at any rate till Graham should have gone. End of Chapter 31 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 32. What Bridget Bolster Had to Say. It has been said in the earlier pages of this story that there was no prettier scenery to be found within 30 miles of London than that by which the little town of Hamworth was surrounded. This was so truly the case that Hamworth was full of lodgings, which in the autumn season were always full of lodgers. The middle of winter was certainly not the time for seeing the Hamworth hills to advantage. Nevertheless, it was soon after Christmas that 2 rooms were taken there by a single gentleman who had come down for a week, apparently with no other view than that of enjoying himself. He did say something about London confinement, and change of air; but he was manifestly in good health, had an excellent appetite, said a great deal about fresh eggs, which at that time of the year was hardly reasonable, and brought with him his own pale brandy. This gentleman was Mr. Crabwitz. The house at which he was to lodge had been selected with considerable judgment. It was kept by a tidy old widow known as Mrs. Trump; but those who knew anything of Hamworth affairs were well aware that Mrs. Trump had been left without a shilling, and could not have taken that snug little house in Paradise Row and furnished it completely out of her own means. No; Mrs. Trump's lodging house was one of the irons which Samuel Dockwrath ever kept heating in the fire, for the behoof of those 14 children. He had taken a lease of the house in Paradise Row, having made a bargain and advanced a few pounds while it was yet being built, and he then had furnished it and put in Mrs. Trump. Mrs. Trump received from him wages and a percentage, but to him were paid over the quota of shillings per week, in consideration for which the lodges were accommodated; all of which Mr. Crabwitz had ascertained before he located himself in Paradise Row. And when he had so located himself, he soon began to talk to Mrs. Trump about Mr. Dockwrath. He himself, as he told her in confidence, was in the profession of the law. He had heard of Mr. Dockwrath, and should be very glad if that gentleman would come over and take a glass of brandy and water with him some evening. "And a very clever, sharp gentleman he is," said Mrs. Trump. "With a tolerably good business, I suppose?" asked Crabwitz. "Pretty fair for that, sir, but he do be turning his hand to everything. He's a mortal long family of his own, and he has need of it all, if it's ever so much; but he'll never be poor for the want of looking after it." But Mr. Dockwrath did not come near his lodger on the first evening, and Mr. Crabwitz made acquaintance with Mrs. Dockwrath before he saw her husband. The care of the 14 children was not supposed to be so onerous but that she could find a moment now and then to see whether Mrs. Trump kept the furniture properly dusted, and did not infringe any of the Dockwrathian rules. These were very strict, and whenever they were broken, it was on the head of Mrs. Dockwrath that the anger of the ruler mainly fell. "I hope you find everything comfortable, sir," said poor Miriam, having knocked at the sitting-room door when Crabwitz had just finished his dinner. "Yes, thank you, very nice. Is that Mrs. Dockwrath?" "Yes, sir, I'm Mrs. Dockwrath. As it's we who own the room, I looked in to see if anything's wanting." "You are very kind. No, nothing is wanting, but I should be delighted to make your acquaintance if you would stay for a moment. Might I ask you to take a chair?" And Mr. Crabwitz handed her one. "Thank you. No, sir, I won't intrude." "Not at all, Mrs. Dockwrath. But the fact is, I'm a lawyer myself, and I should be so glad to become known to your husband. I have heard a great deal of his name lately, as to a rather famous case in which he is employed." "Not the Orley Farm case?" said Mrs. Dockwrath immediately. Yes, exactly." "And is he going on with that, sir?" asked Mrs. Dockwrath with great interest. "Is he not? I know nothing about it myself, but I always supposed that such was the case. If I had such a wife as you, Mrs. Dockwrath, I should not leave her in doubt as to what I was doing in my own profession." "I know nothing about it, Mr. Cook." For it was as Mr. Cook that he now sojourned at Hamworth. Not that it should be supposed he had received instructions from Mr. Furnival to come down to that place under a false name. From Mr. Furnival he had received no further instructions on that matter than those conveyed at the end of a previous chapter. "I know nothing about it, Mr. Cook, and don't want to know generally, but I'm anxious about this Orley Farm case. I do hope that he's going to drop it." And then Mr. Crabwitz elicited her view of the case with great ease. On that evening about 9 Mr. Dockwrath did go over to Paradise Row, and did allow himself to be persuaded to mix a glass of brandy and water and light a cigar. "My missus tells me, sir, that you belong to the profession as well as myself." "Oh yes, I'm a lawyer, Mr. Dockwrath." "Practising in town as an attorney, sir?" "Not as an attorney on my own hook exactly. I chiefly employ my time in getting up cases for barristers. There's a good deal done in that way." "Oh, indeed," said Mr. Dockwrath, beginning to feel himself the bigger man of the two; and from that moment he patronized his companion instead of allowing himself to be patronized. This went against the grain with Mr. Crabwitz, but having an object to gain he bore it. "We hear a great deal up in London just at present about this Orley Farm case, and I always hear your name as connected with it. I had no idea when I was taking these lodgings that I was coming into a house belonging to that Mr. Dockwrath." "The same party, sir," said Mr. Dockwrath, blowing the smoke out of his mouth as he looked up to the ceiling. And then by degrees Mr. Crabwitz drew him into conversation. Dockwrath was by nature quite as clever a man as Crabwitz, and in such a matter as this was not one to be outwitted easily. But in truth he had no objection to talk about the Orley Farm case. "I have taken it up on public motives, Mr. Cooke," he said, "and I mean to go through with it." "Oh, of course, in such a case as that you will no doubt go through with it." "That's my intention, I assure you. And I tell you what, young Mason, that's the son of the widow of the old man who made the will." "Or rather who did not make it, as you say." "Yes, yes. He made the will, but he did not make the codicil, and that young Mason has no more right to the property than you have." "Hasn't he now?" "No, and I can prove it too." "Well, the general opinion in the profession is that Lady Mason will stand her ground and hold her own. I don't know what the points are myself, but I have heard it discussed, and that is certainly what people think." "Then people will find that they are very much mistaken." "I was talking to one of Round's young men about it, and I fancy they are not very sanguine." "I do not care a fig for Round or his young men. It would be quite as well for Joseph Mason if Round and Crook gave up the matter altogether. It lies in a nutshell, and the truth must come out whatever Round and Crook may choose to say. And I'll tell you more. Old Furnival, big a man as he thinks himself, cannot save her." "Has he anything to do with it?" asked Mr. Cooke. "Yes, the sly old fox. My belief is that only for him she'd give up the battle and be down on her marrow bones asking for mercy." "She'd have little chance of mercy from what I hear of Joseph Mason." "She'd have to give up the property of course, and even then I don't know whether he'd let her off. By heavens, he couldn't let her off unless I chose." And then by degrees he told Mr. Cooke some of the circumstances of the case. But it was not till the fourth evening that Mr. Dockwrath spent with his lodger that the intimacy had so far progressed as to enable Mr. Crabwitz to proceed with his little scheme. On that day Mr. Dockwrath had received a notice that at noon on the following morning Mr. Joseph Mason and Bridget Bolster would both be at the house of Messrs. Round and Crook in Bedford Row, and that he could attend at that hour if it so pleased him. It certainly would so please him, he said to himself when he got that letter, and in the evening he mentioned to his new friend the business which was taking him to London. "If I might advise you in the matter, Mr. Dockwrath," said Crabwitz, "I should stay away altogether." "And why so?" "Because that's not your market. This poor devil of a woman, for she is a poor devil of a woman, she'll be poor enough before long. It can't be any gratification to you running her down." "Ah, but the justice of the thing!" "Bother! You're talking now to a man of the world. Who can say what is the justice or the injustice of anything after 20 years of possession? I have no doubt the codicil did express the old man's wish, even from your own story. But of course you are looking for your market. Now it seems to me that there's £1,000 in your way as clear as daylight." "I don't see it myself, Mr. Cooke." "No, but I do. The sort of thing is done every day. You have your father-in-law's office journal?" "Safe enough." "Burn it, or leave it about in these rooms like, so that somebody else may burn it." "I'd like to see the £1,000 first." "Of course you'd do nothing till you knew about that; nothing except keeping away from Round and Crook to morrow. The money would be forthcoming if the trial were notoriously dropped by next assizes." Dockwrath sat thinking for a minute or two, and every moment of thought made him feel more strongly that he could not now succeed in the manner pointed out by Mr. Cooke. "But where would be the market you are talking of?" said he. "I could manage that," said Crabwitz. "And go shares in the business?" "No, no, nothing of the sort." And then he added, remembering that he must show that he had some personal object, "If I got a trifle in the matter, it would not come out of your allowance." The attorney again sat silent for a while, and now he remained so for full 5 minutes, during which Mr. Crabwitz puffed the smoke from between his lips with a look of supreme satisfaction. "May I ask," at last Mr. Dockwrath said, "whether you have any personal interest in this matter?" "None in the least; that is to say, none as yet." "You did not come down here with any view—" "Oh dear no; nothing of the sort. But I see at a glance that it is one of those cases in which a compromise would be the most judicious solution of difficulties. I am well used to this kind of thing, Mr. Dockwrath." "It would not do, sir," said Mr. Dockwrath, after some further slight period of consideration. "It wouldn't do. Round and Crook have all the dates, and so has Mason too, and the original of that partnership deed is forthcoming, and they know what witnesses to depend on. No, sir, I've begun this on public grounds, and I mean to carry it on. I am in a manner bound to do so as the representative of the attorney of the late Sir Joseph Mason, and by heavens, Mr. Cooke, I'll do my duty." "I dare say you're right," said Mr. Crabwitz, mixing a quarter of a glass more brandy and water. "I know I'm right, sir," said Dockwrath; "and when a man knows he's right he has a deal of inward satisfaction in the feeling." After that Mr. Crabwitz was aware that he could be of no use at Hamworth, but he stayed out his week in order to avoid suspicion. On the following day Mr. Dockwrath did proceed to Bedford Row, determined to carry out his original plan, and armed with that inward satisfaction to which he had alluded. He dressed himself in his best, and endeavoured, as far as was in his power, to look as though he were equal to the Messrs. Round. Old Crook he had seen once, and him he already despised. He had endeavoured to obtain a private interview with Mrs. Bolster before she could be seen by Matthew Round, but in this he had not succeeded. Mrs. Bolster was a prudent woman, and acting doubtless under advice, had written to him saying that she had been summoned to the office of Messrs. Round and Crook, and would there declare all that she knew about the matter. At the same time she returned to him a money order which he had sent to her. Punctually at 12 he was in Bedford Row, and there he saw a respectable looking female sitting at the fire in the inner part of the outer office. This was Bridget Bolster, but he would by no means have recognized her. Bridget had risen in the world, and was now head chambermaid at a large hotel in the west of England. In that capacity she had laid aside whatever diffidence may have afflicted her earlier years, and was now able to speak out her mind before any judge or jury in the land. Indeed, she had never been much afflicted by such diffidence, and had spoken out her evidence on that former occasion, now 20 years since, very plainly. But, as she now explained to the head clerk, she had at that time been only a poor ignorant slip of a girl, with no more than £8 a year wages. Dockwrath bowed to the head clerk and passed on to Mat Round's private room. "Mr. Matthew is inside, I suppose," said he, and hardly waiting for permission, he knocked at the door and then entered. There he saw Mr. Matthew Round sitting in his comfortable arm chair, and opposite to him sat Mr. Mason of Groby Park. Mr. Mason got up and shook hands with the Hamworth attorney, but Round junior made his greeting without rising, and merely motioned his visitor to a chair. "Mrs. Mason and the young ladies are quite well, I hope," said Mr. Dockwrath with a smile. "Quite well, I thank you," said the county magistrate. "This matter has progressed since I last had the pleasure of seeing them. You begin to think I was right, Mr. Mason?" "Don't let us triumph till we are out of the wood," said Mr. Round. "It is a deal easier to spend money in such an affair as this than it is to make money by it. However, we shall hear to day more about it." "I do not know about making money," said Mr. Mason, very solemnly, "but that I have been robbed by that woman out of my just rights in that estate for the last 20 years, that I may say I do know." "Quite true, Mr. Mason, quite true," said Mr. Dockwrath, with considerable energy. "And whether I make money or whether I lose money, I intend to proceed in this matter. It is dreadful to think that in this free and enlightened country so abject an offender should have been able to hold her head up so long without punishment and without disgrace." "That is exactly what I feel," said Dockwrath. "The very stones and trees of Hamworth cry out against her." "Gentlemen," said Mr. Round, "we have first to see whether there has been any injustice or not. If you will allow me, I will explain to you what I now propose to do." "Proceed, sir," said Mr. Mason, who was by no means satisfied with his young attorney. "Bridget Bolster is now in the next room, and as far as I can understand the case at present, she would be the witness on whom your case, Mr. Mason, would most depend. The man Kenneby I have not yet seen, but from what I understand he is less likely to prove a willing witness than Mrs. Bolster." "I cannot go along with you there, Mr. Round," said Dockwrath. "Excuse me, sir, but I am only stating my opinion. If I should find that this woman is unable to say that she did not sign 2 separate documents on that day, that is to say so with a positive and point blank assurance, I shall recommend you, as my client, to drop the prosecution." "I will never drop it," said Mr. Mason. "You will do as you please," continued Round. "I can only say what under such circumstances will be the advice given to you by this firm. I have talked the matter over very carefully with my father and with our other partner, and we shall not think well of going on with it unless I shall now find that your view is strongly substantiated by this woman." Then out spoke Mr. Dockwrath. "Under these circumstances, Mr. Mason, if I were you I should withdraw from the house at once. I certainly would not have my case blown upon." "Mr. Mason, sir, will do as he pleases about that. As long as the business with which he honours us is straightforward, we will do it for him as for an old client, although it is not exactly in our own line. But we can only do it in accordance with our own judgment. I will proceed to explain what I now propose to do. The woman Bolster is in the next room, and I, with the assistance of my head clerk, will take down the headings of what evidence she can give." "In our presence, sir," said Mr. Dockwrath, "or if Mr. Mason should decline, at any rate in mine." "By no means, Mr. Dockwrath," said Round. "I think Mr. Dockwrath should hear her story," said Mr. Mason. "He certainly will not do so in this house or in conjunction with me. In what capacity should he be present, Mr. Mason?" "As one of Mr. Mason's legal advisers," said Dockwrath. "If you are to be one of them, Messrs. Round and Crook cannot be the others. I think I explained that to you before. It now remains for Mr. Mason to say whether he wishes to employ our firm in this matter or not, and I can tell him fairly," Mr. Round added this after a slight pause, "that we shall be rather pleased than otherwise if he will put the case into other hands." "Of course I wish you to conduct it," said Mr. Mason, who, with all his bitterness against the present holders of Orley Farm, was afraid of throwing himself into the hands of Dockwrath. He was not an ignorant man, and he knew that the firm of Round and Crook bore a high reputation before the world. "Then," said Round, "I must do my business in accordance with my own views of what is right. I have reason to believe that no one has yet tampered with this woman," and as he spoke he looked hard at Dockwrath, "though probably attempts have been made." "I don't know who should tamper with her," said Dockwrath, "unless it be Lady Mason, whom I must say you seem very anxious to protect." "Another word like that, sir, and I shall be compelled to ask you to leave the house. I believe that this woman has been tampered with by no one. I will now learn from her what is her remembrance of the circumstances as they occurred 20 years since, and I will then read to you her deposition. I shall be sorry, gentlemen, to keep you here perhaps for an hour or so, but you will find the morning papers on the table." And then Mr. Round, gathering up certain documents, passed into the outer office, and Mr. Mason and Mr. Dockwrath were left alone. "He is determined to get that woman off," said Mr. Dockwrath in a whisper. "I believe him to be an honest man," said Mr. Mason with some sternness. "Honesty, sir! It is hard to say what is honesty and what is dishonesty. Would you believe it, Mr. Mason, only last night I had £1,000 offered me to hold my tongue about this affair." Mr. Mason at the moment did not believe this, but he merely looked hard into his companion's face, and said nothing. "By the heavens above us, what I tell you is true. £1,000, Mr. Mason! Only think how they are going it to get this thing stifled. And where should the offer come from but from those who know I have the power?" "Do you mean to say that the offer came from this firm?" "Hush, Mr. Mason. The very walls hear and talk in such a place as this. I'm not to know who made the offer, and I don't know. But a man can give a very good guess sometimes. The party who was speaking to me is up to the whole transaction, and knows exactly what is going on here in this house. He let it all out, using pretty nigh the same words as Round used just now. He was full about the doubt that Round and Crook felt, that they'd never pull it through. I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Mason, they don't mean to pull it through." "What answer did you make to the man?" "What answer? Why, I just put my thumb this way over my shoulder. No, Mr. Mason, if I can't carry on without bribery and corruption, I won't carry on at all. He'd called at the wrong house with that dodge, and so he soon found." "And you think he was an emissary from Messrs. Round and Crook?" "Hush, for heaven's sake, Mr. Mason, do be a little lower." "You can put two and two together as well as I can, Mr. Mason. I find they make four. I don't know whether your calculation will be the same. My belief is that these people are determined to save that woman. Don't you see it in that young fellow's eye, that his heart is all on the other side? Now he's got hold of that woman Bolster, and he'll teach her to give such evidence as will upset us. But I'll be even with him yet, Mr. Mason. If you'll only trust me, we'll both be even with him yet." Mr. Mason at the present moment said nothing further, and when Dockwrath pressed him to continue the conversation in whispers, he distinctly said that he would rather say no more upon the subject just then. He would wait for Mr. Round's return. "Am I at liberty," he asked, "to mention that offer of the £1,000?" "What, to Mat Round?" said Dockwrath. "Certainly not, Mr. Mason. It wouldn't be our game at all." "Very well, sir." And then Mr. Mason took up a newspaper, and no further words were spoken till the door opened and Mr. Round re-entered the room. This he did with slow, deliberate step, and stopping on the hearth rug, he stood leaning with his back against the mantelpiece. It was clear from his face to see that he had much to tell, and clear also that he was not pleased at the turn which affairs were taking. "Well, gentlemen, I have examined the woman," he said, "and here is her deposition." "And what does she say?" asked Mr. Mason. "Come out with it, sir," said Dockwrath. "Did she or did she not sign two documents on that day?" "Mr. Mason," said Round, turning to that gentleman, and altogether ignoring Dockwrath and his question, "I have to tell you that her statement, as far as it goes, fully corroborates your view of the case. As far as it goes, mind you." "Oh, it does it?" said Dockwrath. "And she is the only important witness?" said Mr. Mason with great exultation. "I have never said that. What I did say was this, that your case must break down unless her evidence supported it. It does support it, strongly. But you will want more than that." "And now, if you please, Mr. Round, what is it that she has deposed?" asked Dockwrath. "She remembers it all, then?" said Mason. "She is a remarkably clear-headed woman, and apparently does remember a great deal. But her remembrance chiefly and most strongly goes to this, that she witnessed only one deed." "She can prove that, can she?" said Mason, and the tone of his voice was loudly triumphant. "She declares that she never signed but one deed in the whole of her life, either on that day or on any other. And over and beyond this she says now that I have explained to her what that other deed might have been, that old Mr. Usbech told her that it was about a partnership." "He did he?" said Dockwrath, rising from his chair and clapping his hands. "Very well. I don't think we shall want more than that, Mr. Mason." There was a tone of triumph in the man's voice, and a look of gratified malice in his countenance, which disgusted Mr. Round and irritated him almost beyond his power of endurance. It was quite true that he would much have preferred to find that the woman's evidence was in favour of Lady Mason. He would have been glad to learn that she actually had witnessed the two deeds on the same day. His tone would have been triumphant, and his face gratified, had he returned to the room with such tidings. His feelings were all on that side, though his duty lay on the other. He had almost expected that it would be so. As it was, he was prepared to go on with his duty, but he was not prepared to endure the insolence of Mr. Dockwrath. There was a look of joy also about Mr. Mason which added to his annoyance. It might be just and necessary to prosecute that unfortunate woman at Orley Farm, but he could not gloat over such work. "Mr. Dockwrath," he said, "I will not put up with such conduct here. If you wish to rejoice about this, you must go elsewhere." "And what are we to do now?" said Mr. Mason. "I presume there need be no further delay." "I must consult with my partner. If you can make it convenient to call this day week." "But she will escape." "No, she will not escape. I shall not be ready to say anything before that. If you are not in town, then I can write to you." And so the meeting was broken up, and Mr. Mason and Mr. Dockwrath left the lawyer's office together. Mr. Mason and Mr. Dockwrath left the office in Bedford Row together, and thus it was almost a necessity that they should walk together for some distance through the streets. Mr. Mason was going to his hotel in Soho Square, and Mr. Dockwrath turned with him through the passage leading into Red Lion Square, linking his own arm in that of his companion. The Yorkshire county magistrate did not quite like this, but what was he to do? "Did you ever see anything like that, sir?" said Mr. Dockwrath. "For by heavens I never did." "Like what?" said Mr. Mason. "Like that fellow there, that Round. It is my opinion that he deserves to have his name struck from the rolls. Is it not clear that he is doing all in his power to bring that wretched woman off? And I'll tell you what, Mr. Mason, if you let him play his own game in that way, he will bring her off." "But he expressly admitted that this woman Bolster's evidence is conclusive." "Yes; he was so driven into a corner that he could not help admitting that. The woman had been too many for him, and he found that he couldn't cushion her. But do you mind my words, Mr. Mason. He intends that you shall be beaten. It's as plain as the nose on your face. You can read it in the very look of him and in every tone of his voice. At any rate I can. I'll tell you what it is." And then he squeezed very close to Mr. Mason. "He and old Furnival understand each other in this matter like two brothers. Of course Round will have his bill against you. Win or lose, he'll get his costs out of your pocket. But he can make a deuced pretty thing out of the other side as well. Let me tell you, Mr. Mason, that when notes for £1,000 are flying here and there, it isn't every lawyer that will see them pass by him without opening his hand." "I do not think that Mr. Round would take a bribe," said Mr. Mason very stiffly. "Wouldn't he? Just as a hound would a pat of butter. It's your own look out, you know, Mr. Mason. I haven't got an estate of £1,200 a year depending on it. But remember this, if she escapes now, Orley Farm is gone for ever." All this was extremely disagreeable to Mr. Mason. In the first place, he did not at all like the tone of equality which the Hamworth attorney had adopted. He did not like to acknowledge that his affairs were in any degree dependent on a man of whom he thought so badly as he did of Mr. Dockwrath. He did not like to be told that Round and Crook were rogues, Round and Crook whom he had known all his life. But least of all did he like the feeling of suspicion with which, in spite of himself, this man had imbued him, or the fear that his victim might at last escape him. Excellent, therefore, as had been the evidence with which Bridget Bolster had declared herself ready to give in his favour, Mr. Mason was not a contented man when he sat down to his solitary beefsteak in Soho Square. End of Chapter 32 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter XXXIII. The Angel of Light. In speaking of the character and antecedents of Felix Graham, I have said that he was moulding a wife for himself. The idea of a wife thus moulded to fit a man's own grooves, and educated to suit matrimonial purposes according to the exact views of the future husband, was by no means original with him. Other men have moulded their wives, but I do not know that as a rule the practice has been found to answer. It is open in the first place to this objection, that the moulder does not generally conceive such idea very early in life, and the idea when conceived must necessarily be carried out on a young subject. Such a plan is the result of much deliberate thought, and has generally arisen from long observation on the part of the thinker, of the unhappiness arising from marriages in which there has been no moulding. Such a frame of mind comes upon a bachelor perhaps about his 35th year, and then he goes to work with a girl of 14. The operation takes some 10 years, at the end of which the moulded bride regards her lord as an old man. On the whole, I think that the ordinary plan is the better and even the safer. Dance with the girl 3 times, and if you like the light of her eye and the tone of voice with which she, breathless, answers your little questions about horseflesh and music, about affairs masculine and feminine, then take the leap in the dark. There is danger, no doubt, but the moulded wife is, I think, more dangerous. With Felix Graham the matter was somewhat different, seeing that he was not yet 30, and that the lady destined to be the mistress of his family had already passed through 3 or 4 years of her novitiate. He had begun to be prudent early in life, or had become prudent rather by force of sentiment than by force of thought. Mary Snow was the name of his bride-elect, and it is probable that, had not circumstances thrown Mary Snow in his way, he would not have gone out of his way to seek a subject for his experiment. Mary Snow was the daughter of an engraver, not of an artist who receives £4,000 or £5,000 for engraving the chef d'oeuvre of a modern painter, but of a man who executed flourishes on ornamental cards for tradespeople, and assisted in the illustration of circus playbills. With this man Graham had become acquainted through certain transactions of his with the press, and had found him to be a widower, drunken, dissolute, and generally drowned in poverty. 1 child the man had, and that child was Mary Snow. How it came to pass that the young barrister first took upon himself the charge of maintaining and educating this poor child need not now be told. His motives had been thoroughly good, and in the matter he had endeavoured to act the part of a kind Samaritan. He had found her pretty, half-starved, dirty, ignorant, and modest, and so finding her, had made himself responsible for feeding, cleaning, and teaching her, and ultimately for marrying her. One would have said that in undertaking a task of such undoubted charity as that comprised in the 3 first charges, he would have encountered no difficulty from the drunken, dissolute, impoverished engraver. But the man from the beginning was cunning, and before Graham had succeeded in obtaining the custody of the child, the father had obtained a written undertaking from him that he would marry her at a certain age, if her conduct up to that age had been becoming. As to this latter stipulation no doubt had arisen, and indeed Graham had so acted by her that had she fallen away the fault would have been all her own. There wanted now but 1 year to the coming of that day on which he was bound to make himself a happy man, and hitherto he himself had never doubted as to the accomplishment of his undertaking. He had told his friends, those with whom he was really intimate, Augustus Staveley and 1 or 2 others, what was to be his matrimonial lot in life, and they had ridiculed him for his quixotic chivalry. Staveley especially had been strong in his conviction that no such marriage would ever take place, and had already gone so far as to plan another match for his friend. "You know you do not love her," he had said, since Felix had been staying on this occasion at Noningsby. "I know no such thing," Felix had answered, almost in anger. "On the contrary, I know that I do love her." "Yes, as I love my niece Marian, or old Aunt Bessie, who always supplied me with sugar candy when I was a boy." "It is I that have supplied Mary with her sugar candy, and the love thus engendered is the stronger." "Nevertheless you are not in love with her, and never will be. And if you marry her you will commit a great sin." "How moral you have grown!" "No, I'm not. I'm not a bit moral. But I know very well when a man is in love with a girl, and I know very well that you're not in love with Mary Snow. And I tell you what, my friend, if you do marry her, you are done for life. There will absolutely be an end of you." "You mean to say that your Royal Highness will drop me?" "I mean to say nothing about myself. My dropping you or not dropping you won't alter your lot in life. I know very well what a poor man wants to give him a start; and a fellow like you, who has such quaint ideas on so many things, requires all the assistance he can get. You should look out for money and connection." "Sophia Furnival, for instance." "No; she would not suit you. I perceive that now." "So I supposed. Well, my dear fellow, we shall not come to loggerheads about that. She is a very fine girl, and you're welcome to the hatful of money, if you can get it." "That's nonsense. I'm not thinking of Sophia Furnival any more than you are. But if I did, it would be a proper marriage. Now," and then he went on with some further very sage remarks about Miss Snow. All this was said as Felix Graham was lying with his broken bones in the comfortable room at Noningsby; and to tell the truth, when it was so said, his heart was not quite at ease about Mary Snow. Up to this time, having long since made up his mind that Mary should be his wife, he had never allowed his thoughts to be diverted from that purpose. Nor did he so allow them now, as long as he could prevent them from wandering. But lying there at Noningsby, thinking of those sweet Christmas evenings, how was it possible that they should not wander? His friend had told him that he did not love Mary Snow, and then, when alone, he asked himself whether in truth he did love her. He had pledged himself to marry her, and he must carry out that pledge. But nevertheless, did he love her? And if not her, did he love any other? Mary Snow knew very well what was to be her destiny, and indeed had known it for the last 2 years. She was now 19 years old, and Madeline Staveley was also 19. She was 19, and at 20 she was to become a wife, as by agreement between Felix Graham and Mr. Snow, the drunken engraver. They knew their destiny, the future husband and the future wife, and each relied with perfect faith on the good faith and affection of the other. Graham, while he was thus being lectured by Staveley, had under his pillow a letter from Mary. He wrote to her regularly, on every Sunday, and on every Tuesday she answered him. Nothing could be more becoming than the way she obeyed all his behests on such matters, and it really did seem that in his case the moulded wife would turn out to have been well moulded. When Staveley left him he again read Mary's letter. Her letters were always of the same length, filling completely the 4 sides of a sheet of note paper. They were excellently well written, and as no one word in them was ever altered or erased, it was manifest enough to Felix that the original composition was made on a rough draught. As he again read through the 4 sides of the little sheet of paper, he could not refrain from conjecturing what sort of a letter Madeline Staveley might write. Mary Snow's letter ran as follows: 3 Bloomfield Terrace, Peckham, Tuesday, 10 January, 18 My dearest Felix, she had so called him for the last 12-month, by common consent between Graham and the very discreet lady under whose charge she at present lived. Previously to that she had written to him as "My dear Mr. Graham." My dearest Felix, I am very glad to hear that your arm and your two ribs are getting so much better. I received your letter yesterday, and was glad to hear that you are so comfortable in the house of the very kind people with whom you are staying. If I knew them I would send them my respectful remembrances; but as I do not know them, I suppose it would not be proper. But I remember them in my prayers. This last assurance was inserted under the express instruction of Mrs. Thomas, who, however, did not read Mary's letters, but occasionally on some subjects gave her hints as to what she ought to say. Nor was there hypocrisy in this, for under the instruction of her excellent mentor she had prayed for the kind people. I hope you will be well enough to come and pay me a visit before long, but pray do not come before you are well enough to do so without giving yourself any pain. I am glad to hear that you do not mean to go hunting any more, for it seems to me to be a dangerous amusement. And then the first paragraph came to an end. My papa called here yesterday. He said he was very badly off indeed, and so he looked. I did not know what to say at first, but he asked me so much to give him some money that I did give him at last all that I had. It was 19 shillings and 6 pence. Mrs. Thomas was angry, and told me I had no right to give away your money, and that I should not have given more than half a crown. I hope you will not be angry with me. I do not want any more at present, but indeed he was very bad, especially about his shoes. I do not know that I have any more to say, except that I put back 30 lines of Telemark into French every morning before breakfast. It never comes near right, but nevertheless Monsieur Grigaud says it is well done. He says that if it came quite right I should compose French as well as Monsieur Fénelon, which of course I cannot expect. I will now say good-bye, and I am yours most affectionately, Mary Snow. There was nothing in this letter to give any offence to Felix Graham, and so he acknowledged to himself. He made himself so acknowledge, because on the first reading of it he had felt that he was half angry with the writer. It was clear that there was nothing in the letter which would justify censure, nothing which did not almost demand praise. He would have been angry with her had she limited her filial donation to the half-crown which Mrs. Thomas had thought appropriate. He was obliged to her for that attention to her French which he had specially enjoined. Nothing could be more proper than her allusion to the Staveleys, and altogether the letter was just what it ought to be. Nevertheless it made him unhappy and irritated him. Was it well that he should marry a girl whose father was indeed very bad, but especially about his shoes? Staveley had told him that connection would be necessary for him. And what sort of connection would this be? And was there one word in the whole letter that showed a spark of true love? Did not the footfall of Madeline Staveley's step as she passed along the passage go nearer to his heart than all the outspoken assurance of Mary Snow's letter? Nevertheless he had undertaken to do this thing, and he would do it, let the footfall of Madeline Staveley's step be ever so sweet in his ear. And then, lying back in his bed, he began to think whether it would have been as well that he should have broken his neck instead of his ribs in getting out of Monkton Grange covert. Mrs. Thomas was a lady who kept a school consisting of 3 little girls and Mary Snow. She had in fact not been altogether successful in the line of life she had chosen for herself, and had hardly been able to keep her modest door-plate on her door till Graham, in search of some home for his bride, then in the first novitiate of her moulding, had come across her. Her means were now far from plentiful, but as an average number of 3 children still clung to her, and as Mary Snow's £70 per annum, to include clothes, were punctually paid, the small house at Peckham was maintained. Under these circumstances Mary Snow was somebody in the eyes of Mrs. Thomas, and Felix Graham was a very great person indeed. Graham had received his letter on a Wednesday, and on the following Monday Mary, as usual, received one from him. These letters always came to her in the evening as she was sitting over her tea with Mrs. Thomas, the 3 children having been duly put to bed. Graham's letters were very short, as a man with a broken right arm and 2 broken ribs is not fluent with his pen. But still a word or 2 did come to her. Dearest Mary, I am doing better and better, and I hope I shall see you in about a fortnight. Quite right in giving the money. Stick to the French. Your own F. G. But as he signed himself her own, his mind misgave him that he was lying. "It is very good of him to write to you while he is in such a state," said Mrs. Thomas. "Indeed it is," said Mary; "very good indeed." And then she went on with the history of Rasselas in his Happy Valley, by which study Mrs. Thomas intended to initiate her into that course of novel reading which has become necessary for a British lady. But Mrs. Thomas had a mind to improve the present occasion. It was her duty to inculcate in her pupil love and gratitude towards the beneficent man who was doing so much for her. Gratitude for favours past, and love for favours to come. And now, while that scrap of a letter was lying on the table, the occasion for doing so was opportune. "Mary, I do hope you love Mr. Graham with all your heart and all your strength." She would have thought it wicked to say more, but so far she thought she might go, considering the sacred tie which was to exist between her pupil and the gentleman in question. "Oh yes, indeed I do." And then Mary's eyes fell wishfully on the cover of the book which lay in her lap, while her finger kept the place. Rasselas is not very exciting, but it was more so than Mrs. Thomas. "You would be very wicked if you did not, and I hope you think sometimes of the very responsible duties which a wife owes to her husband, and this will be more especially so with you than with any other woman almost that I ever heard of." There was something in this that was almost depressing to poor Mary's spirit; but nevertheless she endeavoured to bear up against it and do her duty. "I shall do all I can to please him, Mrs. Thomas, and indeed I do try about the French, and he says I was right to give papa that money." "But there will be many other things than that when you stood at the altar with him and become his wife, bone of his bone, Mary." And she spoke those last words in a very solemn tone, shaking her head, and the solemn tone almost ossified poor Mary's heart as she heard it. "Yes, I know there will. But I shall endeavour to find out what he likes." "I don't think he is so particular about his eating and drinking as some other gentlemen, though no doubt he will like his things nice." "I know he is fond of strong tea, and I shan't forget that." "And about dress, he is not very rich, you know, Mary. But it will make him unhappy if you are not always tidy. And his own shirts, I fancy he has no one to look after them now, for I so often see the buttons off. You should never let one of them go into his drawers without feeling them all to see that they're on tight." "I'll remember that," said Mary, and then she made another little furtive attempt to open the book. "And about your own stockings, Mary. Nothing is so useful to a young woman in your position as a habit of darning neat. I'm almost always afraid that you don't like darning." "Oh yes, I do." That was a fib, but what could she do, poor girl, when so pressed? "Because I thought you would look at Jane Robinson's and Julia Wright's, which are lying there in the basket. I did Rebecca's myself before tea, till my old eyes were sore." "Oh, I didn't know," said Mary, with some slight offence in her tone. "Why didn't you ask me to do them downright if you wanted?" "It's only for the practice it will give you." "Practice! I'm always practising something. But nevertheless she laid down the book and dragged the basket of work up onto the table. "Why, Mrs. Thomas, it's impossible to mend these. They're all gone." "Give them to me," said Mrs. Thomas; and then there was silence between them for a quarter of an hour, during which Mary's thoughts wandered away to the events of her future life. Would his stockings be so troublesome as these? But Mrs. Thomas was at heart an honest woman, and as a rule was honest also in practice. Her conscience told her that Mr. Graham might probably not approve of this sort of practice for conjugal duties, and in spite of her failing eyes she resolved to do her duty. "Never mind them, Mary," said she. "I remember now that you were doing your own before dinner." "Of course I was," said Mary sulkily. "And as for practice, I don't suppose he'll want me to do more of that than anything else." "Well, dear, put them by." And Miss Snow did put them by, resuming Rasselas as she did so. Who darned the stockings of Rasselas, and felt that the buttons were tight on his shirts? What a happy valley must it have been if a bride expectant were free from all such cares as these! "I suppose, Mary, it will be some time in the spring of next year." Mrs. Thomas was not reading, and therefore a little conversation from time to time was to her a solace. "What will be, Mrs. Thomas?" "Why, the marriage." "I suppose it will. He told father it should be early in 18 , and I shall be past 20 then." "I wonder where you'll go to live." "I don't know. He has never said anything about that." "I suppose not, but I'm sure it will be a long way away from Peckham." In answer to this Mary said nothing, but could not help wishing that it might be so. Peckham to her had not been a place bright with happiness, although she had become in so marked a way a child of good fortune. And then, moreover, she had a deep care on her mind with which the streets and houses and pathways of Peckham were closely connected. It would be very expedient that she should go far, far away from Peckham when she had become in actual fact the very wife of Felix Graham. "Miss Mary," whispered the red-armed maid of all work, creeping up to Mary's bedroom door when they had all retired for the night, and whispering through the chink, "Miss Mary, I've something to say." And Mary opened the door. "I've got a letter from him." And the maid of all work absolutely produced a little note enclosed in a green envelope. "Sarah, I told you not," said Mary, looking very stern and hesitating with her finger whether or no she would take the letter. "But he did so beg and pray. Besides, miss, he says hisself he must have his answer. Any gentleman, he says, has a right to an answer, and if you'd have seen him yourself, I'm sure you'd have took it. He did look so nice with that blue and gold handkercher round his neck. He was a-going to the theatre, he said." "And who was going with him, Sarah?" "Oh, no one; only his mamma and sister, and them sort. He's all right, he is." And then Mary Snow did take the letter. "And I'll come for the answer when you're settling the room after breakfast to morrow?" said the girl. "No, I don't know. I shan't send any answer at all. But, Sarah, for heaven's sake do not say a word about it." "Oh, I! Laws love you, miss, I wouldn't. Not for worlds of gold." And then Mary was left alone to read a second letter from a second suitor. "Angel of light," it began, "but cold as your own fair name." Poor Mary thought it was very nice and very sweet, and though she was so much afraid of it that she almost wished it away, yet she read it a score of times. Stolen pleasures always are sweet. She had not cared to read those 2 lines from her own betrothed lord above once, or at the most twice, and yet they had been written by a good man, a man superlatively good to her, and written too with considerable pain. She sat down all trembling to think of what she was doing, and then as she thought she read the letter again. "Angel of light, but cold as your own fair name." Alas, alas! It was very sweet to her. End of Chapter 33 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. CHAPTER XXXIV. Mr. Furnival looks for assistance. "And you think that nothing can be done down there?" said Mr. Furnival to his clerk immediately after the return of Mr. Crabwitz from Hamworth to London. "Nothing at all, sir," said Mr. Crabwitz, with laconic significance. "Well, I dare say not. If the matter could have been arranged at a reasonable cost without annoyance to my friend Lady Mason, I should have been glad. But on the whole it will perhaps be better that the law should take its course. She will suffer a good deal, but she will be the safer for it afterwards." "Mr. Furnival, I went so far as to offer £1,000. £1,000! Then they'll think we're afraid of them." "Not a bit more than they did before. Though I offered the money, he doesn't know the least that the offer came from our side. But I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Furnival. I suppose I may speak my mind?" "Oh yes. But remember this, Crabwitz. Lady Mason is no more in danger of losing the property than you are. It is a most vexatious thing, but there can be no doubt as to what the result will be." "Well, Mr. Furnival, I don't know." "In such matters I am tolerably well able to form an opinion." "Oh, certainly." "And that's my opinion. Now I shall be very glad to hear yours." "My opinion is this, Mr. Furnival, that Sir Joseph never made that codicil." "And what makes you think so?" "The whole course of the evidence. It's quite clear there was another deed executed that day, and witnessed by Bolster and Kenneby. Had there been two documents for them to witness, they would have remembered it so soon after the occurrence." "Well, Crabwitz, I differ from you in toto. But keep your opinion to yourself, that's all. I've no doubt you did the best for us you could down at Hamworth, and I'm much obliged to you. You'll find we've got our hands quite full again, almost too full." Then he turned round to his table and to the papers upon it, whereupon Crabwitz took the hint and left the room. But when he had gone, Mr. Furnival again raised his eyes from the papers on the table, and leaning back in his chair gave himself up to further consideration of the Orley Farm case. Crabwitz, he knew, was a sharp, clever man, and now the opinion formed by Crabwitz, after having seen this Hamworth attorney, tallied with his own opinion. Yes, it was his own opinion. He had never said as much, even to himself, with those inward words which a man uses when he assures himself of the result of his own thoughts. But he was aware that it was his own opinion. In his heart of hearts he did believe that that codicil had been fraudulently manufactured by his friend and client, Lady Mason. Under these circumstances what should he do? He had the handle of his pen between his teeth, as was his habit when he was thinking, and tried to bring himself to some permanent resolution. How beautiful had she looked while she stood in Sir Peregrine's library, leaning on the old man's arm! How beautiful, and how innocent! That was the form which his thoughts chiefly took. And then she had given him her hand, and he still felt the soft silken touch of her cool fingers. He would not be a man if he could desert a woman in such a strait, and such a woman. If even guilty, had she not expiated her guilt by deep sorrow? And then he thought of Mr. Mason of Groby Park, and he thought of Sir Peregrine's strong conviction, and of Judge Staveley's belief. And he thought also of the strong hold which public opinion and 20 years of possession would still give to the cause he favoured. He would still bring her through, yes, in spite of her guilt, if she were guilty, on the strength of her innocency if she were innocent. But on account of her beauty and soft hand and deep liquid eye. So at least he would have owned, could he have been honest enough to tell himself the whole truth. But he must prepare himself for the battle in earnest. It was not as though he had been briefed in this case, and had merely to perform the duty for which he had been hired. He was to undertake the whole legal management of the affair. He must settle what attorney should have the matter in hand, and instruct that attorney how to re-instruct him, and how to re-instruct those other barristers who must necessarily be employed on the defence in a case of such magnitude. He did not yet know under what form the attack would be made, but he was nearly certain that it would be done in the shape of a criminal charge. He hoped that it might take the direct form of an accusation of forgery. The stronger and more venomous the charge made, the stronger also would be public opinion in favour of the accused, and the greater the chance of an acquittal. But if she were to be found guilty on any charge, it would matter little on what. Any such verdict of guilty would be utter ruin and obliteration of her existence. He must consult with some one, and at last he made up his mind to go to his very old friend Mr. Chaffanbrass. Mr. Chaffanbrass was safe, and he might speak out his mind to him without fear of damaging the cause. Not that he could bring himself to speak out his real mind even to Mr. Chaffanbrass. He would so speak that Mr. Chaffanbrass should clearly understand him, but still not even to his ears would he say that he really believed Lady Mason to have been guilty. How would it be possible that he should feign before a jury his assured, nay, his indignant conviction of his client's innocence, if he had ever whispered to any one his conviction of her guilt? On that same afternoon he sent to make an appointment with Mr. Chaffanbrass, and immediately after breakfast on the following morning had himself taken to that gentleman's chambers. The chambers of this great guardian of the innocence, or rather not guiltiness, of the public, were not in any so named inn, but consisted of two gloomy, dark, panelled rooms in Ely Place. The course of our story, however, will not cause us to make many visits to Ely Place, and any closer description of them may be spared. I have said that Mr. Chaffanbrass and Mr. Furnival were very old friends. So they were. They had known each other for more than 30 years, and each knew the whole history of the other's rise and progression in the profession. But any results of their friendship at present were but scanty. They might meet each other in the streets perhaps once in the year, and occasionally, but very seldom, might be brought together on subjects connected with their profession, as was the case when they travelled together down to Birmingham. As to meeting in each other's houses, or coming together for the sake of the friendship which existed, the idea of doing so never entered the head of either of them. All the world knows Mr. Chaffanbrass, either by sight or by reputation. Those who have been happy enough to see the face and gait of the man as in years now gone he used to lord it at the Old Bailey, may not have thought much of the privilege which was theirs. But to those who have only read of him, and know of his deeds simply by their triumphs, he was a man very famous and worthy to be seen. "Look, that's Chaffanbrass. It was he who cross-examined at the Old Bailey, and sent him howling out of London, banished for ever into the wilderness. Where is that Chaffanbrass? What a dirty little man!" To this dirty little man in Ely Place Mr. Furnival now went in his difficulty. Mr. Furnival might feel himself sufficient to secure the acquittal of an innocent person, or even of a guilty person, under ordinary circumstances. But if any man in England could secure the acquittal of a guilty person under extraordinary circumstances, it would be Mr. Chaffanbrass. This had been his special line of work for the last 30 years. Mr. Chaffanbrass was a dirty little man, and when seen without his gown and wig, might at first glance be thought insignificant. But he knew well how to hold his own in the world, and could maintain his opinion unshaken against all the judges in the land. "Well, Furnival, and what can I do for you?" he said, as soon as the member for the Essex Marshes was seated opposite to him. "It isn't often that the light of your countenance shines so far east as this. Somebody must be in trouble, I suppose." "Somebody is in trouble," said Mr. Furnival, and then he began to tell his story. Mr. Chaffanbrass listened almost in silence throughout. Now and then he asked a question by a word or two, expressing no opinion whatever as he did so. But he was satisfied to leave the talking altogether in the hands of his visitor till the whole tale was told. "Ah," he said then, "a clever woman." "An uncommonly sweet creature too," said Mr. Furnival. "I dare say," said Mr. Chaffanbrass. And then there was a pause. "And what can I do for you?" said Mr. Chaffanbrass. "In the first place I should be very glad to have your advice. And then of course I must lead in defending her, unless it were well that I should put the case altogether in your hands." "Oh no, don't think of that. I couldn't give the time to it. My heart is not in it, as yours is." "Where will it be?" "At Alston, I suppose." "At the spring assizes. That will be, let me see, about the 10th of March." "I should think we might get it postponed till the summer. Round is not at all hot about it." "Should we gain anything by that? If a prisoner be innocent, why torment him by delay? He is tolerably sure of escape. If he be guilty, extension of time only brings out the facts the clearer. As far as my experience goes, the sooner a man is tried the better, always." "And you would consent to hold a brief?" "Under you? Well, yes. I don't mind it at Alston. Anything to oblige an old friend. I never was proud, you know." "And what do you think about it, Chaffanbrass?" "Ah, that's the question." "She must be pulled through. 20 years of possession. Think of that." "That's what Mason, the man down in Yorkshire, is thinking of. There's no doubt, of course, about that partnership deed?" "I fear not. Round would not go on with it if that were not all true." "It depends on those 2 witnesses, Furnival. I remember the case of old, though it was 20 years ago, and I had nothing to do with it. I remember thinking that Lady Mason was a very clever woman, and that Round and Crook were rather slow." "He's a brute, is that fellow Mason of Groby Park." "A brute, is he? We'll get him into the box and make him say as much for himself. She's uncommonly pretty, isn't she?" "She is a pretty woman." "And interesting? It will all tell, you know. A widow with 1 son, isn't she?" "Yes, and she has done her duty admirably since her husband's death. You will find too that she has the sympathies of all the best people in her neighbourhood. She is staying now at the house of Sir Peregrine Orme, who would do anything for her." "Anything, would he?" "And the Staveleys know her. The judge is convinced of her innocence." "Is he? He'll probably have the home circuit in the summer. His conviction expressed from the bench would be more useful to her. You can make Staveley believe everything in a drawing room or over a glass of wine, but I'll be hanged if I can ever get him to believe anything when he's on the bench." "But, Chaffanbrass, the countenance of such people will be of great use to her down there. Everybody will know that she's been staying with Sir Peregrine." "I've no doubt she's a clever woman." "But this new trouble has half killed her." "I don't wonder at that either. These sort of troubles do vex people. A pretty woman like that should have everything smooth, shouldn't she? Well, we'll do the best we can. You'll see that I'm properly instructed. By the by, who is her attorney? In such a case as that you couldn't have a better man than old Solomon Aram. But Solomon Aram is too far east from you, I suppose." "Isn't he a Jew?" "Upon my word I don't know. He's an attorney, and that's enough for me." And then the matter was again discussed between them, and it was agreed that a third counsel would be wanting. "Felix Graham is very much interested in the case," said Mr. Furnival, "and is as firmly convinced of her innocence as I am." And he managed to look his ally in the face and to keep his countenance firmly. "Ah," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, "but what if he should happen to change his opinion about his own client?" "We could prevent that, I think." "I'm not so sure. And then he'd throw her over as sure as your name's Furnival." "I hardly think he'd do that." "I believe he'd do anything." And Mr. Chaffanbrass was quite moved to enthusiasm. "I've heard that man talk more nonsense about the profession in 1 hour than I ever heard before since I first put a cotton gown on my back. He does not understand the nature of the duty which a professional man owes to his client. But he'd work well if he had a case at heart himself. I don't like him, but he is clever." "You can do as you like, of course. I shall be out of my ground down at Alston, and of course I don't care who takes the fag of the work. But I tell you this fairly, if he does go into the case and then turns against us, or drops it, I shall turn against him and drop into him." Heaven help him in such a case as that! And then these two great luminaries of the law shook hands and parted. One thing was quite clear to Mr. Furnival as he had himself carried in a cab from Ely Place to his own chambers in Lincoln's Inn. Mr. Chaffanbrass was fully convinced of Lady Mason's guilt. He had not actually said so, but he had not even troubled himself to go through the little ceremony of expressing a belief in her innocence. Mr. Furnival was well aware that Mr. Chaffanbrass would not on this account be less likely to come out strongly with such assurances before a jury, or to be less severe in his cross-examination of a witness whose evidence went to prove that guilt. But nevertheless the conviction was disheartening. Mr. Chaffanbrass would know almost by instinct whether an accused person was or was not guilty, and he had already perceived by instinct that Lady Mason was guilty. Mr. Furnival sighed as he stepped out of his cab, and again wished that he could wash his hands of the whole affair. He wished it very much, but he knew that his wish could not be gratified. "Solomon Aram," he said to himself as he again sat down in his arm-chair. "It will sound badly to those people down at Alston. At the Old Bailey they don't mind that kind of thing." And then he made up his mind that Solomon Aram would not do. It would be a disgrace to him to take a case out of Solomon Aram's hands. Mr. Chaffanbrass did not understand all this. Mr. Chaffanbrass had been dealing with Solomon Arams all his life. Mr. Chaffanbrass could not see the effect which such an alliance would have on the character of a barrister holding Mr. Furnival's position. Solomon Aram was a good man in his way, no doubt, perhaps the best man going. In taking every dodge to prevent a conviction, no man could be better than Solomon Aram. All this Mr. Furnival felt, but he felt also that he could not afford it. "It would be tantamount to a confession of guilt to take such a man as that down into the country," he said to himself, trying to excuse himself. And then he also made up his mind that he would sound Felix Graham. If Felix Graham could be induced to take up the case, thoroughly believing in the innocence of his client, no man would be more useful as a junior. Felix Graham went the home circuit on which Alston was one of the assize towns. End of Chapter 34 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 35. Love was still the lord of all. Why should I not? Such had been the question which Sir Peregrine Orme had asked himself over and over again in these latter days, since Lady Mason had been staying at his house, and the purport of the question was this: why should he not make Lady Mason his wife? I and my readers can probably see very many reasons why he should not do so. But then we are not in love with Lady Mason. Her charms and her sorrows, her soft sad smile and her more lovely tears have not operated upon us. We are not chivalrous old gentlemen past 70 years of age, but still alive, keenly alive, to a strong feeling of romance. That visit will perhaps be remembered which Mr. Furnival made at The Cleeve, and the subsequent interview between Lady Mason and the baronet. On that day he merely asked himself the question, and took no further step. On the subsequent day and the day after it was the same. He still asked himself the question, sitting alone in his library, but he did not ask it as yet of any one else. When he met Lady Mason in these days his manner to her was full of the deference due to a lady and of the affection due to a dear friend. but that was all. Mrs. Orme, seeing this, and cordially concurring in this love for her guest, followed the lead which her father-in-law gave, and threw herself into Lady Mason's arms. They two were fast and bosom friends. And what did Lady Mason think of all this? In truth there was much in it that was sweet to her, but there was something also that increased that idea of danger which now seemed to envelop her whole existence. Why had Sir Peregrine so treated her in the library, behaving towards her with such tokens of close affection? He had put his arm round her waist, and kissed her lips, and pressed her to his old bosom. Why had this been so? He had assured her that he would be to her as a father, but her woman's instinct had told her that the pressure of his hand had been warmer than that which a father accords to his adopted daughter. No idea of anger had come upon her for a moment, but she had thought about it much, and had thought about it almost in dismay. What if the old man did mean more than a father's love? It seemed to her as though it must be a dream that he should do so. But what if he did? How should she answer him? In such circumstances what should she do or say? Could she afford to buy his friendship, even his warmest love, at the cost of the enmity of so many others? Would not Mrs. Orme hate her, Mrs. Orme whom she truly, dearly, eagerly loved? Mrs. Orme's affection was, of all personal gratifications, the sweetest to her. And the young heir, would not he hate her? Nay, would he not interfere, and with some strong hand prevent so mean a deed on the part of his grandfather? And if so, would she not thus have lost them altogether? And then she thought of that other friend whose aid would be so indispensable to her in this dreadful time of tribulation. How would Mr. Furnival receive such tidings, if it should come to pass that such tidings were to be told? Lady Mason was rich with female charms, and she used them partly with the innocence of the dove, but partly also with the wisdom of the serpent. But in such use as she did make of these only weapons which Providence had given to her, I do not think that she can be regarded as very culpable. During those long years of her young widowhood, in which nothing had been wanting to her, her conduct had been free from any hint of reproach. She had been content to find all her joy in her duties and in her love as a mother. Now a great necessity for assistance had come upon her. It was necessary that she should bind men to her cause, men powerful in the world and able to fight her battle with strong arms. She did so bind them with the only chains at her command, but she had no thought, nay, no suspicion of evil in so doing. It was very painful to her when she found that she had caused unhappiness to Mrs. Furnival, and it caused her pain now also when she thought of Sir Peregrine's new love. She did wish to bind these men to her by a strong attachment, but she would have stayed this feeling at a certain point, had it been possible for her so to manage it. In the meantime Sir Peregrine still asked himself that question. He had declared to himself, when first the idea had come to him, that none of those whom he loved should be injured. He would even ask his daughter-in-law's consent, condescending to plead his cause before her, making her understand his motives, and asking her acquiescence as a favour. He would be so careful of his grandson that this second marriage, if such event did come to pass, should not put £1 out of his pocket, or at any rate should not hamper the succession of the estate with £1 of debt. And then he made excuses to himself as to the step which he proposed to take, thinking how he would meet his friends, and how he would carry himself before his old servants. Old men have made more silly marriages than this which he then desired. Gentlemen such as Sir Peregrine in age and station have married their housemaids, have married young girls of 18 years of age, have done so and faced their friends and servants afterwards. The bride that he proposed to himself was a lady, an old friend, a woman over 40, and one whom by such a marriage he could greatly assist in her deep sorrow. Why should he not do it? After much of such thoughts as these, extended over nearly a week, he resolved to speak his mind to Mrs. Orme. If it were to be done, it should be done at once. The incredulous, unromantic readers of this age would hardly believe me if I said that his main object was to render assistance to Lady Mason in her difficulty. But so he assured himself, and so he believed. This assistance to be of true service must be given at once, and having so resolved, he sent for Mrs. Orme into the library. "Edith, my darling," he said, taking her hand and pressing it between both his own, as was often the wont with him in his more affectionate moods, "I want to speak to you on business that concerns me nearly, may perhaps concern us all nearly. Can you give me half an hour?" "Of course I can. What is it, sir? I am a bad hand at business, but you know that." "Sit down, dear. There. Sit there, and I will sit here. As to this business, no one can counsel me as well as you." "Dearest father, I should be a poor counsellor in anything." "Not in this, Edith. It is about Lady Mason that I would speak to you. We both love her dearly, do we not?" "I do." "And are glad to have her here?" "Oh, so glad. When this trial is only over it will be so sweet to have her for a neighbour. We really know her now, and it will be so pleasant to see much of her." There was nothing discouraging in this, but still the words in some slight degree grated against Sir Peregrine's feelings. At the present moment he did not wish to think of Lady Mason as living at Orley Farm, and would have preferred that his daughter-in-law should have spoken of her as being there, at The Cleeve. "Yes, we know her now," he said. "And believe me in this, Edith, no knowledge obtained of a friend in happiness is at all equal to that which is obtained in sorrow. Had Lady Mason been prosperous, had she never become subject to the malice and avarice of wicked people, I should never have loved her as I do love her." "Nor should I, father." "She is a cruelly ill-used woman, and a woman worthy of the kindest usage. I am an old man now, but it has never before been my lot to be so anxious for a fellow creature as I am for her. It is dreadful to think that innocence in this country should be subject to such attacks." "Indeed it is. But you do not think that there is any danger?" This was all very well, and showed that Mrs. Orme's mind was well disposed toward the woman whom he loved. But he had known that before, and he began to feel that he was not approaching the object which he had in view. "Edith," at last he said abruptly, "I love her with my whole heart. I would fain make her my wife." Sir Peregrine Orme had never in his course through life failed in anything for lack of courage, and when the idea came home to him that he was trembling at the task which he had imposed on himself, he dashed at it at once. It is so that forlorn hopes are led, and become not forlorn. It is so that breaches are taken. "Your wife!" said Mrs. Orme. She would not have breathed a syllable to pain him if she could have helped it, but the suddenness of the announcement overcame her for a moment. "Yes, Edith, my wife. Let us discuss the matter before you condemn it. But in the first place I would have you to understand this. I will not marry her if you say that it will make you unhappy. I have not spoken to her as yet, and she knows nothing of this project." Sir Peregrine, it may be presumed, had not himself thought much of that kiss which he had given her. "You," he continued to say, "have given up your whole life to me. You are my angel. If this thing will make you unhappy, it shall not be done." Sir Peregrine had not so considered it, but with such a woman as Mrs. Orme this was, of course, the surest way to overcome opposition. On her own behalf, thinking only of herself, she would stand in the way of nothing that could add to Sir Peregrine's happiness. But nevertheless the idea was strong in her mind that such a marriage would be imprudent. Sir Peregrine at present stood high before the world. Would he stand so high if he did this thing? His gray hair and old manly bearing were honoured and revered by all who knew him. Would this still be so if he made himself the husband of Lady Mason? She loved so dearly, she valued so highly the honour that was paid to him. She was so proud of her own boy in that he was the grandson of so perfect a gentleman. Would not this be a sad ending to such a career? Such were the thoughts which ran through her mind at the moment. "Make me unhappy," she said, getting up and going over to him. "It is your happiness of which I would think. Will it make you more happy?" "It will enable me to befriend her more effectually." "But, dearest father, you must be the first consideration to us, to me and Peregrine. Will it make you more happy?" "I think it will," he answered slowly. "Then I, for one, will say nothing against it," she answered. She was very weak, it will be said. Yes, she was weak. Many of the sweetest, kindest, best of women are weak in this way. It is not every woman that can bring herself to say hard, useful, wise words in opposition to the follies of those they love best. A woman, to be useful and wise, no doubt should have such power. For myself, I am not so sure that I like useful and wise women. "Then I, for one, will say nothing against it," said Mrs. Orme, deficient in utility, wanting in wisdom, but full of the sweetest affection. "You are sure that you will not love her the less yourself?" said Sir Peregrine. "Yes, I am sure of that. If it were to be so, I should endeavour to love her the more." "Dearest Edith, I have only one other person to tell." "Do you mean Peregrine?" she said in her softest voice. "Yes, of course he must be told. But as it would not be well to ask his consent, as I have asked yours." And then as he said this she kissed his brow. "But you will let him know it?" "Yes, that is if she accepts my proposition. Then he shall know it immediately. And Edith, my dear, you may be sure of this. Nothing that I do shall be allowed in any way to injure his prospects or to hamper him as regards money when I am gone. If this marriage takes place, I cannot do very much for her in the way of money. She will understand that. Something I can, of course." And then Mrs. Orme stood over the fire looking at the hot coals and thinking what Lady Mason's answer would be. She esteemed Lady Mason very highly, regarding her as a woman sensible and conscientious at all points, and she felt by no means certain that the offer would be accepted. What if Lady Mason should say that such an arrangement would not be possible for her? Mrs. Orme felt that under such circumstances she at any rate would not withdraw her love from Lady Mason. "And now I may as well speak to her at once," said Sir Peregrine. "Is she in the drawing room?" "I left her there." "Will you ask her to come to me with my love?" "I had better not say anything, I suppose." Sir Peregrine in his heart of hearts wished that his daughter-in-law could say it all, but he would not give her such a commission. "No, perhaps not." And then Mrs. Orme was going to leave him. "One word more, Edith. You and I, darling, have known each other so long and loved each other so well, that I should be unhappy if I were to fall in your estimation." "There is no fear of that, father." "Will you believe me when I assure you that my great object in doing this is to befriend a good and worthy woman whom I regard as ill used, beyond all ill usage of which I have hitherto known anything?" She then assured him that she did so believe, and she assured him truly. After that she left him and went away to send in Lady Mason for her interview. In the meantime Sir Peregrine got up and stood with his back to the fire. he would have been glad that the coming scene could be over. And yet I should be wronging him to say that he was afraid of it. There would be a pleasure to him in telling her that he loved her so dearly and trusted her with such absolute confidence. There would be a sort of pleasure to him in speaking even of her sorrow, and in repeating his assurance that he would fight the battle for her with all the means at his command. And perhaps also there would be some pleasure in the downcast look of her eye as she accepted the tender of his love. Something of that pleasure he had known already. And then he remembered the other alternative. It was quite upon the cards that she should decline his offer. He did not by any means shut his eyes to that. Did she do so, his friendship should by no means be withdrawn from her. He would be very careful from the outset that she should understand so much as that. And then he heard the light footsteps in the hall. The gentle hand was raised to the door, and Lady Mason was standing in the room. "Dear Lady Mason," he said, meeting her half way across the room, "it is very kind of you to come to me when I send for you in this way." "It would be my duty to come to you if it were half across the kingdom, and my pleasure also." "Would it?" said he, looking into her face with all the wishfulness of a young lover. From that moment she knew what was coming. Strange as was the destiny which was to be offered to her at this period of her life, yet she foresaw clearly that the offer was to be made. What she did not foresee, what she could not foretell, was the answer which she might make to it. "It would certainly be my sweetest pleasure to send for you if you were away from us, to send for you or to follow you," said he. "I do not know how to make return for all your kind regard to me, to you and to dear Mrs. Orme." "Call her Edith, will you not? You did so call her once." "I call her so often when we are alone together now, and yet I feel that I have no right." "You have every right. You shall have every right if you will accept it." "Lady Mason, I am an old man, some would say a very old man, but I am not too old to love you. Can you accept the love of an old man like me?" Lady Mason was, as we are aware, not taken in the least by surprise, but it was quite necessary that she should seem to be so taken. This is a little artifice which is excusable in almost any lady at such a period. "Sir Peregrine," she said, "you do not mean more than the love of a most valued friend?" "Yes, much more. I mean the love of a husband for his wife, of a wife for her husband." "Sir Peregrine, ah me! You have not thought of this, my friend. You have not remembered the position in which I am placed. Dearest, dearest friend, dearest of all friends!" And then she knelt before him, leaning on his knees as he sat in his accustomed large arm chair. "It may not be so. Think of the sorrow that would come to you and yours if my enemies should prevail." "By God, they shall not prevail!" swore Sir Peregrine roundly, and as he swore the oath he put his two hands upon her shoulders. "No, we will hope not. I should die here at your feet if I thought that they could prevail. But I should die 20 deaths were I to drag you with me into disgrace. There will be disgrace even in standing at that bar." "Who will dare to say so when I shall stand there with you?" said Sir Peregrine. There was a feeling expressed in his face as he spoke these words which made it glorious and bright and beautiful. She, with her eyes laden with tears, could not see it, but nevertheless she knew that it was bright and beautiful, and his voice was full of hot eager assurance, that assurance which had the power to convey itself from one breast to another. Would it not be so? If he stood there with her as her husband and lord, would it not be the case that no one would dare to impute disgrace to her? And yet she did not wish it. Even yet, thinking of all this as she did think of it, according to the truth of the argument which he himself put before her, she would still have preferred that it should not be so. If she only knew with what words to tell him so, and yet give no offence. For herself she would have married him willingly. Why should she not? Nay, she could and would have loved him, and been to him a wife, such as he could have found in no other woman. But she said within her heart that she owed him kindness and gratitude, that she owed them all kindness, and that it would be bad to repay them in such a way as this. She also thought of Sir Peregrine's gray hairs, and of his proud standing in the county, and the respect in which men held him. Would it be well in her to drag him down in his last days from the noble pedestal on which he stood, and repay him thus for all that he was doing for her? "Well," said he, stroking her soft hair with his hands, the hair which appeared in front of the quiet prim cap she wore, "shall it be so? Will you give me the right to stand there with you and defend you against the tongues of wicked men? We each have our own weakness, and we also have each our own strength. There I may boast that I should be strong." She thought again for a moment or two without rising from her knees, and also without speaking. Would such strength suffice? And if it did suffice, would it then be well with him? As for herself, she did love him. If she had not loved him before, she loved him now. Who had ever been to her so noble, so loving, so gracious as he? In her ears no young lover's vows had ever sounded. In her heart such love as all the world knows had never been known. Her former husband had been kind to her in his way, and she had done her duty by him carefully, painfully, and with full acceptance of her position. But there had been nothing there that was bright and grand and noble. She would have served Sir Peregrine on her knees in the smallest offices, and delighted in such services. It was not for lack of love that she must refuse him. But still she did not answer him, and still he stroked her hair. "It would be better that you had never seen me," at last she said, and she spoke with truth the thought of her mind. That she must do his bidding, whatever that bidding might be, she had in a certain way acknowledged to herself. If he would have it so, so it must be. How could she refuse him anything, or be disobedient in aught to one to whom she owed so much? But still it would be wiser otherwise, wiser for all, unless it were for herself alone. "It would be better that you had never seen me," she said. "Nay, not so, dearest. That it would not be better for me and Edith, I am quite sure. And I would fain hope that for you—" "Oh, Sir Peregrine, you know what I mean. You know how I value your kindness. What should I be if it were withdrawn from me?" "It shall not be withdrawn. Do not let that feeling actuate you. Answer me out of your heart, and however your heart may answer, remember this, that my friendship and support shall be the same. If you will take me for your husband, as your husband will I stand by you. If you cannot, then I will stand by you as your father." What could she say? A word or two she did speak as to Mrs. Orme and her feelings, delaying her absolute reply, and as to Peregrine Orme and his prospects. But on both, as on all other points, the baronet was armed with his answer. He had spoken to his darling Edith, and she had gladly given her consent. To her it would be everything to have so sweet a friend. And then as to his heir, every care should be taken that no injury should be done to him. And speaking of this, Sir Peregrine began to say a few words plaintively about money. But then Lady Mason stopped him. No, she said, she could not and would not listen to that. She would have no settlement. No consideration as to money should be made to weigh with her. It was in no degree for that. And then she wept there till she would have fallen had he not supported her. What more is there to be told? Of course she accepted him. As far as I can see into such affairs, no alternative was allowed to her. She also was not a wise woman at all points. She was one whose feelings were sometimes too many for her, and whose feelings on this occasion had been much too many for her. Had she been able to throw aside from her his offer, she would have done so, but she had felt that she was not able. "If you wish it, Sir Peregrine," she said at last. "And can you love an old man?" he had asked. Old men sometimes will ask questions such as these. She did not answer him, but stood by his side, and then again he kissed her and was happy. He resolved from that moment that Lady Mason should no longer be regarded as the widow of a city knight, but as the wife elect of a country baronet. Whatever ridicule he might incur in this matter, he would incur at once. Men and women had dared to speak of her cruelly, and they should now learn that any such future speech would be spoken of one who was exclusively his property. Let any who chose to be speakers under such circumstances look to it. He had devoted himself to her that he might be her knight and bear her scatheless through the fury of this battle. With God's help he would put on his armour at once for that fight. Let them who would now injure her look to it. As soon as might be she should bear his name, but all the world should know at once what was her right to claim his protection. He had never been a coward, and he would not now be guilty of the cowardice of hiding his intentions. If there were those who chose to smile at the old man's fancy, let them smile. There would be many, he knew, who would not understand an old man's honour and an old man's chivalry. "My own one," he then said, pressing her again to his side, "will you tell Edith, or shall I? She expects it." But Lady Mason begged that he would tell the tale. It was necessary, she said, that she should be alone for a while, and then escaping she went to her own chamber. "Ask Mrs. Orme if she will kindly step to me," said Sir Peregrine, having rang his bell for the servant. Lady Mason escaped across the hall to the stairs, and succeeded in reaching her room without being seen by any one. Then she sat herself down and began to look her future world in the face. Two questions she had to ask. Would it be well for her that this marriage should take place, and would it be well for him? In an off-hand way she had already answered both questions, but she had done so by feeling rather than by thought. No doubt she would gain much in the coming struggle by such a position as Sir Peregrine would give her. It did seem to her that Mr. Dockwrath and Joseph Mason would hardly dare to bring such a charge as that threatened against the wife of Sir Peregrine Orme. And then, too, what evidence as to character would be so substantial as the evidence of such a marriage? But how would Mr. Furnival bear it? And if he were offended, would it be possible that the fight should be fought without him? No, that would be impossible. The lawyer's knowledge, experience, and skill were as necessary to her as the baronet's position and character. But why should Mr. Furnival be offended by such a marriage? She did not know, she said to herself. She could not see that there should be cause of offence. But yet some inner whisper of her conscience told her that there would be offence. Must Mr. Furnival be told, and must he be told at once? And then what would Lucius say and think, and how should she answer the strong words which her son would use to her? He would use strong words, she knew, and would greatly dislike this second marriage of his mother. What grown-up son is ever pleased to hear that his mother is about to marry? The Cleeve must be her home now. That is, if she did this deed. The Cleeve must be her home, and she must be separated in all things from Orley Farm. As she thought of this, her mind went back and back to those long gone days in which she had been racked with anxiety that Orley Farm should be the inheritance of the little baby that was lying at her feet. She remembered how she had pleaded to the father, pointing out the rights of her son, declaring, and with justice, that for herself she had asked for nothing, but that for him, instead of asking, might she not demand? Was not that other son provided for, and those grown-up women with their rich husbands? "Is he not your child as well as they?" she had pleaded. "Is he not your own, and as well worthy of your love?" She had succeeded in getting the inheritance for the baby at her feet; but had his having it made her happy, or him? Then her child had been all in all to her; but now she felt that that child was half estranged from her about this very property, and would become wholly estranged by the method she was taking to secure it. "I have toiled for him," she said to herself, "rising up early and going to bed late; but the thief cometh in the night and despoileth it." Who can guess the bitterness of her thoughts as she said this? But her last thoughts as she sat there thinking were of him, Sir Peregrine. Would it be well for him that he should do this? And in thus considering she did not turn her mind chiefly to the usual view in which such a marriage would be regarded. Men might call Sir Peregrine an old fool and laugh at him; but for that she would, with God's help, make him amends. In those matters he could judge for himself; and should he judge it right thus to link his life to hers, she would be true and leal to him in all things. But then about this trial. If there came disgrace and ruin, and an utter overthrow, would it not be well at any rate that no marriage should take place till that had been decided? She could not find it in her heart to bring down his old gray hairs with utter sorrow to the grave. End of Chapter 35 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 36. What the Young Men Thought About It. Lucius Mason at this time was living at home at Orley Farm, not by any means in a happy frame of mind. It will be perhaps remembered that he had at one time had an interview with Mr. Furnival in that lawyer's chambers, which was by no means consoling to him, seeing that Mr. Furnival had pooh-poohed him and his pretensions in a very off-hand way. And he had since paid a very memorable visit to Mr. Dockwrath, in which he had hardly been more successful. Nevertheless he had gone to another lawyer. He had felt it impossible to remain tranquil, pursuing the ordinary avocations of his life, while such dreadful charges were being made openly against his mother, and being so made without any authorized contradiction. He knew that she was innocent. No doubt on that matter ever perplexed his mind for a moment. But why was she such a coward that she would not allow him to protect her innocence in the only way which the law permitted? He could hardly believe that he had no power of doing so even without her sanction, and therefore he went to another lawyer. The other lawyer did him no good. It was not practicable that he, the son, should bring an action for defamatory character on the part of the mother without that mother's sanction. Moreover, as this new lawyer saw in a moment, any such interference on the part of Lucius, and any interposition of fresh and new legal proceedings, would cripple and impede the advisers to whom Lady Mason had herself confided her own case. The new lawyer could do nothing, and thus Lucius, again repulsed, betook himself to Orley Farm in no happy frame of mind. For some day or two after this he did not see his mother. He would not go down to The Cleeve, though they sent up and asked him, and she was almost afraid to go across to the house and visit him. "He will be in church on Sunday," she had said to Mrs. Orme. But he was not in church on Sunday, and then on Sunday afternoon she did go to him. This, it will be understood, was before Sir Peregrine had made his offer, and therefore as to that there was as yet no embarrassment on the widow's mind. "I cannot help feeling, mother," he said, after she had sat there with him for a short time, that for the present there is a division between you and me." "Oh, Lucius!" "It is no use our denying it to ourselves. It is so. You are in trouble, and you will not listen to my advice. You leave my house and take to the roof of a new and an untried friend." "No, Lucius, not that." "Yes, I say a new friend. 12 months ago, though you might call there, you never did more than that, and even that but seldom. They are new friends, and yet now that you are in trouble you choose to live with them." "Dear Lucius, is there any reason why I should not visit at The Cleeve?" "Yes; if you ask me, yes." And now he spoke very sternly. "There is a cloud upon you, and you should know nothing of visitings and of new friendships till that cloud has been dispersed. While these things are being said of you, you should sit at no other table than this, and drink of no man's cup but mine. I know your innocence." And as he went on to speak he stood up before her and looked down fully into her face. "But others do not. I know how unworthy are these falsehoods with which wicked men strive to crush you. But others believe that they are true accusations. They cannot be disregarded, and now it seems, now that you have allowed them to gather to a head, they will result in a trial, during which you will have to stand at the bar charged with a dreadful crime." "Oh, Lucius!" and she hid her eyes in her hands. "I could not have helped it. How could I have helped it?" "Well, it must be so now. And till that trial is over, here should be your place, here at my right hand. I am he who am bound to stand by you. It is I whose duty it is to see that your name be made white again, though I spend all I have, ay, and my life, in doing it. I am the one man on whose arm you have a right to lean. And yet, in such days as these, you leave my house and go to that of a stranger." "He is not a stranger, Lucius." "He cannot be to you as a son should be. However, it is for you to judge. I have no control in this matter, but I think it right that you should know what are my thoughts." And then she had crept back again to The Cleeve. Let Lucius say what he might, let this additional sorrow be ever so bitter, she could not obey her son's behests. If she did so in one thing, she must do so in all. She had chosen her advisers with her best discretion, and by that choice she must abide, even though it separated her from her son. She could not abandon Sir Peregrine Orme and Mr. Furnival. So she crept back and told all this to Mrs. Orme. Her heart would have utterly sunk within her could she not have spoken openly to some one of this sorrow. "But he loves you," Mrs. Orme had said, comforting her. "It is not that he does not love you." "But he is so stern to me." And then Mrs. Orme had kissed her and promised that none should be stern to her there in that house. On the morning after this Sir Peregrine had made his offer, and then she felt that the division between her and her boy would be wider than ever. And all this had come of that inheritance which she had demanded so eagerly for her child. And now Lucius was sitting alone in his room at Orley Farm, having for the present given up all idea of attempting anything himself by means of the law. He had made his way into Mr. Dockwrath's office, and had there insulted the attorney in the presence of witnesses. His hope now was that the attorney might bring an action against him. If that were done, he would thus have the means of bringing out all the facts of the case before a judge and a jury. It was fixed in his mind that if he could once drag that reptile before a public tribunal, and with loud voice declare the wrong that was being done, all might be well. The public would understand and would speak out, and the reptile would be scorned and trodden under foot. Poor Lucius! It is not always so easy to catch public sympathy, and it will occur sometimes that the wrong reptile is crushed by the great public heel. He had his books before him as he sat there, his Latham and his Pritchard, and he had the jawbone of one savage and the skull of another. His Liverpool bills for unadulterated guana were lying on the table, and a philosophical German treatise on agriculture which he had resolved to study. It became a man, he said to himself, to do a man's work in spite of any sorrow. But, nevertheless, as he sat there, his studies were but of little service to him. How many men have declared to themselves the same thing, but have failed when the trial came? Who can command the temper and the mind? At 10 I will strike the lyre and begin my poem. But at 10 this poetic spirit is under a dark cloud, because the water for the tea had not boiled when it was brought in at 9. And so the lyre remains unstricken. And Lucius found that he could not strike his lyre. For days he had sat there, and no good note had been produced. And then he had walked over his land, having a farming man at his heels, thinking that he could turn his mind to the actual and practical working of his land. But little good had come of that either. It was January, and the land was sloppy and half frozen. There was no useful work to be done on it. And then what Farmer Greenwood had once said of him was true enough. "The young maister's spry and active surely, but he can't let himself down to stable doing and the like of that." He had some grand idea of farming, a conviction that the agricultural world in general was very backward, and that he would set it right. Even now, in his sorrow, as he walked through his splashy frozen fields, he was tormented by a desire to do something, he knew not what, that might be great. He had no such success on the present occasion, and returned disconsolate to the house. This happened about noon on the day after that on which Sir Peregrine had declared himself. He returned, as I have said, to the house, and there at the kitchen door he met a little girl, whom he knew well as belonging to The Cleeve. She was a favourite of Mrs. Orme's, was educated and clothed by her, and ran on her messages. Now she had brought a letter up to Lucius from his mother. Curtsying low, she so told him, and he at once went into the sitting-room, where he found it lying on his table. His hand was nervous as he opened it, but if he could have seen how tremulous had been the hand that wrote it! The letter was as follows: "Dearest Lucius, I know you will be very much surprised at what I am going to tell you, but I hope you will not judge me harshly. If I know myself at all, I would take no step of any kind for my own advantage which could possibly injure you. At the present moment we unfortunately do not agree about a subject which is troubling us both, and I cannot therefore consult you as I should otherwise have done. I trust that by God's mercy these troubles may come to an end, and that there may be no further differences between you and me. Sir Peregrine Orme has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it." Lucius Mason, when he had read so far, threw down the letter upon the table, and rising suddenly from his chair, walked rapidly up and down the room. "Marry him!" he said out loud. "Marry him!" The idea that their fathers and mothers should marry and enjoy themselves is always a thing horrible to be thought of in the minds of the rising generation. Lucius Mason now began to feel against his mother the same sort of anger which Joseph Mason had felt when his father had married again. "Marry him!" And then he walked rapidly about the room, as though some great injury had been threatened to him. And so it had, in his estimation. Was it not her position in life to be his mother? Had she not had her young days? But it did not occur to him to think what those young days had been. And this then was the meaning of her receding from his advice and from his roof. She had been preparing for herself in the world new hopes and a new home and a new ambition, and she had so prevailed upon the old man that he was about to do this foolish thing. Then again he walked up and down the room, injuring his mother much in his thoughts. He gave her credit for none of those circumstances which had truly actuated her in accepting the hand which Sir Peregrine had offered her. In that matter touching the Orley Farm estate, he could acquit his mother instantly, with acclamation. But in this other matter he had pronounced her guilty before she had been allowed to plead. Then he took up the letter and finished it. "Sir Peregrine Orme has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it. It is very difficult to explain in a letter all the causes that have induced me to do so. The first, perhaps, is this, that I feel myself so bound to him by love and gratitude that I think it my duty to fall in with all his wishes. He has pointed out to me that, as my husband, he can do more for me than would be possible for him without that name. I have explained to him that I would rather perish than that he should sacrifice himself, but he is pleased to say that it is no sacrifice. At any rate he so wishes it, and as Mrs. Orme has cordially assented, I feel myself bound to fall in with his views. It was only yesterday that Sir Peregrine made his offer. I mention this that you may know that I have lost no time in telling you. Dearest Lucius, believe that I shall be as ever your most affectionate mother, Mary Mason. The little girl will wait for an answer if she finds that you are at the farm. No, he said to himself, still walking about the room, she can never be to me the same mother that she was. I would have sacrificed everything for her. She should have been the mistress of my house, at any rate till she herself should have wished it otherwise. But now. And then his mind turned away suddenly to Sophia Furnival. I cannot myself but think that had that affair of the trial been set at rest, Lady Mason would have been prudent to look for another home. The fact that Orley Farm was his house and not hers occurred almost too frequently to Lucius Mason, and I am not certain that it would have been altogether comfortable as a permanent residence for his mother, after he should have brought home to it some such bride as her he now proposed to himself. It was necessary that he should write an answer to his mother, which he did at once. Orley Farm, January. Dear Mother, it is, I fear, too late for me to offer any counsel on the subject of your letter. I cannot say that I think you are right. Your affectionate son, Lucius Mason. And then, having finished this, he again walked the room. It is all up between me and her, he said, as real friends in life and heart. She shall still have the respect of a son, and I shall have the regard of a mother. But how can I trim my course to suit the welfare of the wife of Sir Peregrine Orme? And then he lashed himself into anger at the idea that his mother should have looked for other solace than that which he could have given. Nothing more from The Cleeve reached him that day, but early on the following morning he had a visitor whom he certainly had not expected. Before he sat down to his breakfast he heard the sound of a horse's feet before the door, and immediately afterwards Peregrine Orme entered the sitting-room. He was duly shown in by the servant, and in his ordinary way came forward quickly and shook hands. Then he waited till the door was closed, and at once began upon the subject which had brought him there. "Mason," he said, "you have heard of this that is being done at The Cleeve?" Lucius immediately fell back a step or two, and considered for a moment how he should answer. He had pressed very heavily on his mother in his own thoughts, but he was not prepared to hear her harshly spoken of by another. "Yes," said he, "I have heard." "And I understand from your mother that you do not approve of it." "Approve of it? No, I do not approve of it." "Nor, by heavens, do I." "I do not approve of it," said Mason, speaking with deliberation, "but I do not know that I can take any steps towards preventing it." "Cannot you see her and talk to her, and tell her how wrong it is?" "Wrong! I do not know that she is wrong in that sense. I do not know that you have any right to blame her. Why do not you speak to your grandfather?" "So I have, as far as it was possible for me. But you do not know Sir Peregrine. No one has any influence over him but my mother, now also your mother." "And what does Mrs. Orme say?" "She will say nothing. I know well that she disapproves of it. She must disapprove of it, though she will not say so. She would rather burn off both her hands than displease my grandfather. She says that he asked her, and that she consented." "It seems to me that it is for her and you to prevent this." "No, it is for your mother to prevent it. Only think of it, Mason. He is over 70, and, as he says himself, he will not burden the estate with a new jointure. Why should she do it?" "You are wronging her there. It is no affair of money. She is not going to marry him for what she can get." "Then why should she do it?" "Because he tells her. These troubles about the lawsuit have turned her head, and she has put herself entirely into his hands. I think she is wrong. I could have protected her from all this evil, and would have done so. I could have done more, I think, than Sir Peregrine can do. But she has thought otherwise, and I do not know that I can help it." "But will you speak to her? Will you make her perceive that she is injuring a family that is treating her with kindness?" "If she will come here I will speak to her. I cannot do it there. I cannot go down to your grandfather's house with such an object as that." "All the world will turn against her if she marries him," said Peregrine; and then there was silence between them for a moment or two. "It seems to me," said Lucius at last, "that you wrong my mother very much in this matter, and lay all the blame where but the smallest part of the blame is deserved. She has no idea of money in her mind, or any thought of pecuniary advantage. She is moved solely by what your grandfather has said to her, and by an insane dread of some coming evil which she thinks may be lessened by his assistance. You are in the house with him, and can speak to him; and, if you please, to her also. I do not see that I can do either." "And you will not help me to break it off?" "Certainly, if I can see my way." "Will you write to her?" "Well, I will think about it." "Whether she be to blame or not, it must be your duty as well as mine to prevent such a marriage, if it be possible. Think what people will say of it." After some further discussion Peregrine remounted his horse and rode back to The Cleeve, not quite satisfied with young Mason. "If you do speak to her, to my mother, do it gently." Those were the last words whispered by Lucius as Peregrine Orme had his foot in the stirrup. Young Peregrine Orme, as he rode home, felt that the world was using him very unkindly. Everything was going wrong with him, and an idea entered his head that he might as well go and look for Sir John Franklin at the North Pole, or join some energetic traveller in the middle of Central Africa. He had proposed to Madeline Staveley and had been refused. That in itself caused a load to lie on his heart which was almost unendurable. And now his grandfather was going to disgrace himself. He had made his little efforts to be respectable and discreet, devoting himself to the county hunt and county drawing rooms, giving up the pleasures of London and the glories of dissipation. And for what? Then Peregrine began to argue within himself, as some others have done before him. "Were it not better done as others use?" he said to himself, in that or other language; and as he rode slowly into the courtyard of The Cleeve, he thought almost with regret of his old friend Carroty Bob. End of Chapter 36 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 37. Peregrine's Eloquence. In the last chapter Peregrine Orme called at Orley Farm with the view of discussing with Lucius Mason the conduct of their respective progenitors, and, as will be remembered, the young men agreed in a general way that their progenitors were about to make fools of themselves. Poor Peregrine, however, had other troubles on his mind. Not only had his grandfather been successful in love, but he had been unsuccessful. As he had journeyed home from Noningsby to The Cleeve in a high-wheeled vehicle which he called his trap, he had determined, being then in a frame of mind somewhat softer than was usual with him, to tell all his troubles to his mother. It sounds as though it were lackadaisical, such a resolve as this on the part of a dashing young man, who had been given to the pursuit of rats, and was now a leader among the sons of Nimrod in the pursuit of foxes. Young men of the present day, when got up for the eyes of the world, look and talk as though they could never tell their mothers anything, as though they were harder than flint, and as little in want of a woman's counsel and a woman's help as a colonel of horse on the morning of a battle. But the rigid virility of his outward accoutrements does in no way alter the man of flesh and blood who wears them. The young hero, so stern to the eye, is, I believe, as often tempted by stress of sentiment to lay bare the sorrow of his heart as is his sister. On this occasion Peregrine said to himself that he would lay bare the sorrow of his heart. He would find out what others thought of that marriage which he had proposed to himself, and then, if his mother encouraged him, and his grandfather approved, he would make another attack, beginning on the side of the judge, or perhaps on that of Lady Staveley. But he found that others, as well as he, were labouring under a stress of sentiment, and when about to tell his own tale, he had learned that a tale was to be told to him. He had dined with Lady Mason, his mother, and his grandfather, and the dinner had been very silent. 3 of the party were in love, and the 4th was burdened with the telling of the tale. The baronet himself said nothing on the subject as he and his grandson sat over their wine. But later in the evening Peregrine was summoned to his mother's room, and she, with considerable hesitation and much diffidence, informed him of the coming nuptials. "Marry Lady Mason," he had said. "Yes, Peregrine. Why should he not do so if they both wish it?" Peregrine thought that there were many causes and impediments sufficiently just why no such marriage should take place, but he had not his arguments ready at his fingers' ends. He was so stunned by the intelligence that he could say but little about it on that occasion. By the few words that he did say, and by the darkness of his countenance, he showed plainly enough that he disapproved. And then his mother said all that she could in the baronet's favour, pointing out that in a pecuniary way Peregrine would receive benefit rather than injury. "I'm not thinking of the money, mother." "No, my dear, but it is right that I should tell you how considerate your grandfather is." "All the same, I wish he would not marry this woman." "Woman, Peregrine! You should not speak in that way of a friend whom I dearly love." "Oh, she is a woman all the same." And then he sat sulkily looking at the fire. His own stress of sentiment did not admit of free discussion at the present moment, and was necessarily postponed. On that other affair he was told that his grandfather would be glad to see him on the following morning, and then he left his mother. "Your grandfather, Peregrine, asked for my assent," said Mrs. Orme, "and I thought it right to give it." This she said to make him understand that it was no longer in her power to oppose the match, and she was thoroughly glad that this was so, for she would have lacked the courage to oppose Sir Peregrine in anything. On the next morning Peregrine saw his grandfather before breakfast. His mother came to his room door while he was dressing to whisper a word of caution to him. "Pray be courteous to him," she said. "Remember how good he is to you, to us both. Say that you congratulate him." "But I don't," said Peregrine. "Ah, but Peregrine!" "I'll tell you what I'll do, mother. I'll leave the house altogether, and go away if you wish it." "Oh, Peregrine, how can you speak in that way? But he's waiting now. Pray, pray be kind in your manner to him." He descended with the same sort of feeling which had oppressed him on his return home after his encounter with Carroty Bob in Smithfield. Since then he had been on enduring good terms with his grandfather, but now again all the discomforts of war were imminent. "Good morning, sir," he said, on going into his grandfather's dressing room. "Good morning, Peregrine." And then there was silence for a moment or two. "Did you see your mother last night?" "Yes, I did see her." "And she told you what it is that I propose to do?" "Yes, sir, she told me." "I hope you understand, my boy, that it will not in any way affect your own interests injuriously." "I don't care about that, sir, one way or the other." "But I do, Peregrine. Having seen to that, I think that I have a right to please myself in this matter." "Oh yes, sir, I know you have the right." "Especially as I can benefit others. Are you aware that your mother has cordially given her consent to the marriage?" "She told me that you had asked her, and that she had agreed to it. She would agree to anything." "Peregrine, that is not the way in which you should speak of your mother." And then the young man stood silent, as though there was nothing more to be said. Indeed, he had nothing more to say. He did not dare to bring forward in words all the arguments against the marriage which were now crowding themselves into his memory. But he could not induce himself to wish the old man joy, or to say any of those civil things which are customary on such occasions. The baronet sat for a while, silent also, and a cloud of anger was coming across his brow. But he checked that before he spoke. "Well, my boy," he said, and his voice was almost more than usually kind, "I can understand your thoughts, and we will say nothing of them at present. All I will ask of you is to treat Lady Mason in a manner befitting the position in which I intend to place her." "If you think it will be more comfortable, sir, I will leave The Cleeve for a time." "I hope that may not be necessary. Why should it? Or at any rate not as yet," he added, as a thought as to his wedding day occurred to him. And then the interview was over, and in another half hour they met again at breakfast. In the breakfast room Lady Mason was also present. Peregrine was the last to enter, and as he did so his grandfather was already standing in his usual place, with the book of prayers in his hand, waiting that the servants should arrange themselves at their chairs before he knelt down. There was no time then for much greeting, but Peregrine did shake hands with her as he stepped across to his accustomed corner. He shook hands with her and felt that her hand was very cold, but he did not look at her, nor did he hear any answer given to his muttered words. When they all got up she remained close to Mrs. Orme, as though she might thus be protected from the anger which she feared from Sir Peregrine's other friends. And at breakfast also she sat close to her, far away from the baronet, and almost hidden by the urn from his grandson. Sitting there she said nothing, neither in truth did she eat anything. It was a time of great suffering to her, for she knew that her coming could not be welcomed by the young heir. "It must not be," she said to herself over and over again. "Though he turn me out of the house, I must tell him that it cannot be so." After breakfast Peregrine had ridden over to Orley Farm, and there held his consultation with the other heir. On his returning to The Cleeve he did not go into the house, but having given up his horse to a groom, wandered away among the woods. Lucius Mason had suggested that he, Peregrine Orme, should himself speak to Lady Mason on this matter. He felt that his grandfather would be very angry should he do so, but he did not regard that much. He had filled himself full with the theory of his duties, and he would act up to it. He would see her without telling any one what was his purpose, and put it to her whether she would bring down this destruction on so noble a gentleman. Having thus resolved, he returned to the house when it was already dark, and making his way into the drawing-room, sat himself down before the fire, still thinking of his plan. The room was dark, as such rooms are dark for the last hour or two before dinner in January, and he sat himself in an arm-chair before the fire, intending to sit there till it would be necessary that he should go to dress. It was an unaccustomed thing with him so to place himself at such a time, or to remain in the drawing-room at all till he came down for a few minutes before dinner. But he did so now, having been thrown out of his usual habits by the cares upon his mind. He had been so seated about a quarter of an hour, and was already nearly asleep, when he heard the rustle of a woman's garment, and looking round with such light as the fire gave him, perceived that Lady Mason was in the room. She had entered very quietly, and was making her way in the dark to a chair which she frequently occupied between the fire and one of the windows, and in doing so she passed so near Peregrine as to touch him with her dress. "Lady Mason," he said, speaking in the first place in order that she might know that she was not alone, "it is almost dark. Shall I ring for candles for you?" She started at hearing his voice, begged his pardon for disturbing him, declined his offer of light, and declared that she was going up again to her own room immediately. But it occurred to him that if it would be well that he should speak to her, it would be well that he should do so at once. And what opportunity could be more fitting than the present? "If you are not in a hurry about anything," he said, "would you mind staying here for a few minutes?" "Oh no, certainly not." But he could perceive that her voice trembled in uttering even these few words. "I think I'd better light a candle," he said; and then he did light one of those which stood on the corner of the mantelpiece, a solitary candle, which only seemed to make the gloom of the large room visible. She, however, was standing close to it, and would have much preferred that the room would have been left to its darkness. "Won't you sit down for a few minutes?" And then she sat down. "I'll just shut the door, if you don't mind." And then, having done so, he returned to his own chair and again faced the fire. He saw that she was pale and nervous, and he did not like to look at her as he spoke. He began to reflect also that they might probably be interrupted by his mother, and he wished that they could adjourn to some other room. That, however, seemed to be impossible, so he summoned up all his courage and began his task. "I hope you won't think me uncivil, Lady Mason, for speaking to you about this affair." "Oh no, Mr. Orme, I am sure that you will not be uncivil to me." "Of course I cannot help feeling a great concern in it, for it's very nearly the same, you know, as if he were my father. Indeed, if you come to that, it's almost worse. And I can assure you it is nothing about money that I mind. Many fellows in my place would be afraid about that, but I don't care twopence what he does in that respect. He is so honest and so noble-hearted that I'm sure he won't do me a wrong." "I hope not, Mr. Orme, and certainly not in respect to me." "I only mention it for fear you should misunderstand me. But there are other reasons, Lady Mason, why this marriage will make me very unhappy." "Are there? I shall be so unhappy if I make others unhappy." "You will, then. I can assure you of that. It is not only me, but your own son. I was up with him to day, and he thinks of it the same as I do." "What did he say, Mr. Orme?" "What did he say? Well, I don't exactly remember his words, but he made me understand that your marriage with Sir Peregrine would make him very unhappy. He did indeed. Why do you not see him yourself and talk to him?" "I thought it best to write to him in the first place." "Well, now you have written, and don't you think it would be well that you should go up and see him? You will find that he is quite as strong against it as I am, quite." Peregrine, had he known it, was using the arguments which were of all the least likely to induce Lady Mason to pay a visit to Orley Farm. She dreaded the idea of a quarrel with her son, and would have made almost any sacrifice to prevent such a misfortune. But at the present moment she feared the anger of his words almost more than the anger implied by his absence. If this trial could be got over, she would return to him and almost throw herself at his feet. But till that time might it not be well that they should be apart? At any rate these tidings of his discontent could not be efficacious in inducing her to seek him. "Dear Lucius," she said, not addressing herself to her companion, but speaking her thoughts, "I would not willingly give him cause to be discontented with me." "He is then very discontented, I can assure you of that." "Yes, he and I think differently about all this." "Ah, but don't you think you had better speak to him before you quite make up your mind? He is your son, you know, and an uncommon clever fellow, too. He'll know how to say all this much better than I do." "Say what, Mr. Orme?" "Why, of course you can't expect that anybody will like such a marriage as this. That is, anybody except you and Sir Peregrine." "Your mother does not object to it." "My mother! But you don't know my mother yet. She would not object to have her head cut off if anybody wanted it that she cared about. I do not know how it has all been managed, but I suppose Sir Peregrine asked her. Then of course she would not object. But look at the common sense of it, Lady Mason. What does the world always say when an old man like my grandfather marries a young woman?" "But I am not—" So far she got, and then she stopped herself. "We have all liked you very much. I'm sure I have, for one. And I'll go in for you, heart and soul, in this shameful law business. When Lucius asked me, I didn't think anything of going to that scoundrel in Hamworth, and all along I've been delighted that Sir Peregrine took it up. By heavens, I'd be glad to go down to Yorkshire myself, and walk into that fellow who wants to do you this injury. I would indeed, and I'll stand by you as strong as anybody. But, Lady Mason, when it comes to one's grandfather marrying, think what people in the county will say of him. If it was your father, and if he had been at the top of the tree all his life, how would you like to see him get a fall, and be laughed at as though he were in the mud just when he was too old ever to get up again?" I am not sure whether Lucius Mason, with all his cleverness, could have put the matter much better, or have used a style of oratory more efficacious to the end in view. Peregrine had drawn his picture with a coarse pencil, but he had drawn it strongly and with graphic effect. And then he paused, not with self-confidence, or as giving his companion time to see how great had been his art, but in want of words, and somewhat confused by the strength of his own thoughts. So he got up and poked the fire, turning his back to it, and then sat down again. "It is such a deuce of a thing, Lady Mason," he said, "that you must not be angry with me for speaking out." "Oh, Mr. Orme, I am not angry, and I do not know what to say to you." "Why don't you speak to Lucius?" "What could he say more than you have said? Dear Mr. Orme, I would not injure him, your grandfather, I mean, for all that the world holds." "You will injure him in the eyes of all his friends." "Then I will not do it. I will go to him and beg him that it may not be so. I will tell him that I cannot. Anything will be better than bringing him to sorrow or disgrace." "By Jove! But will you really?" Peregrine was startled and almost frightened at the effect of his own eloquence. What would the baronet say when he learned that he had been talked out of his wife by his grandson? "Mr. Orme," continued Lady Mason, "I am sure you do not understand how this matter has been brought about. If you did, however much it might grieve you, you would not blame me, even in your thoughts. From the first to the last, my only desire has been to obey your grandfather in everything." "But you would not marry him out of obedience?" "I would, and did so intend. I would certainly, if in doing so I did him no injury. You say that your mother would give her life for him. So would I. That or anything else that I could give, without hurting him or others. It was not I that sought for this marriage, nor did I think of it. If you were in my place, Mr. Orme, you would know how difficult it is to refuse." Peregrine again got up, and standing with his back to the fire, thought over it all again. His soft heart almost relented towards the woman who had borne his rough words with so much patient kindness. Had Sir Peregrine been there then, and could he have condescended so far, he might have won his grandson's consent without much trouble. Peregrine, like some other generals, had expended his energy in gaining his victory, and was more ready now to come to easy terms than he would have been had he suffered in the combat. "Well," he said after a while, "I'm sure that I'm very much obliged to you for the manner in which you have taken what I said to you. Nobody knows about it yet, I suppose, and perhaps if you will talk to the governor." "I will talk to him, Mr. Orme." "Thank you, and then perhaps all things may turn out right. I'll go and dress now." And so saying he took his departure, leaving her to consider how best she might act at this crisis of her life, so that things might go right, if such were possible. The more she thought of it, the less possible it seemed that her affairs should be made to go right. End of Chapter 37 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 38. Oh, indeed. The dinner on that day at The Cleeve was not very dull. Peregrine had some hopes that the idea of the marriage might be abandoned, and was at any rate much better disposed towards Lady Mason than he had been. He spoke to her, asking her whether she had been out, and suggesting roast mutton or some such creature comfort. This was lost neither on Sir Peregrine nor on Mrs. Orme, and they both exerted themselves to say a few words in a more cheery tone than had been customary in the house for the last day or two. Lady Mason herself did not say much, but she had sufficient tact to see the effort which was being made, and though she spoke but little, she smiled and accepted graciously the courtesies that were tendered to her. Then the two ladies went away, and Peregrine was again left with his grandfather. "That was a nasty accident that Graham had going out of Monkton Grange," said he, speaking on the moment of his closing the dining room door after his mother. "I suppose you heard all about it, sir?" Having fought his battle so well before dinner, he was determined to give some little rest to his half-vanquished enemy. "The first tidings we heard were that he was dead," said Sir Peregrine, filling his glass. "No, he wasn't dead, but of course you know that now. He broke an arm and 2 ribs, and got rather a bad squeeze. He was just behind me, you know, and I had to wait for him. I lost the run, and had to see Harriet Tristram go away with the best lead any one has had to a fast thing this year. That's an uncommon nasty place at the back of Monkton Grange." "I hope, Peregrine, you don't think too much about Harriet Tristram." "Think of her? Who, I? Think of her in what sort of a way? I think she goes uncommonly well to hounds." "That may be, but I should not wish to see you pin your happiness on any lady that was celebrated chiefly for going well to hounds." "Do you mean marry her?" And Peregrine immediately made a strong comparison in his mind between Miss Tristram and Madeline Staveley. "Yes, that's what I did mean." "I wouldn't have her if she owned every fox cover in the county. No, by Jove! I know a trick worth 2 of that. It's jolly enough to see them going, but as to being in love with them in that sort of way—" "You are quite right, my boy, quite right. It is not that a man wants in a wife." "No," said Peregrine, with a melancholy cadence in his voice, thinking of what it was that he did want. And so they sat sipping their wine. The turn which the conversation had taken had for the moment nearly put Lady Mason out of the young man's head. "You would be very young to marry yet," said the baronet. "Yes, I should be young, but I don't know that there is any harm in that." "Quite the contrary, if the young man feels himself to be sufficiently settled. Your mother, I know, would be very glad that you should marry early, and so should I, if you married well." What on earth could all this mean? It could not be that his grandfather knew that he was in love with Miss Staveley, and had this been known, his grandfather would not have talked of Harriet Tristram. "Oh yes, of course a fellow should marry well. I don't think much of marrying for money." "Nor do I, Peregrine. I think very little of it." "Nor about being of very high birth." "Well, it would make me unhappy, very unhappy, if you were to marry below your own rank." "What do you call my own rank?" "I mean any girl whose father is not a gentleman, and whose mother is not a lady, and of whose education among ladies you could not feel certain." "I could be quite certain about her," said Peregrine, very innocently. "Her? What her?" "Oh, I forgot that we were talking about nobody." "You don't mean Harriet Tristram?" "No, certainly not." "Of whom were you thinking, Peregrine? May I ask, if it be not too close a secret?" And then again there was a pause, during which Peregrine emptied his glass and filled it again. He had no objection to talk to his grandfather about Miss Staveley, but he felt ashamed of having allowed the matter to escape him in this sort of way. "I will tell you why I ask, my boy," continued the baronet. "I am going to do that which many people will call a very foolish thing." "You mean about Lady Mason?" "Yes, I mean my own marriage with Lady Mason. We will not talk about that just at present, and I only mention it to explain that before I do so I shall settle the property permanently. If you were married I should at once divide it with you. I should like to keep the old house myself till I die." "Oh, sir!" "But sooner than give you cause of offence I would give that up." "I would not consent to live in it unless I did so as your guest." "Until your marriage I think of settling on you 1,000 a year. But it would add to my happiness if I thought it likely that you would marry soon. Now may I ask of whom you were thinking?" Peregrine paused for a second or two before he made any reply, and then he brought it out boldly. "I was thinking of Madeline Staveley." "Then, my boy, you were thinking of the prettiest girl and the best bred lady in the county. Here's her health." And he filled for himself a bumper of claret. "You couldn't have named a woman whom I should be more proud to see you bring home. And your mother's opinion of her is the same as mine. I happen to know that." And with a look of triumph he drank his glass of wine as though much that was very joyful to him had been already settled. "Yes," said Peregrine mournfully, "she is a very nice girl. At least I think so." "The man who can win her, Peregrine, may consider himself to be a lucky fellow. You were quite right in what you were saying about money. No man feels more sure of that than I do. But if I am not mistaken, Miss Staveley will have something of her own. I rather think that Arbuthnot got £10,000. "I'm sure I don't know, sir," said Peregrine, and his voice was by no means as much elated as that of his grandfather. "I think he did; or if he didn't get it all, the remainder is settled on him. And the judge is not a man to behave better to one child than to another." "I suppose not." And then the conversation flagged a little, for the enthusiasm was all one side. It was moreover on that side which naturally would have been the least enthusiastic. Poor Peregrine had only told half his secret as yet, and that not the most important half. To Sir Peregrine the tidings, as far as he had heard them, were very pleasant. He did not say to himself that he would purchase his grandson's assent to his own marriage by giving his consent to his grandson's marriage, but it did seem to him that the two affairs, acting upon each other, might both be made to run smooth. His heir could have made no better choice in selecting the lady of his love. Sir Peregrine had feared much that some Miss Tristram or the like might have been tendered to him as the future Lady Orme, and he was agreeably surprised to find that a new mistress for The Cleeve had been so well chosen. He would be all kindness to his grandson, and win from him, if it might be possible, reciprocal courtesy and complaisance. "Your mother will be very pleased when she hears this," he said.
"I meant to tell my mother," said Peregrine, still very dolefully, "but I do not know that there is anything in it to please her. I only said that I admired Miss Staveley."
"My dear boy, if you'll take my advice you'll propose to her at once. You have been staying in the same house with her, and "
"But I have."
"Have what?"
"I have proposed to her."
"Well?"
"And she has refused me. You know all about it now, and there's no such great cause for joy."
"Oh, you have proposed to her. Have you spoken to her father or mother?"
"What was the use when she told me plainly that she did not care for me? Of course I should have asked her father. As to Lady Staveley, she and I got on uncommonly well. I'm almost inclined to think that she would not have objected." "It would be a very nice match for them, and I dare say she would not have objected." And then for some 10 minutes they sat looking at the fire. Peregrine had nothing more to say about it, and the baronet was thinking how best he might encourage his grandson. "You must try again, you know," at last he said. "Well, I fear not. I do not think it would be any good. I'm not quite sure she does not care for some one else."
"Who is he?"
"Oh, a fellow that's there, the man who broke his arm. I don't say she does, you know, and of course you won't mention it." Sir Peregrine gave the necessary promises, and then endeavoured to give encouragement to the lover. He would himself see the judge if it were thought expedient, and explain what liberal settlement would be made on the lady in the event of her altering her mind. "Young ladies, you know, are very prone to alter their minds on such matters," said the old man. In answer to which Peregrine declared his conviction that Madeline Staveley would not alter her mind. But then do not all despondent lovers hold that opinion of their own mistresses? Sir Peregrine had been a great gainer by what had occurred, and so he felt it. At any rate all the novelty of the question of his own marriage was over as between him and Peregrine. And then he had acquired a means of being gracious which must almost disarm his grandson of all power of criticism. When he, an old man, was ready to do so much to forward the views of a young man, could it be possible that the young man should oppose his wishes? And Peregrine was aware that his power of opposition was thus lessened. In the evening nothing remarkable occurred between them. Each had his or her own plans. But these plans could not be furthered by anything to be said in a general assembly. Lady Mason had already told to Mrs. Orme all that had passed in the drawing-room before dinner, and Sir Peregrine had determined that he would consult Mrs. Orme as to that matter regarding Miss Staveley. He did not think much of her refusal. Young ladies always do refuse at first. On the day but one following this there came another visit from Mr. Furnival, and he was for a long time closeted with Sir Peregrine. Matthew Round had, he said, been with him, and had felt himself obliged in the performance of his duty to submit a case to counsel on behalf of his client, Joseph Mason. He had not as yet received the written opinion of Sir Richard Leatherham, to whom he had applied, but nevertheless, as he wished to give every possible notice, he had called to say that his firm were of opinion that an action must be brought either for forgery or for perjury. "For perjury," Mr. Furnival had said. "Well, yes, we would wish to be as little harsh as possible, but if we convict her of having sworn falsely when she gave evidence as to having copied that codicil herself, and having seen it witnessed by the pretended witnesses, why, in that case, of course, the property would go back." "I can't give any opinion as to what might be the result in such a case," said Mr. Furnival. Mr. Round had gone on to say that he thought it improbable that the action could be tried before the summer assizes. "The sooner the better as far as we are concerned," said Mr. Furnival. "If you really mean that, I will see that there shall be no unnecessary delay." Mr. Furnival had declared that he did really mean it, And so the interview had ended. Mr. Furnival had really meant it, fully concurring in the opinion which Mr. Chaffanbrass had expressed on this matter. But nevertheless the increasing urgency of the case had almost made him tremble. He still carried himself with a brave outside before Mat Round, protesting as to the utter absurdity as well as cruelty of the whole proceeding, but his conscience told him that it was not absurd. Perjury, he said to himself, and then he rang the bell for Crabwitz. The upshot of that interview was that Mr. Crabwitz received a commission to arrange a meeting between that great barrister, the member for the Essex Marshes, and Mr. Solomon Aram.
"Won't it look rather, you know what I mean, sir?"
Crabwitz had asked. "We must fight these people with their own weapons," said Mr. Furnival. Not exactly with justice, seeing that Messrs. Round and Crook were not at all of the same calibre in the profession as Mr. Solomon Aram. Mr. Furnival had already at this time seen Mr. Slow, of the firm of Slow and Bideawhile, who were Sir Peregrine's solicitors. This he had done chiefly that he might be able to tell Sir Peregrine that he had seen him. Mr. Slow had declared that the case was one which his firm would not be prepared to conduct, and he named a firm to which he should recommend his clients to apply. But Mr. Furnival, carefully considering the whole matter, had resolved to take the advice and benefit by the experience of Mr. Chaffanbrass. And then he went down once more to The Cleeve. Poor Mr. Furnival!
In these days he was dreadfully buffeted about, both as regards his outer man and his inner conscience, by this unfortunate case, giving up to it time that would otherwise have turned itself into heaps of gold, giving up domestic conscience, for Mrs. Furnival was still hot in her anger against poor Lady Mason, and giving up also much peace of mind, for he felt that he was soiling his hands by dirty work. But he thought of the lady's pale sweet face, of her tear-laden eye, of her soft beseeching tones and gentle touch. He thought of these things as he should not have thought of them, and he persevered. On this occasion he was closeted with Sir Peregrine for a couple of hours, and each heard much from the other that surprised him very much. Sir Peregrine, when he was told that Mr. Solomon Aram from Bucklersbury and Mr. Chaffanbrass from the Old Bailey were to be retained for the defence of his future wife, drew himself up and said that he could hardly approve of it. The gentlemen named were no doubt very clever in criminal concerns. He could understand as much as that, though he had not had great opportunity of looking into affairs of that sort. But surely in Lady Mason's case assistance of such a description would hardly be needed. Would it not be better to consult Messrs. Slow and Bideawhile? And then it turned out that Messrs. Slow and Bideawhile had been consulted, and Mr. Furnival, not altogether successfully, endeavoured to throw dust into the baronet's eyes, declaring that in a combat with the devil one must use the devil's weapons. He assured Sir Peregrine that he had given the matter his most matured and indeed most painful professional consideration. There were unfortunate circumstances which required peculiar care. It was a matter which would depend entirely on the evidence of one or two persons who might be suborned, and in such a case it would be well to trust to those who knew how to break down and crush a lying witness. In such work as that, Slow and Bideawhile would be innocent and ignorant as babes. As to breaking down and crushing a witness anxious to speak the truth, Mr. Furnival at that time said nothing. "I will not think that falsehood and fraud can prevail," said Sir Peregrine proudly. "But they do prevail sometimes," said Mr. Furnival. And then with much outer dignity of demeanour, but with some shamefaced tremblings of the inner man hidden under the disguise of that outer dignity, Sir Peregrine informed the lawyer of his great purpose. "Indeed," said Mr. Furnival, throwing himself back into his chair with a start. "Yes, Mr. Furnival,
I should not have taken the liberty to trouble you with a matter so private in its nature, but for your close professional intimacy and great friendship with Lady Mason." "Oh, indeed," said Mr. Furnival. And the baronet could understand from the lawyer's tone that even he did not approve. Chapter 38 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 39. Why should he go? I am well aware, Mr. Staveley, that you are one of those gentlemen who amuse themselves by frequently saying such things to girls. I had learned your character in that respect before I had been in the house 2 days. Then, Miss Furnival, you learned what was very false. May I ask who has blackened me in this way in your estimation? It will be easily seen from this that Mr. Augustus Staveley and Miss Furnival were at the present moment alone together in one of the rooms at Noningsby. "My informant," she replied, "has been no one special sinner whom you can take by the throat and punish. Indeed, if you must shoot anybody, it should be chiefly yourself, and after that your father and mother and sisters. But you need not talk of being black. Such sins are venial nowadays, and convey nothing deeper than a light shade of brown." "I regard a man who can act in such a way as very base." "Such a way as what, Mr. Staveley?" "A man who can win a girl's heart for his own amusement." "I said nothing about the winning of hearts. That is treachery of the worst dye. But I acquit you of any such attempt. When there is a question of the winning of hearts, men look so different." "I don't know how they look," said Augustus, not altogether satisfied as to the manner in which he was being treated. "But such has been my audacity, my too great audacity on the present occasion." "You are the most audacious of men, for your audacity would carry you to the feet of another lady to morrow without the slightest check." "And that is the only answer I am to receive from you?" "It is quite answer enough. What would you have me do? Get up and decline the honour of being Mrs. Augustus Staveley with a curtsy?" "No, I would have you do nothing of the kind. I would have you get up and accept the honour with a kiss." "So that you might have the kiss, and I might have the I was going to say disappointment, only that would be untrue. Let me assure you that I am not so demonstrative in my tokens of regard." "I wonder whether you mean that you are not so honest." "No, Mr. Staveley, I mean nothing of the kind, and you are very impertinent to express such a supposition. What have I done or said to make you suppose that I have lost my heart to you?" "As you have mine, it is at any rate human nature in me to hope that I might have yours." "Psha! Your heart! You have been making a shuttlecock of it till it is doubtful whether you have not banged it to pieces. I know 2 ladies who carry in their caps 2 feathers out of it. It is so easy to see when a man is in love. They all go cross-gartered like Malvolio, cross-gartered in their looks and words and doings." "And there is no touch of all this in me?" "You cross-gartered! You have never got so far yet as a lackadaisical twist to the corner of your mouth. Did you watch Mr. Orme before he went away?" "Why, was he cross-gartered?" "But you men have no eyes. You never see anything. And your idea of love-making is to sit under a tree, wondering whether the ripe fruit will fall down into your mouth. Ripe fruit does sometimes fall, and then it is all well with you. But if it won't, you pass on and say that it is sour. And as for climbing—" "The fruit generally falls too fast to admit of such exercise," said Staveley, who did not choose that all the sharp things should be said on the other side. "And that is the result of your very extended experience? The orchards which have been opened to you have not, I fear, been of the first quality. Mr. Staveley, my hand will do very well by itself. Such is not the sort of climbing that is required. That is what I call stooping to pick up the fruit that has fallen." and as she spoke she moved a little away from him on the sofa. "And how is a man to climb?" "Do you really mean that you want a lesson? But if I were to tell you, my words would be thrown away. Men will not labour who have gotten all that they require without work. Why strive to deserve any woman when women are plenty who do not care to be deserved? That plan of picking up the fallen apples is so much the easier." The lesson might perhaps have been given, and Miss Furnival might have imparted to Mr. Staveley her idea of excelsior in the matter of love making, had not Mr. Staveley's mother come into the room at that moment. Mrs. Staveley was beginning to fear that the results of her Christmas hospitality would not be satisfactory. Peregrine Orme, whom she would have been so happy to welcome to the warmest corner of her household temple as a son, had been sent away in wretchedness and disappointment. Madeline was moping about the house, hardly making an effort to look like herself, attributing in her mother's ears all her complaint to that unexpected interview with Peregrine Orme, but not so attributing it, as her mother fancied, with correctness. And there was Felix Graham still in the room upstairs, the doctor having said that he might be moved in a day or two. That is, such movement might possibly be effected without detriment, but having said also that another 10 days of uninterrupted rest would be very desirable. And now, in addition to this, her son Augustus was to be found on every wet morning closeted somewhere with Sophia Furnival, on every wet morning, and sometimes on dry mornings also. And then on this very day Lady Staveley had discovered that Felix Graham's door in the corridor was habitually left open. She knew her child too well, and was too clear and pure in her own mind to suppose that there was anything wrong in this, that clandestine talkings were arranged, or anything planned in secret. What she feared was that which really occurred. The door was left open, and as Madeline passed, Felix would say a word, and then Madeline would pause and answer him. Such words as they were might have been spoken before all the household, and if so spoken would have been free from danger. But they were not free from danger when spoken in that way, in the passage of a half-closed doorway, all which Lady Staveley understood perfectly. "Baker," she had said, with more of anger in her voice than was usual with her, "why do you leave that door open?" "I think it sweetens the room, my ladies," and indeed Felix Graham sometimes thought so too. "Nonsense! Every sound in the house must be heard. Keep it shut, if you please." "Yes, my lady," said Mrs. Baker, who also understood perfectly. "He is better, my darling," said Mrs. Baker to Madeline the same day, "and indeed for that he is well enough as regards eating and drinking. But it would be cruelty to move him yet. I heard what the doctor said." "Who talks of moving him?" "Well, he talks of it himself, and the doctor said it might be possible. But I know what that means." "What does it mean?" "Why, just this, that if we want to get rid of him, it won't quite be the death of him." "But who wants to get rid of him?" "I'm sure I don't mind my trouble the least in life. He's as nice a young gentleman as ever I sat beside the bed of, and he's full of spirit, he is." And then Madeline appealed to her mother. Surely her mother would not let Mr. Graham be sent out of the house in his present state, merely because the doctor said it might be possible to move him without causing his instant death. And tears stood in poor Madeline's eyes as she thus pleaded the cause of the sick and wounded. This again tormented Lady Staveley, who found it necessary to give further caution to Mrs. Baker. "Baker," she said, "how can you be so foolish as to be talking to Miss Madeline about Mr. Graham's arm?" "Who, my lady? I, my lady?" "Yes, you, when you know that the least thing frightens her. Don't you remember how ill it made her when Roger was an old family groom, when Roger had that accident?" Lady Staveley might have saved herself the trouble of the reminiscence as to Roger, for Baker knew more about it than that. When Roger's scalp had been laid bare by a fall, Miss Madeline had chanced to see it, and had fainted. But Miss Madeline was not fainting now. Baker knew all about it, almost better than Lady Staveley herself. It was of very little use talking to Baker about Roger the groom. Baker thought that Mr. Felix Graham was a very nice young man, in spite of his not being exactly handsome-like about the physiognomy, as she remarked to one of the younger maids, who much preferred Peregrine Orme. Coming away from this last interval with Mrs. Baker, Lady Staveley interrupted her son and Sophia Furnival in the back drawing-room, and began to feel that her solicitude for her children would be almost too much for her. Why had she asked that nasty girl to her house, and why would not the nasty girl go away? As for her going away, there was no present hope, for it had been arranged that she should stay for another fortnight. Why could not the fates have been kind, and have allowed Felix Graham and Miss Furnival to fall in love with each other? "I can never make a daughter of her if he does marry her," Lady Staveley said to herself as she looked at them. Augustus looked as though he were detected, and stammered out some question about his mother and the carriage. But Miss Furnival did not for a moment lose her easy presence of mind. "Lady Staveley," said she, "why does not your son go and hunt or shoot or fish instead of staying in the house all day? It seems to me that his time is so heavy on his hands that he will almost have to hang himself." "I'm sure I can't tell," said Lady Staveley, who was not so perfect an actor as her guest. "I do think gentlemen in the house in the morning always look so unfortunate. You have been endeavouring to make yourself agreeable, but you know you've been yawning." "Do you suppose then that men never sit still in the morning?" said Augustus. "Oh, in their chambers, yes, or on the bench, and perhaps also behind counters, but they very seldom do so in a drawing-room. You have been fidgeting about with the poker till you have destroyed the look of the fireplace." "Well, I'll go and fidget upstairs with Graham," said he, and so he left the room. "Nasty, sly girl," said Lady Staveley to herself as she took up her work and sat herself down in her own chair. Augustus did go up to his friend and found him reading letters. There was no one else in the room, and the door when Augustus reached it was properly closed. "I think I shall be off to morrow, old boy," said Felix. "Then I think you'll do no such thing," said Augustus. "What's in the wind now?" "The doctor said this morning that I could be moved without danger." "He said that it might possibly be done in 2 or 3 days. That was all. What on earth makes you so impatient? You've nothing to do. Nobody else wants to see you, and nobody here wants to get rid of you." "You're wrong in all your 3 statements." "The deuce I am. Who wants to get rid of you?" "That shall come last. I have something to do, and somebody else does want to see me. I've got a letter from Mary here, and another from Mrs. Thomas." And he held up to view 2 letters which he had received, and which had in truth startled him. "Mary's duenna? The artist who is supposed to be moulding the wife?" "Yes, Mary's duenna, or Mary's artist, whichever you please." "And which of them wants to see you? It's just like a woman to require a man's attendance exactly when he is unable to move." Then Felix, though he did not give up the letters to be read, described to a certain extent their contents. "I don't know what on earth has happened," he said. "Mary is praying to be forgiven, and saying that it is not her fault; and Mrs. Thomas is full of apologies, declaring that her conscience forces her to tell everything, and yet between them both I do not know what has happened." "Miss Snow has probably lost the key of the work box you gave her." "I have not given her a work box." "Then the writing desk. That's what a man has to endure when he will make himself head schoolmaster to a young lady. And so you're going to look after your charge with your limbs still in bandages?" "Just so." And then he took up the 2 letters and read them again, while Staveley still sat on the foot of the bed. "I wish I knew what to think about it," said Felix. "About what?" said the other. And then there was another pause, and another reading of a portion of the letters. "There seems something almost frightful to me," said Felix gravely,
in the idea of marrying a girl in a few months' time, who now, at so late a period of our engagement, writes to me in that sort of cold, formal way." "It's the proper moulded wife style, you may depend," said Augustus. "I'll tell you what, Staveley, if you can talk to me seriously for 5 minutes I shall be obliged to you. If that is impossible to you, say so, and I will drop the matter." "Well, go on. I am serious enough in what I intend to express, even though I may not be so in my words." "I'm beginning to have my doubts about this dear girl." "I've had my doubts for some time." "Not, mark you, with regard to myself. The question is not now whether I can love her sufficiently for my own happiness. On that side I have no longer the right to a doubt." "But you wouldn't marry her if you did not love her." "We need not discuss that. But what if she does not love me? What if she would think it a release to be freed from this engagement? How am I to find that out?" Augustus sat for a while silent, for he did feel that the matter was serious. The case as he looked at it stood thus. His friend Graham had made a very foolish bargain, from which he would probably be glad to escape, though he could not now bring himself to say as much. But this bargain, bad for him, would probably be very good for the young lady. The young lady, having no shilling of her own, and no merits of birth or early breeding to assist her outlook in the world, might probably regard her ready-made engagement to a clever, kind-hearted, high-spirited man as an advantage not readily to be abandoned. Staveley, as a sincere friend, was very anxious that the match should be broken off; but he could not bring himself to tell Graham that he thought that the young lady would so wish. According to his idea, the young lady must undergo a certain amount of disappointment, and receive a certain amount of compensation. Graham had been very foolish, and must pay for his folly. But in preparing to do so it would be better that he should see and acknowledge the whole truth of the matter. "Are you sure that you have found out your own feelings?" Staveley said at last, and his tone was then serious enough even for his friend. "It hardly matters whether I have or have not," said Felix. "It matters above all things, because as to them you may come to something like certainty. Of the inside of her heart you cannot know so much. The fact, I take it, is this, that you would wish to escape from this bondage." "No; not unless I thought she regarded it as bondage also. It may be that she does. As for myself, I believe that at the present moment such a marriage would be for me the safest step that I could take." "Safe as against what danger?" "All dangers. How if I should learn to love another woman, some one utterly out of my reach, while I am still betrothed to her?" "I rarely flatter you, Graham, and don't mean to do it now, but no girl ought to be out of your reach. You have talent, position, birth, and gifts of nature which should make you equal to any lady. As for money, the less you have, the more you should look to get. But if you would cease to be mad, 2 years would give you command of an income." "But I shall never cease to be mad." "Who is it that cannot be serious now?" "Well, I will be serious enough. I can afford to be so, as I have received my medical passport for to morrow. No girl, you say, ought to be out of my reach. If the girl were one Miss Staveley, should she be regarded as out of my reach?" "A man doesn't talk about his own sister," said Staveley, having got up from the bed and walked to the window, "and I know you don't mean anything." "But, by heavens, I do mean a great deal." "What is it you mean, then?" "I mean this. What would you say if you learned that I was a suitor for her hand?" Staveley had been right in saying that a man does not talk about his own sister. When he had declared with so much affectionate admiration for his friend's prowess that he might aspire to the hand of any lady,
that one retiring, modest-browed girl had not been thought of by him. A man in talking to another man about women is always supposed to consider those belonging to himself as exempt from the incidents of the conversation. The dearest friends do not talk to each other about their sisters when they have once left school; and a man in such a position as that now taken by Graham has to make fight for his ground as closely as though there had been no former intimacies. My friend Smith, in such a matter as that, though I have been hail fellow with him for the last 10 years, has very little advantage over Jones, who was introduced to the house for the first time last week; and therefore Staveley felt himself almost injured when Felix Graham spoke to him about Madeline. "What would I say? Well, that is a question one does not understand unless you really meant to state it as a fact that it was your intention to propose to her." "But I mean rather to state it as a fact that it is not my intention to propose to her." "Then we had better not speak of her." "Listen to me a moment. In order that I may not do so, it will be better for me, better for us all, that I should leave the house." "Do you mean to say—" "Yes, I do mean to say. I mean to say all that your mind is now suggesting to you. I quite understand your feelings when you declare that a man does not like to talk of his own sister, and therefore we will talk of your sister no more. Old fellow, don't look at me as though you meant to drop me." Augustus came back to the bedside, and again seating himself, put his hand almost caressingly over his friend's shoulder. "I did not think of this," he said. "No, one never does think of it," Graham replied. "And she?" "She knows no more of it than that bedpost," said Graham. "The injury, such as there is all on one side. But I'll tell you who suspects it." "Baker?" "Your mother. I am much mistaken if you will not find that she, with all her hospitality, would prefer that I should recover my strength elsewhere." "But you have done nothing to betray yourself." "A mother's ears are very sharp. I know that it is so. I cannot explain to you how. Do you tell her that I think of going up to London to morrow, and see how she will take it. And, Staveley, do not for a moment suppose that I am reproaching her. She is quite right. I believe that I have in no way committed myself, that I have said no word to your sister with which Lady Staveley has a right to feel herself aggrieved. But if she has had the wit to read the thoughts of my bosom, she was quite right to wish that I were out of the house." Poor Lady Staveley had been possessed of no such wit at all. The Sphinx which she had read had been one much more in her own line. She had simply read the thoughts in her daughter's bosom, or rather the feelings in her daughter's heart. Augustus Staveley hardly knew what he ought to say. He was not prepared to tell his friend that he was the very brother-in-law for whose connection he would be desirous. Such a marriage for Madeline, even should Madeline desire it, would not be advantageous. When Augustus told Graham that he had gifts of nature which made him equal to any lady, he did not include his own sister. And yet the idea of acquiescing in his friend's sudden departure was very painful to him. "There can be no reason why you should not stay up here, you know," at last he said. And in so saying he pronounced an absolute verdict against poor Felix. On few matters of moment to a man's own heart can he speak out plainly the whole truth that is in him. Graham had intended so to do, but had deceived himself. He had not absolutely hoped that his friend would say, "Come among us and be one of us. Take her and be my brother." But yet there came upon his heart a black load of disappointment, in that the words which were said were the exact opposite of these. Graham had spoken of himself as unfit to match with Madeline Staveley, and Madeline Staveley's brother had taken him at his word. The question which Augustus asked himself was this:
Was it or was it not practicable that Graham should remain there without danger of intercourse with his sister? To Felix the question came in a very different shape. After having spoken as he had spoken, might he be allowed to remain there enjoying such intercourse, or might he not? That was the question to which he had unconsciously demanded an answer, and unconsciously he had still hoped that the question might be answered in his favour. He had so hoped, although he was burdened with Mary Snow, and although he had spoken of his engagement with that lady in so rigid a spirit of self-martyrdom. But the question had been answered against him. The offer of a further asylum in the seclusion of that bedroom had been made to him by his friend, with a sort of proviso that it would not be well that he should go further than the bedroom, and his inner feelings at once grated against each other, making him wretched and almost angry.
"Thank you, no. I understand how kind you are, but I will not do that. I will write up to night, and shall certainly start to morrow."
"My dear fellow!"
"I should get into a fever if I were to remain in the house after what I have told you. I could not endure to see you, or your mother, or Baker, or Marian, or any one else."
"Don't talk about it. Indeed, you ought to feel that it is not possible. I have made a confounded ass of myself, and the sooner I get away the better. I say, perhaps you would not be angry if I was to ask you to let me sleep for an hour or so now. After that I'll get up and write my letters." He was very sore. He knew that he was sick at heart, and ill at ease, and cross with his friend, and knew also that he was unreasonable in being so. Staveley's words and manner had been full of kindness. Graham was aware of this, and was therefore the more irritated with himself. But this did not prevent his being angry and cross with his friend. "Graham," said the other, "I see clearly enough that I have annoyed you."
"Not in the least. A man falls into the mud, and then calls to another man to come and see him. The man in the mud, of course, is not comfortable."
"But you have called to me, and I have not been able to help you."
"I did not suppose you would, so there has been no disappointment. Indeed, there was no possibility for help. I shall follow out the line of life which I have long since chalked out for myself, and I do not expect that I shall be more wretched than other poor devils around me. As far as my idea goes, it all makes very little difference. Now leave me, there's a good fellow."
"Dear old fellow, I would give my right hand if it would make you happy."
"But it won't. Your right hand will make somebody else happy, I hope."
"I'll come up to you again before dinner."
"Very well. And, Staveley, what we have now said cannot be forgotten between us. But when we next meet, and ever after, let it be as though it were forgotten." Then he settled himself down on the bed, and Augustus left the room. It will not be supposed that Graham did go to sleep, or that he had any thought of doing so. When he was alone, those words of his friend rang over and over again in his ears. "No girl ought to be out of your reach." Why should Madeline Staveley be out of his reach, simply because she was his friend's sister? He had been made welcome to that house, and therefore he was bound to do nothing unhandsome by the family. But then he was bound by other laws equally clear to do nothing unhandsome by any other family, or by any other lady. If there was anything in Staveley's words, they applied as strongly to Staveley's sister as to any other girl. And why should not he, a lawyer, marry a lawyer's daughter? Sophia Furnival with her hatful of money would not be considered too high for him. And in what respect was Madeline Staveley above Sophia Furnival? That the one was immeasurably above the other in all those respects which in his estimation tended towards female perfection, he knew to be true enough. But the fruit which he had been forbidden to gather hung no higher on the social tree than that other fruit which he had been specially invited to pluck and garner. And then Graham was not a man to think any fruit too high for him. He had no overweening idea of his own deserts, either socially or professionally,
nor had he taught himself to expect great things from his own genius, but he had that audacity of spirit which bids a man hope to compass that which he wishes to compass, that audacity which is both the father and mother of success, that audacity which seldom exists without the inner capability on which it ought to rest. But then there was Mary Snow. Augustus Staveley thought but little of Mary Snow. According to his theory of his friend's future life, Mary Snow might be laid aside without much difficulty. If this were so, why should not Madeline be within his reach? But then, was it so? Had he not betrothed himself to Mary Snow in the presence of the girl's father, with every solemnity and assurance, in a manner fixed beyond that of all other betrothals? Alas, yes; and for this reason it was right that he should hurry away from Noningsby. Then he thought of Mary's letter, and of Mrs. Thomas's letter. What was it that had been done? Mary had written as though she had been charged with some childish offence, but Mrs. Thomas talked solemnly of acquitting her own conscience. What could have happened that had touched Mrs. Thomas in the conscience? But his thoughts soon ran away from the little house at Peckham, and settled themselves again at Noningsby. Should he hear more of Madeline's footsteps? And if not, why should they have been banished from the corridor? Should he hear her voice again at the door? And if not, why should it have been hushed? There is a silence which may be more eloquent than the sounds which it follows. Had no one in that house guessed the feelings in his bosom, she would have walked along the corridor as usual, and spoken a word with her sweet voice in answer to his word. He felt sure that this would be so no more. But who had stopped it? And why should such sounds be no more heard? At last he did go to sleep, not in pursuance of any plan formed for doing so, for had he been asked he would have said that sleep was impossible for him. But he did go to sleep, and when he awoke it was dark. He had intended to have got up and dressed on that afternoon, or to have gone through such ceremony of dressing as was possible for him, in preparation of his next day's exercise. And now he rose up in his bed with a start, angry with himself in having allowed the time to pass by him. "Lord love you, Mr. Graham, why, how you have slept!" said Mrs. Baker. "If I haven't just sent your dinner down again to keep hot. Such a beautiful pheasant, and the bread sauce will be lumpy now, for all the world like pap."
"Never mind the bread sauce, Mrs. Baker. The pheasant's the thing."
"And her ladyship's been here, Mr. Graham, only she wouldn't have you woke. She won't hear of your being moved to morrow, nor yet won't the judge. There was a rumpus down stairs when Mr. Augustus as much as mentioned it. I know one who—" "You know one who, you were saying?" "Never mind. It ain't one more than another, but it's all. You ain't to leave this to morrow, so you may just give it over. And indeed your things is all at the wash, so you can't. And now I'll go down for the pheasant." Felix still declared very positively that he should go, but his doing so did not shake Mrs. Baker. The letter bag he knew did not leave till 8, and as yet it was not much past 5. He would see Staveley again after his dinner, and then he would write. When Augustus left the room in the middle of the day, he encountered Madeline wandering about the house. In these days she did wander about the house as though there were something always to be done in some place apart from that in which she then was. And yet the things which she did were but few. She neither worked nor read, and as for household duties, her share in them was confined almost entirely to the morning and evening teapot. "It isn't true that he's to go to morrow morning, Augustus, is it?" said she. "Who, Graham? Well, he says that he will. He is very anxious to get to London, and no doubt he finds it stupid enough lying there and doing nothing." "But he can do as much there as he can lying by himself in his own chambers, where I don't suppose he would have anybody to look after him. He thinks he's a trouble and all that, and therefore he wants to go. But you know mamma doesn't mind about trouble of that kind. And what should we think of it afterwards if anything bad was to happen to your friend because we allowed him to leave the house before he was in a fit state to be moved? Of course Mr. Pottinger says so." Mr. Pottinger was the doctor. "Of course Mr. Pottinger says so because he thinks he has been so long here, and he doesn't understand." "But Mr. Pottinger would like to keep a patient." "Oh no, he's not at all that sort of man. He'd think of mamma, the trouble, I mean, of having a stranger in the house. But you know mamma would think nothing of that, especially for such an intimate friend of yours." Augustus turned slightly round so as to look more fully into his sister's face, and he saw that a tear was gathered in the corner of her eye. She perceived his glance and partly shrank under it, but she soon recovered herself and answered it. "I know what you mean," she said, "and if you choose to think so, I can't help it. But it is horrible, horrible." And then she stopped herself, finding that a little sob would become audible if she trusted herself to further words. "You know what I mean, Mad," he said, putting his arm affectionately round her waist. "And what is it that I mean? Come, you and I never have any secrets. You always say so when you want to get at mine. Tell me what it is that I mean." "I haven't got any secret. But what did I mean?" "You looked at me because I don't want you to let them send Mr. Graham away. If it was old Mr. Furnival, I shouldn't like them to turn him out of this house when he was in such a state as that." "Poor Mr. Furnival! No, I think he would bear it worse than Felix." "Then why should he go? And why should you look at me in that way?" "Did I look at you, Mad? Well, I believe I did. We are to have no secrets, are we?" "No," said she, but she did not say it in the same eager voice with which hitherto she had declared that they would always tell each other everything. "Felix Graham is my friend," said he, "my special friend, and I hope you will always like my friends. But " "Well," she said. "You know what I mean, Mad." "Yes," she said. "That is all, dearest." And then she knew that he also had cautioned her not to fall in love with Felix Graham, and she felt angry with him for the caution. Why? 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 But she hardly knew as yet how to frame the question which she desired to ask herself. End of Chapter 39 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Chapter 40. I Call It Awful. "Oh, indeed!" Those had been the words with which Mr. Furnival had received the announcement made by Sir Peregrine as to his proposed nuptials, and as he uttered them the lawyer drew himself up stiffly in his chair, looking much more like a lawyer and much less like an old family friend than he had done the moment before. Whereupon Sir Peregrine drew himself up also. "Yes," he said, "I should be intrusive if I were to trouble you with my motives, and therefore I need only say further, as regards the lady, that I trust that my support, standing as I shall do in the position of her husband, will be more serviceable to her than it could otherwise have been in this trial, which she will, I presume, be forced to undergo." "No doubt, no doubt," said Mr. Furnival. And then the interview had ended. The lawyer had been anxious to see his client, and had intended to ask permission to do so. But he had felt on hearing Sir Peregrine's tidings that it would be useless now to make any attempt to see her alone, and that he could speak to her with no freedom in Sir Peregrine's presence. So he left The Cleeve, having merely intimated to the baronet the fact of his having engaged the services of Mr. Chaffanbrass and Mr. Solomon Aram. "You will not see Lady Mason?" Sir Peregrine had asked.
"Thank you, I do not know that I need trouble her," Mr. Furnival had answered. "You, of course, will explain to her how the case at present stands. I fear she must reconcile herself to the fact of a trial. You are aware, Sir Peregrine, that the offence imputed is one for which bail will be taken. I should propose yourself and her son. Of course I should be happy to lend my own name, but as I shall be on the trial, perhaps it may be as well that this should be avoided."
Bail will be taken! These words were dreadful in the ears of the expectant bridegroom. Had it come to this, that there was a question whether or no she should be locked up in a prison like a felon? But nevertheless his heart did not misgive him. Seeing how terribly she was injured by others, he felt himself bound by the stronger law to cling to her himself. Such was the special chivalry of the man. Mr. Furnival on his return to London thought almost more of Sir Peregrine than he did either of Lady Mason or of himself. Was it not a pity, was it not 1,000 pities, that that aged noble gentleman should be sacrificed? He had felt angry with Sir Peregrine when the tidings were first communicated to him; but now, as he journeyed up to London, this feeling of anger was transferred to his own client. This must be her doing, and such doing on her part while she was in her present circumstances was very wicked. And then he remembered her guilt, her probable guilt, and his brow became very black. Her supposed guilt had not been horrible to him while he had regarded it as affecting herself alone, and in point of property affecting Joseph Mason and her son Lucius. He could look forward, sometimes almost triumphantly, to the idea of washing her, so far as this world's washing goes, from that guilt, and setting her up again clear before the world, even though in doing so he should lend a hand in robbing Joseph Mason of his estate. But this dragging down of another, and such another, head into the vortex of ruin and misery was horrible to him. He was not strait-laced or mealy-mouthed or overburthened with scruples. In the way of his profession he could do many a thing at which I express a single opinion with much anxious deference at which an honest man might be scandalized if it came beneath his judgment unprofessionally. But this he could not stand. Something must be done in the matter. The marriage must be stayed till after the trial, or else he must himself retire from the defence, and explain both to Lady Mason and to Sir Peregrine why he did so. And then he thought of the woman herself, and his spirit within him became very bitter. Had any one told him that he was jealous of the preference shown by his client to Sir Peregrine, he would have fumed with anger, and thought that he was fuming justly. But such was in truth the case. Though he believed her to have been guilty of this thing, though he believed her to be now guilty of the worse offence of dragging the baronet to his ruin, still he was jealous of her regard. Had she been content to lean upon him, to trust to him as her great and only necessary friend, he could have forgiven all else, and placed at her service the full force of his professional power, even though by doing so he might have lowered himself in men's minds. And what reward did he expect? None. He had formed no idea that the woman would become his mistress. All that was as obscure before his mind's eye as though she had been 19 and he 25. He was to dine at home on this day, that being the first occasion of his doing so for, as Mrs. Furnival declared, the last 6 months. In truth, however, the interval had been long, though not so long as that. He had a hope that, having announced his intention, he might find the coast clear, and hear Martha Biggs spoken of as a dear one lately gone. But when he arrived at home, Martha Biggs was still there. Under circumstances as they now existed, Mrs. Furnival had determined to keep Martha Biggs by her, unless any special edict for her banishment should come forth. Then, in case of such special edict, Martha Biggs should go, and thence should arise the new casus belli. Mrs. Furnival had made up her mind that war was expedient, nay, absolutely necessary. She had an idea formed, no doubt from the reading of history, that some allies require a smart brush now and again to blow away the clouds of distrust which become engendered by time between them, and that they may become better allies than ever afterwards. If the appropriate time for such a brush might ever come, it had come now. All the world, so she said to herself, was talking of Mr. Furnival and Lady Mason. All the world knew of her injuries. Martha Biggs was second cousin to Mr. Crook's brother's wife. I speak of that Mr. Crook who had been professionally known for the last 30 years as the partner of Mr. Round. It had been whispered in the office in Bedford Row, such whisper, I fear, originating with old Round, that Mr. Furnival admired his fair client. Hence light had fallen upon the eyes of Martha Biggs, and the secret of her friend was known to her. Need I trace the course of the tale with closer accuracy? "Oh, Kitty," she said to her friend with tears that evening, "I cannot bear to keep it to myself any more. I cannot, when I see you suffering so. It's awful." "Cannot bear to keep what, Martha?" "Oh, I know. Indeed, all the town knows it now." "Knows what? You know how I hate that kind of thing. If you have anything to say, speak out." This was not kind to such a faithful friend as Martha Biggs, but Martha knew what sacrifices friendship such as hers demanded, and she did not resent it. "Well, then, if I am to speak out, it's Lady Mason. And I do say that it's shameful, quite shameful, and awful. I call it awful." Mrs. Furnival had not said much at the time to encourage the fidelity of her friend, but she was thus justified in declaring to herself that her husband's goings-on had become the talk of all the world, and his goings-on especially in that quarter in which she had long regarded them with so much dismay. She was not, therefore, prepared to welcome him on this occasion of his coming home to dinner by such tokens of friendly feeling as the dismissal of her friend to Red Lion Square. When the moment for absolute war should come, Martha Biggs should be made to depart. Mr. Furnival, when he arrived at his own house, was in a thoughtful mood, and disposed for quiet and domestic meditation. Had Miss Biggs not been there, he could have found it in his heart to tell everything about Lady Mason to his wife, asking her counsel as to what he should do with reference to that marriage. Could he have done so, all would have been well. But this was not possible while that red-faced lump of a woman from Red Lion Square sat in his drawing-room making everything uncomfortable. The three sat down to dinner together, and very little was said between them. Mr. Furnival did try to be civil to his wife, but wives sometimes have a mode of declining such civilities without committing themselves to overt acts of war. To Miss Biggs, Mr. Furnival could not bring himself to say anything civil, seeing that he hated her, but such words as he did speak to her she received with grim, griffin-like austerity, as though she were ever meditating on the awfulness of his conduct. And so, in truth, she was. Why his conduct was more awful in her estimation, since she had heard Lady Mason's name mentioned, than when her mind had been simply filled with general ideas of vague conjugal infidelity, I cannot say. But such was the case. "I call it awful," were the first words she again spoke, when she found herself once more alone with Mrs. Furnival in the drawing-room. And then she sat down over the fire, thinking neither of her novel nor her knitting, with her mind deliciously filled with the anticipation of coming catastrophes. "If I sit up after 10:30, would you mind going to bed?" said Mrs. Furnival, when they had been in the drawing room about 10 minutes. "Oh no, not in the least," said Miss Biggs. "I'll be sure to go." But she thought it very unkind, and she felt as a child does who is deceived in a matter of being taken to the play. If no one goes, the child can bear it; but to see others go, and to be left behind, is too much for the feelings of any child, or of Martha Biggs. Mr. Furnival had no inclination for sitting alone over his wine on this occasion. Had it been possible for him, he would have preferred to have gone quickly upstairs, and to have taken his cup of coffee from his wife's hand with some appreciation of domestic comfort. But there could be no such comfort to him while Martha Biggs was there. So he sat downstairs, sipping his port according to his custom, and looking into the fire for a solution of his difficulties about Lady Mason. He began to wish that he had never seen Lady Mason, and to reflect that the intimate friendship of pretty women often brings with it much trouble. He was resolved on one thing. He would not go down into court and fight that battle for Lady Orme. Were he to do so, the matter would have taken quite a different phase, one that he had not at all anticipated. In case that his present client should then have become Lady Orme, Mr. Chaffanbrass and Mr. Solomon Aram might carry on the battle between them, with such assistance as they might be able to get from Messrs. Slow and Bideawhile. He became angry as he drank his port, and in his anger he swore that it should be so. And then, as his anger became hot at the close of his libations, he remembered that Martha Biggs was upstairs, and became more angry still. And thus, when he did go into the drawing room at some time in the evening, not much before 10, he was not in a frame of mind likely to bring about domestic comfort. He walked across the drawing room, sat down in an arm chair by the table, and took up the last number of a review without speaking to either of them. Whereupon Mrs. Furnival began to ply her needle, which had been lying idly enough upon her work, and Martha Biggs fixed her eyes intently upon her book. So they sat 20 minutes without a word being spoken, and then Mrs. Furnival inquired of her lord whether he chose to have tea. "Of course I shall, when you have it," said he. "Don't mind us," said Mrs. Furnival. "Pray don't mind me," said Martha Biggs. "Don't let me be in the way." "No, I won't," said Mr. Furnival. Whereupon Miss Biggs again jumped up in her chair as though she had been electrified. It may be remembered that on a former occasion Mr. Furnival had sworn at her, or at least in her presence. "You need not be rude to a lady in your own house because she is my friend," said Mrs. Furnival. "Bother," said Mr. Furnival. "And now if we're going to have any tea, let us have it." "I don't think I'll mind about tea to night, Mrs. Furnival," said Miss Biggs, having received a notice from her friend's eye that it might be well for her to depart. "My headache's dreadful, and I shall be better in bed. Good night, Mrs. Furnival." And then she took her candle and went away. For the next 5 minutes there was not a word said. No tea had been ordered, although it had been mentioned. Mrs. Furnival had forgotten it among the hot thoughts that were running through her mind, and Mr. Furnival was indifferent upon the subject. He knew that something was coming, and he resolved that he would have the upper hand, let that something be what it might. He was being ill used, so he said to himself, and would not put up with it. At last the battle began. He was not looking, but he heard her first movement as she prepared herself. "Tom," she said, and then the voice of the war goddess was again silent. He did not choose to answer her at the instant, and then the war goddess rose from her seat and again spoke. "Tom," she said, standing over him and looking at him. "What is it you mean?" said he, allowing his eyes to rise to her face over the top of his book. "Tom," she said for the third time. "I'll have no nonsense, Kitty," said he. "If you have anything to say, say it." Even then she had intended to be affectionate, had so intended at the first commencement of her address. She had no wish to be a war goddess. But he had assisted her attempt at love by no gentle word, by no gentle look, by no gentle motion. "I have this to say," she replied. "You are disgracing both yourself and me, and I will not remain in this house to be a witness to it." "Then you may go out of the house." These words, be it remembered, were uttered not by the man himself, but by the spirit of port wine within the man. "Tom, do you say that, after all?" "By heavens, I do say it. I'll not be told in my own drawing room, even by you, that I am disgracing myself." "Then why do you go after that woman down to Hamworth? All the world is talking of you. At your age, too, you ought to be ashamed of yourself." "I can't stand this," said he, getting up and throwing the book from him right across the drawing room floor. "And by heavens, I won't stand it." "Then why do you do it, sir?" "Kitty, I believe the devil must have entered into you to drive you mad." Oh! Very well, sir. The devil in the shape of drink and lust has entered into you. But you may understand this. I will not consent to live with you while such deeds as these are being done." And then, without waiting for another word, she stormed out of the room. End of Chapter 40 of Orley Farm, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.